Welcome everyone to the Cyto GG Path2Pro with a special shout out to Blue Otter. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by RMC. I've got Nomad behind the sticks, pushing all the good buttons, and I'm excited to see some future of League of Legends here today.
For sure, Mazel. The pipeline, the talent pipeline has been looking brighter and brighter. And it's day 3 here in the Cyto Path2Pro Combine. So we've seen, I believe, all 37 players by this point, but we're going to get to see the players a second time in a different configuration. And today, there are some players who are playing today, Mazel, who, I've been keeping an eye on. I'm pretty excited to see them in these new sort of mixed up teams.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun, especially just because we do get the mix matching of the teams and see like the differences in the kind of coordination between different players and stuff like that. I know today we have an interesting matchup nonetheless, especially when we're looking at like lane by lane. I think there are some that can be very, very interesting and some that I'm really looking at kind of like an underdog situation and trying to figure out who comes out the better of it here as well. I don't know if we have the current rosters at least going here. It does look like they're at the bottom of your screen ready to go. So if you see
Perfect.
that, I think a couple of the ones that I definitely wanted to look at was the 5 mini Samikin matchup. I think the right side is
Yeah,
not
Team
the
B.
right one.
That looks like
Um,
yesterday's
yeah, so it
team.
should be K, Munchie, Samikin, Array, and Clarice with Coach Falcons going there on the right team. So it should be a really interesting day to see, again, some of those recombinations of teams and players that we've already seen.
Yeah, for me, I'm particularly interested in watching Crimson and you kind of be on the same team. On day 1, both these players really popped off. After day 1, they actually had the 2 highest KDAs, and you hasn't played since then. Crimson, his day 2 was a little bit rougher, but still, I think he performed very, very well. So interested in that top side of things. And like you said, I think that the mid lane 5 mini and Samik that you highlighted, Mazel, is of course one that draws the eye. You were telling me about, how you were looking at that sort of AMI roster back in Split 1 in the NACL with, 5 mini being the biggest performer on that team and up against Samikin, who I feel like has been so talked about as one of the biggest up-and-coming mid laners who has that very interesting non-traditional mage champ pool. Yeah, the matchup in there could definitely be really exciting.
Yeah, I think for 5 mini, the biggest thing is when he was let loose, when he was on something that was comfort and they were able to play around him, like he literally looked like the best player on the team by far. And I think that says something. A team that was finding a lot of struggles throughout the year, or at least throughout the split itself. But Samikin continues to be, I feel like, a guiding star in the ACL in terms of his attitude, the way that he approaches the game, the community, but as well as his gameplay. Always forcing 2 or 3 bans, it feels
Yep.
like, from some of the best teams in the NACL. So we'll see what they get. We already get a little bit of love that way here, as well as we will have the kind of swap-a-rooney of the sides, but we'll be getting through draft now. Samikin Zoe will be gone. The Belveth will be also taken away from you.
Yeah, that was a game where I think you low-key ran it down a little bit in the early game, but it was all tactical, it was all strategic, It turned out it was just to bait them in, and Mini was able to pull up and punish. So target bans coming through from both sides, and Vesa now being taken away from K. That's a bit interesting to me. I feel like Crimson has a really good Mbessa as well. He plays a lot of it in solo queue, but you can see that's not the priority here in game 1 for him.
Yeah, and obviously Crimson trying to find his home, obviously now top lane. We'd seen him in the mid lane for a little while there as well, but it seems like that whole family just has to go top lane at some point in their lives. We will get the Trundle ban on the blue side at least, so taking away some kind of response to those big tanky frontliners. The Karma is going to be the hover at least, and the potential final ban.
And we're talking about sort of non-tank supports. Bard is actually coming to mind. I saw yesterday some people were asking, hey, does Bard have a 100% win rate? He doesn't, but he's won 3 out of 4 games, and he's been every single block. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a high Bard prio between both Clarice and make sure both of them have a pretty nasty Bard in pocket. But for now, Mazel is game 1 full fearless, and Wukong feels like that S tier jungler.
Does indeed. Always will be until they nerf him. Something I found really interesting is that, like, just on your Bard point, it's been really cool to see how many supports are kind of just jumping on this pick, realizing that it's a very skill expressive champion and you can make yourself look really good from the support role. And you can be the reason why you win the game a lot of the time. So maybe supports try to get a little bit of spotlight of their own. This
True.
is a nice little combo here. One of my personal favorites as well. It will be the Unara Nico.
Yeah, it's a great combo as well, I feel like, for Array and Clarice. Clarice played a lot of Nico, in the NACL qualifiers this split. It's one of his most played champions, and his engages have always been fantastic. He always finds that beautiful flank angle. His clone use as well was something that I really enjoyed watching, not just scouting, but also just actually using it as a deception. On the other side, though, with the Rumble, we're seeing a lot of AoE come through, Mazel. A lot of team fight strength from both these teams already.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of scaling going on the side of blue side already, and kind of just a tried and true composition we've seen through this last couple iterations of the meta. I always appreciate the Rumble rise for the executionary standard and the team fights itself, but that also means you can't be given some of those leads, you can't be falling prey to some of the baits, and that's always interesting when you're looking at kind of the path to pro and some of the development these players are going to be going.
Speaking of development, there's development in the mid lane just coming through from 5mini there with the Rise. That's a skilling pick if I've ever seen one. We've seen a lot of Rise kind of being picked up, especially I feel like now that Oriana has been banned away. But when I think of Samakin's champion pool, a lot of his non-traditional mages actually I think play very well in lane against the Rise. Things like, his Lux, his Seraphine, his Morgana, all great wave clear, all can match. And kind of all have, I think, a bit of an earlier power spike and great team fight synergy if we're looking at a lot of AoE right now.
I could see it. I could see it. The Bard. Man, I was hoping to get the Bard. Bard is going to be banned, though. Not going to get that special today. We will get maybe a little bit of that mid lane ban going towards Samkin, realizing that he is a power point for this red side team. I think rightfully so.
Yeah, and with the AD carries kind of all available right now, I'm curious if B team kind of bans out any. I don't feel like it's worth doing that. I'd rather see them, I think, focus the support pool a little bit more onto Mixture and Sushi, of course, the Dorado Gaming bot lane. They've had a lot of time together, a lot of synergy, but they did struggle in the NACL, Mazel, and their laning especially sometimes had some rough spots. It's not going to be laning prowess they're taking out, though. It's the Nautilus, the nice, easy point and click engage, which would synergize very well with the Wukong and Rumble we're already seeing picked up by Team A.
And it's just really good to take away any of those shot calling kind of champions from Mixture himself. I think the best way we saw him was when he was kind of leading from the front. And I know Sushi, yes, some up and downs, but I still think was a incredible ADC mechanically, and I really want to see that pulled off here today. We'll see. The maybe the third one got skipped, I see that Morgana gets locked in. Okay, so we did get a clarification. The third pick there for the red side will be Xin Zhao.
Okay, that's an interesting pick.
So is it the Morgana hasn't been picked yet? The Morgana is just there. Okay.
Well, it sounds like a Salmon pick, right? That is something that's
maybe.
Like raw fairly.
It has been.
Yeah, so to me, it makes a lot of sense. We're talking about AoE, it synergizes well with the Nico. I am a little bit concerned with the Xin Zhao anti-synergy, though. It's a really good pick in general, and it will answer well into both the Rumble and the Wukong. You knock back the Wukong, he doesn't get the Cyclone off of your team, but it can also kind of screw up the Pop Blossom or potentially the Soul Shackles here.
True. A lot of CP there. It does seem like we have the lovers duo actually coming through from the blue side. Even though Rakan's not there, he's just hiding his face. He is in that space, and then you also have the Zai that was picked up.
Yeah, and I think that just makes a lot of sense. There's that synergy between the two champions that developed that way. So the engage we were talking about for Mixture, when he's looked best, it has been on these engaged champions. Rakan is mobile enough to kind of get in and out as well from all that AoE that we're seeing come through from Team B, but it's the top lane now, 4K, that we're waiting to kind of see the spec. The drop did kind of bug out, so it looks like there's.
I see the red glow. Maybe it's still work. Okay, no. It's Jace. Okay, so it's Jace into the Rumble, which I kind of appreciate because you can actually get a little bit of topsy-turviness in that 1v1.
Yeah, and it's an interesting pickup as well. I know Kay's been playing a lot of Jace in solo queue, one of his most played champions, but I feel like Jace is a very Crimson champion as well. Like, Crimson has played it to great effect in the past. You're picking it last, you're picking as a counter pick. To me, when I see a top lane Jace being picked, that tells me that I want to win the lane. I want to kind of be the big hero for the team. And when you look at the composition as well, it does feel like Team B moved a little bit away from that big wombo combo team fighting style. They don't have a big tank necessarily to play around either. Sure, Xin Zhao can do it with the Crescent Guard, but the moment that out wears out, that team fight gets kind of dicey. So it almost feels like they've indexed a little bit towards poke with the Morgana and Jace combo instead.
Yeah, I there's some things that can go right with that. I think it's some of that duality of like what does the comp want to do together? And that's why I love these kinds of situations and the combines themselves, because you can really see how problem solving comes down to for teams that maybe haven't played as much together. I mean, I know some combinations have, but it's actually really interesting because it puts more of an onus on how quickly can you positively problem solve.
Yeah, yeah, and we're seeing it in draft already. One thing that I have noticed in some of the drafts, or that I've been told, is apparently that players are having a lot of input in the drafts as well. So that's always really, really good to see. And on the Rift, I mean, the combine has the interesting feature that the coaches can actually have a timeout in the middle of the game. I believe both teams are given 2 minutes where they can, when there's no interaction happening, coaches can ask to pause the game and kind of talk to the players a little bit. We see that have some interesting effects as well. So yeah, this adaptation you're talking about, Mazal, for both players and coaches, I think is one of the things that makes this combine very interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something that's always been on the corner of my mind when it comes to competitive. Is that a viable situation, at least in the competitive sphere of League of Legends? I think it's absolutely viable when you're looking at the developmental sphere. When you're just trying to get the best out of your players and figure out what the best way forward is for them to kind of learn in those moments. So it's really cool, and obviously a huge shout out to both Saito and Blue Water for putting this together. It's been awesome to be able to see all these players, and obviously like the prize they're fighting for towards the end. But it's just been really cool to see some off-season love to some developing players here.
Sure, and even right from the get-go when they're picking these players, right? They already talked about prioritizing players for it, going to NACL. But they do want to also get some new talent in here. We talked about you back on day one. Five Mini, these are players who haven't had necessarily the most recent, or well, Five Mini did have some NACL time as well. You has had none. Basically, Munchie this year has been a little bit quiet. I feel like I haven't seen Munchie recently, so good to see him back in as well. And these are kind of players I'm keeping an eye on as well, because we're not in the NACL and you're in this combine as well. Well, you caught somebody's eye with something, and we want to see that too here on the stream.
And that's where, like, I think the duality of some of the experienced players, like, we were talking about Samykin and Array, and we even look at Mixture now with a little bit of that experience, and trying to figure out like what the newer players, what the kind of up and comers can glean or learn off of these guys. And I we don't obviously get all the conversations from the behind the scenes, but that is like a really interesting and tangible that can really develop through in these kinds of moments. And a lot of players, like, things that we don't see for players just because we see them on the Rift instead of behind the scenes, is like the development and kind of that background setup where you can help players, you can be the glue for your team, you can be the vibes guy, things like that. I think is really cool.
Yeah, communications is always, and that's one of the big problems for me, Mazel, personally, is that we don't know what the comms are like for the players. I wish we had,
Release
like
the comms.
Yeah, like what they did in the LCS this year, where they were just piping in the comms. Sometimes you get hilarious comms, but also
sometimes you have to bleep them. Yeah.
Surely they wouldn't do that in the combine.
Surely.
Yeah, but
everybody's prim and proper here.
Yeah, definitely. And I would love to hear that, right? And watching kind of who's stepping up in these plays in these moments, I think it says a lot about the players as well. It's not always about the fancy moments, the 1v1s, but you know what? As viewers, we do want the 1v1s, and like we said, with the Jace, I feel like there's potential to see a little bit of that come through in the top side. With the junglers, we've had a lot of jungle. I feel like the jungle pool in NA has always been very, very strong talent-wise, so the jungle has always been something very interesting to watch kind of in the early game as well.
I know it's a completely different thing, but I got to talk to BLG's Shadow just the other day, and I asked him, I was like, what is wrong with the Western Hemisphere? What is going on with the practice? Is it the talent scouting? What is it? He didn't say it was any of that. He said it's the laning phase. He said all that the West needs to do is figure out how to be better in the laning phase. That's where you start. So, maybe we look at the laning phase today and see how people are developing 3 days in.
No, here's my theory, Mazal. You know how all the laners always blame the jungler?
Yeah.
This is Shadow kind of flipping the table and going, nope, it's the lane's fault. Y'all just need to get better.
He's at the World Championship, all right? Like, you can't say he's wrong. I feel like, no. I just thought it was really funny. It's like, it's literally just laning phase. If you guys can do the laning phase, you could be one of the best regions. Like, all right, well, let's see if some of our developing stars are focusing on the laning phase here. But I think, again, with some of the way the compositions have panned out, hopefully we'll be getting into game sooner rather than later. But it really is a lot about that team fighting. Some of the mechanical execution, obviously, and I think Yunara is going to have an interesting time of things here.
Mhm.
But it more so is about how those combinations come together around the objectives.
Yeah, fair enough. Looking at the draft, so I fully agree with you, Mazal. And fingers crossed, we've seen some very interesting sort of draft changes between game to game. So my hope is if this game is going to be very team fight centric, maybe next game we start seeing a lot more, skill expression, a lot of mechanics,
Mm.
hand checks going back and forth. And hey, who knows? Sometimes we just see random players pop off and take over a game. Again, I do feel like Team B, with the Yunari mentioned, with the Jace, they've got more potential to kind of just hand check and take over individually. And for Team A, if they manage to do it, I'll be incredibly impressed because their comp 100% is just a team fight comp
Yeah.
straight to finish there.
And I know we talked a little bit about the mid lane specifically, but I got to talk about this ADC pool. Maybe I'm a little biased because I'm ADC myself, but getting to
Mhm.
see Sushi and Array go at it is really interesting nonetheless. But then you also have it being the Xayah versus the Yunara. Personally, like just on paper, like the Xayah feels like you could put Yunara in so many tough positions, but we also know that Array is very mechanically intensive, and I really want to see that kind of dueling gunslinger setup between them.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Array right now is actually topping a bunch of stats when it comes to the combine so far. He's got the highest goal per minute, highest kill participation, second highest damage per minute as well. And if you recall back to some of his games, he hasn't won all his games. So he's topping these stats while being put in bad positions. So his team fight strength for sure, 100% is going to be beautiful to watch, especially into this composition, not just Xayah either. Between the Wukong, the Rise, and the Rumble, there's
Yeah.
a lot of ways to kind of cripple Yunara and stop her from being able to zip around and exerting herself, asserting her control over a lot of these team fights. Whereas I do feel like the pick for Sushi here is in a way safer, easier. Like
Yeah.
the Featherstorm is going to be able to help dodge a lot of the one-off spells, the big ultimates. And when I'm seeing the Morgana, when I'm seeing the Nico, that's kind of what's top of mind for me in terms of threats against carries.
And Array's gonna have to step up, and that's exactly where Xayah wants you with the Blade Caller. And so we've seen so many teams, professional and not, get baited by this champion, and maybe we'll see that again today here. But it is an interesting conversation. Just maybe talk about the meta because I want to get your read on it because I love the way you think about the game. Do you feel like Yunara has found her place in that kind of mid game to late game scaling? Because I know they were talking about it on the World's broadcast, but like some people are starting to feel like some of the scaling is actually working out for her, that she is kind of a later game hyper carry. Whereas when she first came out, it was all about that mid game. If you didn't win in mid game, you lost the game.
Yeah, I think she's still kind of in that slightly awkward spot. More than her kind of being solved in the meta situation, I do feel like it's more players have kind of figured out how to play her now that they've nerfed the mid-game spec. She was designed with good scaling in mind, so
Mhm.
her scaling is fine. I think her biggest issue right now is just more range and mobility, trying to find that balance that kind of makes her really good. Like she doesn't quite have the range of like a Jinx or the mobility and safety of a Sivir or Ezreal, but she does pump out a lot of damage, and that little bit of mobility certainly makes her, I think, easier to pilot than something like a Xayah potentially in some of these fights, albeit without the Featherstorm. So, yeah, I think Yunara is good. I don't think she's S tier necessarily, though. When I watch a Ray pilot her specifically, he makes me believe she could be S
There
tier.
you go. That's all that really matters. Because guess what? He's going to be on it again today. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Talk about another matchup, though. One that I maybe am not so familiar with. If you are, then reach out because I don't know how often we get this one. But the Rise versus the Morgana. Um, Curiously enough, still up the vein of Samikin's crazy mid picks, something that has been terrifying solo queue in the jungle, at least for a little while now, but obviously still some very good strength built into the kit. Do you feel like the Morgana is a good answer into the Rise?
So, fun fact, I actually was a Morgana main and still play her
Okay,
occasionally in
okay.
the mid lane. Don't judge my champion pool because you haven't heard the rest
Disgusting.
of it. It gets worse from there. One of the better picks there. Sorry, quick update as well, by the way. The reason we're not in game just yet, apparently somebody had streamer mode on again. But
Nice.
thankfully we didn't crash the stream this time, so we're just waiting for them to remake and lobby, and hopefully we'll get back in there. But going into the Morgana matchup, I feel like Morgana is pretty strong right now because of her wave clear. She's just able to kind of not interact, drop that Tormented Soul. The poke from Tormented Soul is really good. We've been seeing a lot of, Blackfire Torch, the Andries being rushed just for the consistent burn. So specifically into Rise, her ability to kind of match that wave clear early that he has, as well as sort of her earlier spike and ability to kind of get to skirmishes, I think is really, really big. She's also fairly safe from a lot of these ganks with the Black Shield. And even if you're a physical damage sort of jungler who's not relying on the CC, well, there's a binding with your name on it when you're trying to charge at her. So she's just very, very safe, sets up the team. And she's got kind of good pick potential to come through as well. Her ratios early aren't bad. So yeah, I think the Morg is fine. I don't know if it's a counter necessarily to Rise. Like Rise will eventually outscale. But considering you've got the Yunara already, you've kind of got the Chase as well. I like the Morgana here as a sort of defensive measure that can apply early pressure and unlock your weapon.
Okay. The combination can be extremely important. On the other side, it's just team fighting. Make it
Yep.
through the earlier part of the game. See what you can do, not you at home, but you, the player, can do. And more so trying to levy those resources to those earlier team fights, right? Those first objectives, trying to get a little bit of control on the map itself. So I think a lot of the onus, at least for blue side, is going to be on you earlier on into the game.
Yeah, and from what we've seen from you on day one, when we last saw him, he looked really, really good. But to be fair to him, he also had winning lanes in that particular matchup. Between, I believe it was Hoarder and Shochi, they almost always had some sort of push pressure, which enabled you to play very aggressively. His Bel'Veth game, it looked kind of bad to start when he got picked off and he gave up first blood. But even then, again, his support, Minui, was able to go in and absolutely punish his opposing jungler Kizno in that matchup. So to a certain extent, I don't think we've gotten to see you under too much pressure. And this game, or this block, might be a good chance to kind of see how he holds up against Munchie, because Munchie, well, yesterday Munchie had a pop-off block. He's currently leading the KDA in the entire combine, 14.0. He just kind of crushed it. So this sort of jungle matchup, more than just seeing how you can kind of pilot the Wukong in the mid game, it's to me also a test of how he gets through the early game. Does he have any impact, or does he just kind of sit back and wait for that level 6 like we see all too often in pro levels?
And I know somebody you were kind of talking about before we went live was kind of this top lane and trying to figure out if we can see some more cleaner, I guess a little bit more strategic looks from these two, especially K versus Crimson. Crimson, a lot of eyes on him, obviously with the family ties, but also with the lane swaps and figuring out what he really wants to be as kind of this top laner. Has established himself, obviously, but K, I think some wiggle room to still figure that out too.
Yeah, and I think how the season has panned out for them has been interesting as well. Crimson, he's always been a mechanical player. CCG's been building their rosters around him, and we've seen him have some great carry performances. But when he's on these tanks, kind of like what you're suggesting, when he's not the main focus of the team, sometimes it feels like we're not quite sure what his identity is. And this game on the Rumble, while Rumble has a decently strong laning phase, he's still pretty good there. He's not that kind of win lane, take over game style champion. Hey, there we go.
We got the draft.
Whereas K, on the other hand, is now the one playing the Jace, which to me is a win lane, win game champion. If you're not winning the lane, the Jace, I feel like that's half of his identity in competitive top lane kind of gone. So K, on the other hand, has had carry champions given to him a lot. I'm going to be honest, though, in the NACL, I feel like he's not been the big carry guy I look at. So when you've got counterpick, when you've got a carry, if anything, I'm looking a bit more at K to show me what you've got, right? You pick this Jace as a counterpick into Crimson, such a mechanical player. Now, can you live up to the pick that you kind of went for?
That's the conversation we're gonna have to be having here, as well as the Jace can be a big carry, has a lot of poke potential, especially in some of that range that we were maybe talking about Red Side's lacking going into some of these objectives. A lot of setup though, man. The CC chaining that can come through from the Nico Morgana could be absolutely disgusting. So really want to see them utilize that and kind of pounce on that. Since we did get the draft, hopefully we'll be getting into game here rather shortly. But any other lanes you want to talk about? We can talk about support a little bit more, as I think we've touched on everybody, but maybe not these supports as much with Mixture and Clarice.
True, fair enough. I think in the current meta, we're also used to seeing supports just be sort of
That's why they wanted Bard. They wanted us to talk about them.
Like that Karma too got banned away. It was like, come on, guys, where are the fun supports? We've got a Janna in the combine, so that was a fun game. Yeah, I mean, on one hand, okay, I think for Mixture, my expectations are not, or I don't think he's got a particularly hard to execute role in this game, right? It's your traditional engage support with the Rakan who dots around. He's got a ton of mobility. I'm expecting to see a great game out of Mixture. He's set up for it. On the other hand, Nico though. That one I am a little bit concerned about because Nico's engage is really good, and Claritz's Nico has shown like he finds a lot of really amazing flank angles, but or flangles. Who coined that? Was it Yanni? Was it you? I can't remember.
Like,
There was a play-by-play who's coined the
always
term.
a good one.
I can't remember. But yeah, the flangles that Claritz finds are amazing. But into this composition, it is going to be very, very hard to find it. And on top of that, with the Zaya as well, even if you find the angles, it's going to be hard to get the critical pick. It's really the Zaya. It's not the Rise, not really the Rumble, and you're probably going to get cooked. So for Claritz, if he finds those angles, I'm going to be far more impressed with him because of just the difficulty level that he's playing.
Yeah, and I think there's always that conversation nowadays about support is like, are you more of a roaming support? Are you more of a 2v2 kind of laning support? And I think we've seen a trend of a lot more supports being more with the team, right? The jungle support combo, I feel like has been very prominent over this last year, especially.
Yep.
Do you have a favorite out of the two? If you're going to say, would you rather a support be a 2v2 support or a roaming support?
As a customer, I love to watch action, so I'm gonna go for roaming sports.
Get him out of the lane. Get him
Exactly,
doing
bro.
something.
I'm a minion who left my lane, so you know what? I'm down for anybody
True.
who's leaving yours.
You
And
know,
to be fair, too, I feel like with both the Zaya and the Yunara, this is a good game for make sure includes go roaming. They don't need your supports there necessarily, though. Array has been managing to find some solo kills of his own whenever he's left in a 1v1 situation, so that will be interesting as well between Sushi and Array. It's not that common that we get to see AD carry 1v1s, but I wouldn't be surprised if we did see that with this Nico, with this Rakan, and with how these compositions might just want to run their games.
Yeah, we shall see how the compositions run their games. Do you have maybe a top 3 standout players so far that you've watched that you want to highlight here, since we still have time?
That's a tough one.
How about we do top 3 players to watch in this lobby?
Okay, Mizel, why don't you go first while I take a second to think about this?
Sammykin, number 1, 100%. That guy needs to get to the LCS as soon as possible. It's gonna be great. I think number 2, you have to go with Array. I think Array has subtly. I know Sushi got a lot of splash, and I know Sushi deserves that kind of praise, but I think Array also, in terms of mechanical ADC, very, very interesting to watch his play. I know he's a little bit more seasoned as well. I think another one, after some of the performance we've seen, I want to see more of Munchie. I want to see more of this guy. Hopefully we get a little bit more progress through that development in the jungle. But those are my 3 for this series.
Fair enough. Okay. We are on to the Rift Mizel. You know, it looks like I will have time to the end of my 3, I guess. But first of all, we do have to acknowledge that there are some names that don't quite match up there. I mute everyone is Munchie.
Nice.
I don't know if that's necessarily the best thing to do in the combine.
He's an AL fan, so I'm happy.
True. Anyone's legend. Yeah, they are 3-0 right now, so for sure. For me, the players I'm watching for this game in specific, I'm not going to name Samakin because he picked Morgana. And that's not a very fun matchup to watch, unfortunately. She just kind of does things. But I think for me, it's kind of players like Munchie, who I haven't seen in a while. I didn't quite manage to watch all his games yesterday, but 14.0 KDA is nothing to scoff at. So I'm watching Munchie this game a little bit to see what we can expect from him. Yu is another player I continue to have my eyes on because he's the only one without any tier 2 experience, but I've been very impressed by what I've seen from him so far. And lastly, it's K. I know I talked a lot about the sort of Jay's pickup that he picked, but yeah, I still think that pick is making me double down on this top lane. And Crimson has always been so mechanically good. His laning's really, really solid. I think it's a tough one, and I want to see how K navigates that.
All right, well, now we have gameplay in front of us. A little bit of 2v2 action here. Ray actually finds some good damage on a mixture, playing under that vision as well.
Reese isn't even the one harassing necessarily. Like, Ray's actually stepping up, and he's somehow weaving in a ton of harass between his last hits as well. Look at the positioning Clarice and Ray have.
I mean, they're able to use that activation on the 8th auto. Get some extra damage. The bounce between the lovers duo. You know they're always going to be together, so it's a perfect combo, right? You just know that you're always going to get the bounces.
True, yeah, and they can, be together under turret as being shoved in right now because they can't step up. I love the heal use as well from Clarice. That's one thing I do feel like a lot of the supports sometimes don't necessarily do. But burning a summoner early, especially the combat summoners, they do come back up fairly early as well. And
Yeah.
there's not a ton of kill threat necessarily at like that level 1, level 2 stage, unless you're running something like a Lucian Nami at level 2. So yeah, I like the fact that they burned the heal early just to kind of cap close, get that extra poke, and make sure burning his as well just to get out, no hesitation whatsoever.
Yeah, and spellbook, especially for mixture, is always going to be interesting whenever you think about the cycling of those summoner spells. I've really appreciated it coming into the meta, and again, giving supports a little bit more individuality. As we will see the culmination of the past from both the emos. They're having fun, all right? They're having fun. Leave them alone, RMC.
I would
It is
if the observer cap would leave them alone that mid lane especially.
it is going to be opposite side path for both junglers, though. So maybe you wants to try to find something in top side. It could also just be the scuttle trade, but I think there are some options for both of them.
Yeah, and the mid lane has been trading actually pretty hard. You saw Mini just walking up there to try and get some trades down. So with that, mid lane is also a gank option. It feels like the field is ripe right now for both junglers to look for something new, though sneaking up into this top lane.
To find the angle here. They're going to try to find the gank, but Kay was just gonna burn the early flash. I think rightfully so to get away from that one. That will be something they can revisit, though.
Yeah, and he's right back into it too. Like he literally just burnt flash, saw you walk away, and steps right back up to continue applying that pressure. So we don't get the revisit you were talking about, Mazel, then that topside gank is really not getting any effect whatsoever.
A little bit of damage traded back and forth, though. But a really quick thing, though, is that we do end up seeing Munchie back out on the map way quicker. He already back into his second clear. So maybe he's able to get a little bit ahead of you if they want to go for a gank somewhere. But I think both these junglers want to get active. I know we talked about some of the team fighting, especially for blue side, and some of that going for red side as well. But the jungle is where that proactivity lives.
For sure, and we talked about you with this Wukong as well and what he was able to find. I do like that proactivity he went for that early gank. It does slow down his tempo, but not hugely so. There is a window as well on that top side. Okay, which is now closed. I was going to say, because Kay was playing so aggressively, because he got the ward down as well, he knows that there's no wards up there to stop Munchie from ganking as much as he instead.
Little sidestep-a-rooney there. You'll love to see it. Mechanic's already shining, and already Sushi is going to burn the cleanse. Get away from some of the damage in that bot lane 2v2.
Okay, taking damage. Equalizer.
Oh, he's burning. He's got to walk away from the cinders. Walk away from the fires. Oh, God, the fires are coming for them. And Crimson is a light here with that solo bolo.
Are we surprised that a man named Crimson gets first blood, painting the top side red? And let's not forget, this isn't off a ton of pressure from you. You just visit top side, blew a flash, and that was it. And the rest of it was Crimson just applying his own pressure.
And that's always something you love to see, just knowing the execution and knowing that you need to use that moment to its best potential. And Rumble with a little bit of a lead in the top side is going to be scary. We are going to get the lane swaps, though, coming through right ahead of the Grubs. The Dragon had been taken by a red side, or at least slowly but surely is being taken. And we should see the readaptation and redeployment up towards top side for both teams to get set up around that next objective.
And that's just the answer from Munchie, knowing that, okay, my top side just kind of died. I haven't really gotten that pressure. I'm not in the right area, but let's just brute force on the spot side to answer back. So in terms of overall right now, teams are still pretty even. First blood traded over for Fish Drake. Heck, even Fish Drake might be a little bit more beneficial. But I do want to see Munchie start ganking lanes a little bit. I feel like Xin Zhao is a very strong early game champion, more so than the Wukong. When you hit level 6, Wukong really starts to get activated at that time. And even with that Crescent Guard, like we had raised earlier, Mazel, there's chance for anti-synergy, which I feel like makes the Xin Zhao level 6 a little bit less important to me than that Wukong level 6.
And you cannot shy away from the power that the Trinity first item does for the Wukong. As we see, blue side going for a little bit of an invade here, but Ray and Clarice are going to come down, try to get some extra wiggle, as they are going to find the engage here. Samika with the 4-man, and they're going to get the flash out of Ray going into the pit. This is wild, and I love it. That's going to be Munchie picking up the kill after he flashed for it. Sushi's going to have to walk away. That was a beautiful turnaround play for red side.
And it might not be done yet. Okay, cooking.
Oh, we got some cooking back in mid lane, though. Phi Mini is going to burn his flash away. Wind does become lightning in the end, and another binding connects, and Phi Mini will go down to Samikens. K has overextended, and will just burn again, as he's got to get out of the kitchen.
Getting whiplash over here, Mazel, with how this game's swinging back and forth. Team A, Crimson is just cooking right now in his solo lane. 1v1, he's crushing it. But Team B, on the other hand, their skirmishing and their team fighting is looking really, really strong. And I got a little bit worried when I saw Munchie use the Crescent Guard very, very early on at that red buff fight. But the willingness of the team to all just flash together, Samek and Array, the carries going in with their flashes aggressively, that kind of tilted things back in their favor. And you can see the early sort of team fight strength that the Morgana, the Xin Zhao kind of gives you in these early skirmishes.
Yeah, I mean, it's just consistent damage as well. It's kind of interesting now, the dueling fates between the teams. You got a little bit of strength going between these combos in the bot side as well for red side, but Crimson's going to be ridiculously scary as you see well, Minions just having some fun. He's just following Munchie around, but it is the grub setup that we've seen blue side start already. They get one grub. Yu is actually looking for an angle with the Cyclone. He's getting chunked now that Array is coming down too, but Array is all by his lonesome on that side of the fight, so he needs to be a little careful. Some hesitancy from red side as we are going to see the full all-in onto 5 Mini. Wind becomes lightning yet again, 2 times the charm, and Beats of Warfare going to go over to red side now. Claritz is trying to get some CC down to help out Samikin. Array has finally joined with his transcended self. Samikin's still surviving for a while. Crimson gonna just get burned down by Array himself, so he's got his own flame spitter now, but the pullback from the blade collar will get Sushi a kill, and that's gonna be a nice redemptionary play from blue side.
But while all this is happening, Mazel, that is Team A throwing everything in the kitchen sink. Oh, you?
Oh my god, Yu's gonna die! Oh, Samikin with the Morgana mid is 2-0-3 already.
You know what, Mazel, you are right to say watch Samikin because
Absolutely.
he is finding so much action right now. 100% kill participation, 2 kills, 3 assists, and that one, that was a freebie. He wanted to go home, but hey, Yu was serving himself up on a silver platter, and Samikin could not resist taking it. Now, what I wanted to say was, while all that was happening, Team A committed all their resources up there. They had all 5 members getting action there, whereas Team B, K just sat in that bot lane, got a couple of plates, got that CS, tried to catch back up, and now can he leverage that advantage? He got bot side. Despite it, he's only trading even with Crimson.
I'm sorry, I just still can't get that flash 4-man ult from Samikin. That was so incredible. I'm so happy that we got the Morgana for game number 1 of today. Really setting the tone from Samikin. But no, I think that side lane is going to continue to be a little bit worse for wear. I do like that they're trying to get K some catch-up mechanic at least, but I think it's going to be a little difficult now that 3 kills have gone over to Crimson once he gets that first item. Going to be even scarier as well. Speaking of first items, we already have a completion here. Array is going to have already found his Kraken Slayer.
Okay, and Array in that last fight did manage to get quite a few autos off. Unfortunately, Yunara before her first item just doesn't hit that hard. Now, Dragon has spawned, and Array, Claritz, they are in the area. I don't know if Team A wants to contest this. I don't know if they can.
Looks like some vision will be all they wrote, as that should be second Dragon going over to Team B. So it's going to feel really good in terms of keeping a win condition out in front of you, because something we said from the draft was the fact that, you know, Team A does have a ton of scaling options, really opting for that team fight potential, a little bit more mechanically intensive for Team B, but if they have a lead, maybe that dissuades any issue.
Yeah, and they have, I think, a bit more skill expression on Team B. So when you get a lead, well, first of all, to get that lead, you have to express your skill, and now you've got a higher ceiling that you can play to as well. So definitely have to keep an eye on how that kind of goes. The early snowball has worked well. K with the poke onto Crimson now, and starting to bounce back a little bit. That lane seems to have stabilized itself. It's worth noting as well, while the Dragon did go down to Team B, you finished picking up the grubs. So Team A actually got all 3 grubs there.
It's a permanent buff for sieging, which, you know, not the greatest siege comp, but anytime you have a rumble, I think siege is always an option. But for now, I guess we're just going in the in-betweens, and we start seeing some of those combos we talked about. Mid lane's going to actually a little bit more spicy, but we are getting Pop Blossom as a response from Clarice, but the quickness is too fast. Sushi takes down Clarice. That'll be a second kill for the ADC of Team A.
That was Giga Brain from Sushi. The feathers that he launched and he walked away, and it felt like Team B for a second, Array and Clarice specifically, forgot that there was a bunch of feathers all the way back at the turret and then got caught out of nowhere. So really, really well played from Sushi and make sure there to find those kills. We're talking about Array finding solo kills, but Sushi's the one finding picks right now.
Hey, we said the biggest bait champion of all time. And it comes back to bite Team B. Gotta keep track of the feathers. As now we do have first items for a majority of members. That Trinity Force is there for you. You got the Sundered Sky on the other side for Munchie. You also have the stacking Roa started for 5 mini. But I want to talk about the in-betweens here, because while Team A are mostly centered around objective fighting, 5-on-5s, do they have some potential fighting in between in these lull moments here, or is it just Team B's favor?
Well, because Crimson has done incredibly well for himself, they actually do kind of have ways they could play through, but it looks like it should be primarily through Crimson. Barring Sushi, managing to fool people again and trick Array and Clarice, barring Array and Clarice kind of forgetting about the feathers, there really shouldn't be that much pick potential in those side lanes. In 5 mini, yes, he's getting shoved bot side, but he's in an in-between himself, not objective-wise, but just in terms of items. His Roa is skilling up, he's sitting on a tier. He really wants both those completed before he starts becoming that side lane split push menace.
And then it just becomes about the synergies between jungle support, which Mixture and you have been constantly tied at the hip for the last 3 or 4 minutes. A little bit less so from Team B as Munchie thought he could maybe find an engage. Immediately has to flash away. Goes with the Crescent Guard, but still gets engaged on. The quickness going to be there on a 2 for Mixture. Pop Blossom going to save the day for now. Clarice will be the sacrificial lamb, unfortunately. Goes on a killing spree for Sushi. Now that just means some top lane play and a little bit of control from Team A as well. Mixture not going to go down. Does end up getting the swap there for himself.
Yeah, just use the cleanse. It's fine. He's still got heal in his back pocket. What's up? We were just talking about how it should happen, right?
Oh, Sushi. He's going to pull back. Oh, flash. I thought he did have the blade collar in the end. He's maybe trying to go for the play. There's going to be a TP play coming out from K, though. Tried to hit the accelerated shock blast. Will go a little bit wide. A dark binding will connect, but that will be it. They will turn back onto the Rift Herald, though, and it should be Team B getting this objective.
Yeah, and that's after them starting a fight in the mid lane where Team B actually pays the price for trying to brute force a little bit, and Team A doing well to capitalize on these mistakes. Oh, great call as well, Mazel. It was the McKills. I thought it was cleanse. I just saw the cleanse animation.
I thought it was too. And I looked at his inventory. I was like, there's no way it was a cleanse because he still has both his heal and flash.
True, yeah, very early McKill, I feel like, as well. And I get, you know what, it's useful against the Dark Binding that is coming out, and for Clarice as well with the Pop Blossom. There is quite a lot of CC that will get value out of that item. So I really like that Mixture did pick it up. And like I said, I like what Team A is doing. This is kind of power trough. Them losing the objective is not a big deal. It was low-key kind of expected, but them being able to find a kill off of Team B trying to be aggressive, that's one way they can continue snowballing the game a little bit, continue the scaling that they really want to get with their composition.
I know. I don't. Maybe this is if we could actually go back to the game during the pause, because I just want to look at some of the items and stuff. If not, it's all good. Just because I actually think it's really interesting. Oh wait, well
Perfect
we're back in the
timing.
game anyways. The perfect time. Faster start the game. Anyways, it is interesting that we are like getting to a point where some of the strength of that team fighting is going to be there. 2-3 items is going to be really, really nice for Team A. You have some of those advantages still, and the Rift Herald available for Team B. And I think being able to propel themselves forward is going to be extremely important, because you can't really evenly go into that fight if you don't have too much of an advantage.
Yeah, and for Team B as well, I do think their sort of 1-2 item power spike is still really strong. Like, we've seen what Samakin can do early on when he gets in the flash and the 4-man soul shackles come through when Array gets the free fire a little bit. So it's not like it's not playable for Team B whatsoever. And I feel like Team B, if anything, needs to accelerate these early leads that they've managed to generate. You getting poked out a little bit, not ideal to see. You talked about the strength of the Trinity Force. Damage-wise, 100%. But right now, you can't be the front line for the team.
I know I can't. You can though. But we do get. I can't stop. I'm sorry. I'm
You
sick. There's
can't. That's
something
the
wrong
problem.
with me. There is something wrong with me. Anyways, Rift Herald did get popped in Team B in the mid lane. They're gonna get the charge off, but doesn't get the turret. But this was also that they could get the dragon. And you got to remember, this would be sole point for Team B as well. They've done an excellent job of objective control since those grubs. But now the Realm Warps are at least gonna be there with the Cyclone play as the Crimson setup is already there. They're laying waste now, but gotta watch where Munchie's angle is gonna be. Array still waiting to go. He is transcended and looking to free fire. Blade Caller comes through the bait again. My God, Sushi, you are a master at that setup with the Zaya, but unfortunately that Dark Binding might just mean that's all she wrote for the fight. The Dragon does end up going over to Team B. Oh, 5 minute overextends. K wants the kills. K gets 2 for right there. The hammer swinging left and right. And all of a sudden, Team B find everything.
Look, Crimson might have won the lane, but K is securing the skirmishes right now, diving in like that. Team B, we talked about them needing to snowball. That was kind of big for them because that fight was really, really even. Now, a couple of things I did want to highlight. Crimson. Equalizer was not as impactful as you'd like to see. The setup, Crimson set up the team with his equalizer. He got the slows, but you saw how quickly Team B just got off the red carpet. There wasn't enough lockdown to keep them on it, so the damage component didn't come through. And when Crimson has so much gold from the kills, from the assists, you'd love to see him be able to kind of maximize that. Meanwhile, Team B, you kind of got to see that Array got a free fire for the most part, and Claritz, we talked about his Nico being really good, but his clone use, the way it was blocking stuff, and he did actually successfully bait a couple of cooldowns from Team A with the clone.
It's really just about some of these team-wide efforts from Team B as well. Got to give an individual shout out to Sushi, though. I know I called it out in a moment, but a couple of these latent feather plays that he's had, where people forgetting that they're all the way behind them and kind of pulling them back on him, is now Hey has found some more prey. Trying to get 5 mini in the side lane, wasn't able to do so, but now Sushi is on 2 items as well, matching Array, and I think a saving grace of Team A.
I'm a little bit worried watching that trade come down from K and 5 mini. I know K won it ever so slightly, but K has the Yoma's Ghostblade, which is a great early first item, with the penetration guts, and he's got Merc Treads. And 5 mini is not yet on his power spike, and yet 5 mini is kind of able to stand and trade.
See if that works out any better for K as he moves forward. See if he keeps hitting the poke, it won't even matter. Just takes down 5 mini from range. Also, a little shout out. I know we don't have replays, but 5 Mini's delivery system of you was actually really nice. Didn't even see the animation in it, as we're seeing the animation now on top side, and unfortunately, Crimson's going to see the death animation, as he doesn't even get one back with the turret's help, and that will be the Realm Warp pop by 5 Mini. Going to bring the reinforcements as 3 members of Team A have arrived, but I don't think they're losing their health bars a little quick. Array goes for the alcove gameplay, tries to go for the Arc of Ruin, but can't find it. Shutdown goes over to you in the end. Did have to burn the flash. Sushi will burn the cleanse now. Pop some feathers out, as K and Samikin still always looking. The Dark Binding not going to be there this time.
Okay, multiple low health bars on Team A. Team B at the Atakan. Are they going to try and rip it? I mean, Array is dead, and Array was probably their biggest source of consistent damage. No, Team B, both teams are just going to back off after that trade. Array playing very, very aggressively. This isn't, I feel like, how we normally see Array play in a lot of these team fights, but he's out for blood, and this time it kind of backfired into the Zaya. That feels really risky.
I love the killer instinct there, just to kind of go in, but yeah, sometimes it doesn't work out for them. But these kinds of moments are always about kind of testing your limits and showing yourself off. So trying to find any way that you can do that, especially on the Yunara, where it's so easily available to you. Once you hit that R button, you just become the spotlight, it feels like, most of the time. But I do want to highlight the build. I know we've seen at Worlds this trend as well, going away from the Runans into team comps, where maybe you're not going to be getting as much of that AoE setup, and going to the PD second item, I think, is a curious question here. Do you feel like that's the new trend, that's a positive outlook for Yunara here, RMC?
Yeah, 100%. We talked a little bit about how Yunara's mobility and range puts her in a bit of an awkward spot where she can kind of do both, but she excels at neither. And prior, we were kind of seeing with the Runan's Hurricane, she could just do enough damage that it can just shred through everybody
Mhm.
on that 1-2 item power spike, that it doesn't matter whether or not you have mobility or range. But now you kind of have to pick your targets a little bit better. Mobility is a bit more important. Staying alive to be able to pump out that consistent damage is king. So Phantom Dancer, I think, is a little bit better, especially if your team can't necessarily peel for you quite as well. And for Ray specifically, we said before, he likes the 1v1s. He likes his odds when he can see those angles. And Phantom Dancer, I feel like, just gives you that extra movement speed that Runans doesn't quite match.
Yeah, and it's still back to that same conversation before of like you're gonna have a hard time navigating some of these fights. You need as much mobility as you can get, and I think the Phantom Dancer is gonna help with that. But we were looking at the carry potential from this guy when he was on CCG, and coming into his own here in the combine itself. I think there's gonna be a lot of onus on him as we move forward. Speaking of some of the other items, though, we have like the full lethality set up with the Miramana already going through for K. What's his next item? Is it Black Cleaver? Is it just more lethality?
I
What do you think?
I think you could get away. Well, the problem with lethality is that Wukong gets passive armor and
Yes.
Rise is going to scale up. But I honestly actually wouldn't hate extra lethality here just to make his poke kind of worth it. K,
Okay.
we said at the beginning, we set the expectation that K, might struggle a little bit in lane, and the big question is whether or not he could make the pick worth it. I've been quietly impressed with how, again, he's playing outside of lane. And even in lane, we saw him lane up against 5 mini, he was landing shock blast after shock blast. So looking kind of good. And in a lot of these fights, now with the Mirror Mana, this is K's time to shine, right? This 2-item
Mhm.
power spike is when the Jace is really, really going to hurt. Not just in terms of poke either, but he can definitely get in there and pop people. You still doesn't have a lot of tankiness built in. So if there was ever a time for K to shine, like, this is his moment.
This is the moment. We're back into the game now. You have about a minute and a half until that next dragon. And you got to remember that would be Soul for Team B. They're going to have 2 items for majority of their members, as well as Black Cleaver completed for Munchie in the jungle. Who do you favor at this next fight?
So that's a tough one. This is the 2-item power spike is sort of the make or break moment. I'm kind of liking how Team A has played a lot of their fights, but I do feel like this is Team B. This is their last big power spike where they've got a bit of an advantage over Team A to kind of play through. So yeah, I think I'm favoring Team B a little bit, and specifically looking at Samakin to try and find that
Yeah.
critical 4-man slow shackles again. I do believe they win the fight. Will be off the bat.
I'm just imagining this team with a Cloud Soul as well. It's going to be very brutal as they're going to take down the outer turret in mid lane, try to get a Dark Binding onto Sushi. Wasn't able to do so, but it's still going to be a lot of pressure in the mid lane. An accelerated shock blast does go a bit wide. Some preemptive vision coming through from Mixture. I do love this. He's going for the early play down towards that objective, just get as much vision as he can.
Yeah, and he's also kind of looking for potential flank angles, which he will need. Team B right now, their siege is really strong with, as we mentioned, K's power spike and Samakin's Dark Binding. Any CC lands, and Team A, whoever gets caught, loses half their health. Make sure.
Oh, he's going for the play. He says this is it. The equalizer came down on top of the quickness. Now he's out of there, but the Pop Blossom came down onto Crimson. That's going to be the Crescent Guard used as well. A little bit of miscommunication, a little bit of CC chaining there as well. But that also means there's a ton of tools down for this fight.
The CC chain we were talking about onto Minui, long range binding into the Jungle Barbs, into the Shock Blast from K, and 5 minutes.
Oh my god! He just doesn't even get to play. Oh no! He sent you into the back line without any help there, but you still finds the angle. Now they actually find the Flame Spitter combo, but that will be the soul completed by Team B. K is all by his lonesome, and Crimson is just like a horror movie assassin here. He's running people down, but now he's all by himself. And unfortunately, that just means he is down. The Pengu dab and array sets the tone for this day.
You know what? Crimson might have been a horror movie, but he was playing to an empty house, and it was only K watching that one because the rest of his team was getting eviscerated. And while that was happening, Munchie picks up Cloud, so Team B able to just rotate straight towards that Arakan as well. No contest from Team A whatsoever. And look, I applaud them trying to find the angle, and they were on a timer because that was Soul. But Mixture getting caught out early, that just made that fight feel perpetually like Team A was just down a person.
It was just one of those situations where you have a really good angle, but they kind of throw a wrench into your plans and you just have to pull the trigger early. And unfortunately, nobody but Crimson was ready to go for that one. Still, the exit was interesting. Was able to get so much distance there, but still going to be a very big fight win. And again, more resources to pain points for Team A when you're going to have, working on third items for Samikin and Array, who have both just been lethal in these fights.
Yeah, and Team B with the gold advantage they have now as well in a very, very comfortable
He's so
position.
fast.
Only
Jesus
shot to the
Christ, man.
it's
What
called
the heck?
the accelerated gate, accelerant gate.
Yeah, the acceleration gate and the phase rush and the 2 cloud dragons. My God.
Ramus, eat your heart out. But yeah, Team B, they're in a great position right now. The only major objective coming up is Baron, which is just spawning, but Team A can't do it in the face of the poke that Team B has. So they've kind of got to stay out. Team B can take their time with it. And most importantly, we talked about the siege power Team B has with the Jace, with the Morgana, the pick potential that they have with the Nico Morgana CC combos. Well, this is the perfect time for them to leverage that. And Team A has to approach in Fog of War.
They do indeed. Try to get as much vision play as they can. A little bit of a flank angle here, though, as Yu was looking for something. Now he needs to find his own team. K says how do you do and takes almost 3/4 of his health down. So that just means no pressure around this bot side, and that should just be a mid lane push being crashed into the tier 2 as K going for 5 mini here. You got to remember he has so much damage. Look how quick he is. He's like Sonic the Hedgehog, man. He's got 2 people trying to breathe down his neck here, trying to take him down, but he should be okay. Meanwhile, it looks like Team B just going to start up the bear, and they realize all the members are down at Team A. Some vision came down, but I don't know if they can make it here in time. Looks like they're just going to give it.
Yeah, they can't make it there in time. And for Team B, that Cloud Soul you're talking about, the extra movement speeds, they're coming in real handy. And sort of the setup part to that play as well. Team B had all the control around Baron. And because they picked that fight in the mid lane, they had inside track on the mid lane as well. So Team B was just, yeah, if they couldn't go for Baron, they could just gone for mid lane turret. And now that they know that people were chasing K, they can go for Baron. It was just options for days here.
And the options keep on coming. As third item, they're completed. We did get the IE for Array. We still have about 2.5 minutes till that Elder Dragon, but you got to expect this bit of an advantage for Team B. Is going to be propelled now with the Baron power play that they'll use until that dragon comes up.
To be fair to Team A though, despite the fact that they did lose Baron, they got the bot side turret, and the gold actually didn't grow too much off the Baron. It was about 3k before, it's about 3,500 gold advantage for Team B. So if they can,
it's about to grow.
Yeah, I was gonna say if they can tie through, fine. But yeah, you're right. It's not tiding through right now. That's bot, inner down. Mid should be soon under siege, and I love the vision setup actually coming through from Team B. That vision is what they need to make sure they don't get flanked. If they don't get flanked, Team A don't have good ways to push Team B off the siege.
Yeah, they definitely don't. As Realm Warp going to come through, going to send away 3 of them onto K. K tries to get a kill back, won't be able to find it. So that's going to be a big pick off for Team A, just taking advantage of the overextended K.
Really good timing as well. Array and Clarice, unfortunately, were not pushing mid lane at the time, so they don't immediately just get to shred the inner turret. It doesn't matter. Samikin still picks that one up, so Team B are A-okay.
Array says, I want to fight. He hits that auto. You see how chunky it is? He wants to just go all in. He does have the Transcend oneself. Another Dark Binding barely misses onto you. But still, the at least preemptive setup from Team B is around the dragon. Oh, okay. You just says we're going. Mixture pop quickness, but was a little bit behind the action. Pop Blossom onto 3, onto 4 rather. And they actually got Mochi out. Now you got Array kick it with the AoE. 5 minutes gonna flash away. Samikin gonna have to flash in response. As now Team A trying to run down the rest of the members of Team B on their exit. TP coming through. They will also have Samikin's TP. They're just trying to buy time. Look at this. They are setting up position on the bottom side of Team A's base. And they're going to force Team A to walk away from this setup, but they might still be surrounded.
Yeah, the Vision's giving that boy Munchies back in full health this time.
No. The Lovers duo, they've got to make it out. It's all for the Lovers. Go, Mixture! He made it out! Oh, 7 Soldier! We'll see you in the next life, as it's going to be Team B running down Team A every which way. The only member that survived with Mixture, and he will have to tell the tale of Team A's escapades in this game number 1.
You know what, Mazal? They always say divorces are really messy, but jeez, this Livers Duo breakup was brutal. Mixture making out on his own, alone. What can he do? Elder's being shredded. He can't walk there.
Sushi didn't believe. If Sushi sticks it, he's right there with him, but he didn't believe in the marriage. He didn't
Oh,
believe in the fate. And I believe that Elder Dragon will go to Team B, and I think I'm correct.
undoubtedly so. Team B now just pushing in with the Elder buff with a 8,000 gold advantage. And the call, the balls on this team to make that call at the end there to just recollapse back in teleport. It looked a
I
little bit
love it.
disparate, but yeah, they were on top of it the entire time. Claritz, I can't remember, was it Ray who was with Claritz? They were just buying so much time there, and knowing that the backup was coming, they played that really really well. And Team B, they're in a commanding position right now. Team A, good luck trying to hold this one off.
It's just one of those decisions that, maybe the enemy team isn't expecting, that you're just going to set up shop on their side of the map after you double TP'd on it. And it just forces them to rethink their approach and those problem solving moments that we talked about before the game even started. And so that's some of the stuff that you love to see coming through. And even when you kind of put together teams that haven't played as much together before, you still see some of that gel coming through. And those are some of the moments you'll love to see in the Saito GG Combine. But it is going to be another in him going down in favor of Team B. They still have the Elder Dragon up for a while. Array stepping up, almost takes down Sushi with just a couple auto attacks. The Elder Dragon would do so much work here, and they want to put the finishing touches on this one, as unfortunately for you,
Oh,
he's just going to
you!
get CC'd to hell. That's the power of the Morgana. Unkilled, by the way. 5-0 and 11 for Samikin. And I think my star on the board is going to be rightly placed at this point. One final blade caller from Sushi. They do get the kill back on the Clarice, but they are sieged into their base. The Flame Spitter is just going to be the last burning lights of this Team A game number 1, as Team B will come out the victor.
Okay, unfortunately going down at the end, Sushi able to find one more kill, but it won't save his Nexus, and Team B walking away with a commanding victory, Mazel. Really, really well played. You know, you highlighted Samikin not dying. I want to highlight further. He did it without Zonias.
What a
Just,
Chad, man. What a
yeah.
Chad. Ban all of his champs away. There were 3 bans levied towards Samikin. He still pulls out the Morgana. Wowzers. Wowzers, wowzers, wowzers.
Yeah, the damage though from K, I think doing really well this game. Damage leader,
Yeah.
which I understand, well, he's on a poke champion. What really impressed me was Crimson, actually. For all that the equalizers didn't feel like they really had the setup to maximize their damage, he was right up there in what he was able to do. And
Yeah.
Munchie only dying twice. There was quite a few times actually where I thought Munchie was dead. The top side fight
Yeah.
where we actually saw a raid end up going down, that was Munchie getting caught, and somehow he actually got out in all the action. We didn't even notice it at the time, but he didn't die. Bot side as well. He bought so much time, came back out of base. He was the hammer to the anvil that the rest of Team B had set up with the teleports behind the enemy lines, with Claritz and Array buying so much time for the team.
And just a little shout out to Kay. I know you mentioned him as well, but like, if he doesn't execute his condition for this team comp, it's a much different setup, because you saw in those siege setups, he was layering down so much damage on a mixture, onto multiple members. And if you don't have that early poke there, I think the team fighting strength that was on Team A's favor, I think really comes to fruition. So really holistic game from Team B. I love to see that, because everybody had a moment at least, and that's going to feel really good moving forward.
And Mazal, on top of that too, I think the other thing that I'm kind of taking away from this is you wanted to see more action, more hands being thrown.
Yeah.
Well, the team fight team lost, so maybe game two it means you want to win late,
Early
win
game,
some of those
2v2,
1v1s. Yeah.
Blitzcrank, Pike, get this, everything. Throw everything at the wall. No, I do wonder what we're gonna end up getting for that next game. But this was a good setup. I do want to appreciate Team A's side of things, at least in the earlier game. I think
Mhm.
some of the proactivity wasn't there necessarily from you, but being able to see kind of the strengths of the comp. Sushi also having some really
Yep.
big pullback baits with the blade collar was really good to see. I think just the biggest thing for me is like that connection for Mixture and the rest of the team, and trying to tie that one back together a little bit more.
Yeah, for sure. I think Sushi actually quietly did a phenomenal job this game as well. Like I don't think there's anything to really criticize with the way he played whatsoever. It's just not a game where Zaya can take over by herself. She's not that sort of champion, unfortunately. And for make sure, I did like what he was roaming with you, but we had questions on how will you perform when he doesn't necessarily have guaranteed winning lanes and. Well, he had Crimson winning out, but this game, unfortunately, you couldn't quite hit the mid game at the pace, at the strength that he wanted to. And you know what? Wukong's not his best champion, so we'll kind of see how that goes. There's definitely more in the tank for you to show off, and for even 5 Mini as well. Because I mean, you're on Rise. What you're gonna do? You need two items. 5 Mini didn't have the agency in the early game, but we know that he can make plays of his own when given agency.
Yeah, I think so. And we get to see that clearly as well, which feels really nice. And I'm sure the next setup will have a little bit more spice in it. I do wonder if the bans are going to continue to be levied over towards Sammykin, because I think there were 3 in that last game as well. So I wonder how much I guess focus he's going to be having moving forward as well.
Yes, Ms. Alda. The answer is how much focus will be he having? Will they be having on Samakin? Yes.
Ye- yes, that's it. that's that is your answer. All right. Well, we got it from the big brain man himself, anyways. Um, do you have any other takeaways from this first game? Do you have anything you want to see in that next game?
More, Mazal. I just want to see more right
More,
now. So
more. Okay,
yeah, I'm just happy
okay,
to throw it to a break because they are going to do some reviews. So there is going to be a bit of a pause time between game one and game two. And you know what?
cool.
The longer it takes, Mazal, it's like hunger is the best spice, you know? So they're just making me that much
We
hungrier
need to go
for the
get
next
some
game.
food then, RMC. To get some food. All right, we're gonna take a break. Maybe get RMC some food. Somebody's hungry. We'll see you on the other side for game 2. Welcome back, everyone, to the Sido and GG Path to Pro with a special shout out to Blue Otter. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by RMC, and then we've got Nomad behind us on the sticks. And we'll be getting into game two of our first set here very soon. If we want to do a little catch up on what we saw in that game number one, RMC.
Well, in game number one, we got to kind of see a little bit of hands thrown. The team fight composition fell apart. We got to see Team B, specifically Samakin and Claritz and Array, kind of finding a lot of really good picks, and K and Munchie just following up to perfection. K, you know, struggled a little bit in lane, but popped off. Pardon me,
Dude, had
in
us in the first
skirmishes.
half.
They
We're like,
did.
Crimson got kills early. Got a rumble. What can you do? Unstoppable. No, AK just absolutely sat them down. Found a lot of ways to be impactful on a full lethality. Jace as well was
Yeah.
a huge crucial piece to that kind of poke ahead of objectives. And I got to give special shout outs to that team B. For the objectives, right? Like a lot of times in tier two, tier three, you can see some fumbling around kind of the setup around objectives, the clear conditions of like getting those early objectives for yourself. They set out, they said, we don't care about the early grubs. We're going to give all three of those away. We're focused on those dragons. Went and got the Rift Herald, had a lot of that objective control in that game number one.
Yeah, they ended the game with the Elder Dragon. They had the
Yeah.
dragons on lock from start to finish as well. But as you kind of pointed out, Michelle, the early game, they had us in the early game, and it was pretty even up till a couple of skirmishes went poorly for Team A. So, yeah, I do believe Team A can still definitely fight back. I'd love to see, them, change up their draft a little bit, maybe give their lanes a little more agency, pick a couple more winning lanes, I guess, to kind of play through as
Mm.
well. We do know for game two, the sides will be swapped. So Team
Yep.
B will be on blue side this game, and Team A will be on red side.
Gonna get your mental gymnastics ready. We also saw some very big impact from the jungle. Both were on pretty proactive junglers in the Zinzao and the Wukong. Do we expect a little bit more of that here as well? And how do we get you back into this series?
Oh, definitely proactivity or energy from the jungle is to be expected. We know what you likes to play, things like the Belbeth, things like the Wukong Diego. Munchie's an interesting guy too, because I remember him as the Master Yi guy. I don't know if
Yep.
we'll see it, but
You
it's
know?
always there. And he liked playing Diego as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see, carry champions coming out the jungle roles.
I'm always curious at which teams and players kind of highlight the different setups that we have in the meta right now, right? You can either go down the full like facilitation rabbit hole where you're playing for the team, or you could be like all the LPL players and draft Kiana every game and figure a lot of assassin play, but more kind of like that individual play from the jungle. I think we can get that from at least both sides of things from both junglers here today. I think Munchie definitely getting the better of it in that game number one, but we'll see in game number two what happens. What is Sammy Kid picking here, RMC? Morgana game number one, not too bad. What in the ocean of this man's champ pool are we going to get for game number two?
Hard to tell, Mazel, but I'm good for whatever fish come out of
Yeah,
that
whatever
particular
fish. You
ocean.
just throw the line out there and see what comes back.
Yeah, we talked about the fact that he has a very non-traditional mage pool, and it's
Mm.
interesting as well because I feel like his champion pool actually does very well into traditional mages, which is currently more meta. And Fi Mini as well tends to play a lot of those champions, things like Victor, Azir. Back in the day when it was meta, or yeah, when it was meta, it was like Corki was something that he played a lot of. Where we saw the rise as well. And so I'm a little bit concerned for Fi Mini's champion pool into what we could potentially see from Samakin. Samakin, though, will be on blue side, so he will get first pick, potential counter pick for 5 Mini. 5 Mini has like Yone and Akali as well in his back pocket. I know he's played that in the
Yeah.
past. Maybe he finds the right angle. He can pick something like that, which has a lot more agency, a lot more control.
Yeah. So I know I was saying beforehand I was a big fan of Five Mini on that AMI roster and like
Hmm.
trying to figure out what his big impact was. What kept coming back to me was I really appreciated when he was a leading hand in how fights kicked off or had a big hand in how the fights worked, right? I think his Yone didn't have a super high win percentage, but I think some of the better moments in the earlier games, the setup games for him were on the Yone, things like the Azir as well, the Talias, like just those things that
Yeah.
can really set fights off and like be a directionary tool for their team. And I hope we get to see that. I don't think the rise was necessarily that game number one, but maybe opting back into some of that styling would be really nice for Final.
For sure, and I think all the things you're kind of talking about, Mazel, we kind of saw a little bit with the Rise too. His realm
A
orbs,
little
as you
bit, yeah,
pointed out, were
yeah.
on point. Beautiful delivery systems. You saw him cut off a couple of fights as well. Popping up there. Some of it backfired, but at least the engage was good. I certainly wouldn't pin the lost fight on him whatsoever. So yeah, that mid lane matchup is going to be real interesting as well. I wonder if we get to see a Bard get through on the first side of
We
things. I
really
think
want to see
it'll.
it, you know.
I kind of do want to see it, and right now I feel like in meta we're seeing the bot lane often kind of fall to the second half of draft just because the
Mm.
priority is not that high on it. But if there is a champion, I feel like that you would want to kind of pick in that first half. Okay, fine, Nico, sure, but also Bard. Like those two supports, I feel like are
Okay.
the ones that you slam early because there's not champions that do it quite the same as them.
Yeah, and gotta find combos. I know a lot of people like to take Bard in response to things. I think honestly, in that kind of setup, the Bard would have been really good into the Team B comp the last time around because of all the poke and the CC that they had. Being able to stop any of that would have been nice. But now looking at that, maybe going forward here and trying to figure out, is it going to be something that Clarice wants to be able to take? Is it going to be
Mhm.
something that Mixture wants to go ahead and bring out for this one? Is something to think about here. But the reason why we do see a lot of that tendency to have kind of the jungles and the solo lanes picked earlier on is because it just gives you that prio to either play around or have the lane swaps or play towards those objectives that have become so prominent.
Yeah, and we after what we saw in game one as well, Mazal, I don't know if team fights like we already saw the team fight, but we also now know that the
We already
drafting
saw
from
it.
a
We
team
don't want
fight.
that anymore. We,
Yeah,
we want
we want to
something
see
else.
something different. And we know that they saw it too. Like drafting from team fights, all fine and well, but having alternative win conditions, I think, was really, really big. A lot of those fights, while they were won technically in the team fight, it wasn't actually the team fight that defined it. It was the Morgana picks on the side. It was the poke that was raining down from K consistently. Even heck, Clarit's. It wasn't so much about the Nico pop blossoms as it was the Nico clone almost
Yeah.
sometimes and the
Yeah.
tangle barbs that were coming through and finding some of those catches. So going to game two, I'd love to see the draft have not just team fighting, a little bit more lane dueling. Heck, dare I even say it myself? Maybe we see something like a Yorick, maybe something like a Fiora, something that just sits in that side lane and applies perma pressure without looking for those team fights.
All right. Well, we'll see. We do have that change up of sides, remember, but the bands seemingly going to stay much the same here. We already have that Belveth targeted
Yeah.
by Team B, the Zoe targeted by Team A. Now, it was 3 Samikin bans last time.
Yep.
Fearless makes things a little bit different now. Maybe seeing how deep that champion pool is, but I think some of the bans probably going to stay a lot the same. The Kaisa also going to be banned away by Team B.
Okay, Kaisa. And Zed. That's a
Said,
change up.
all right.
Okay, wait. So it's Team A, Team. So it's Munchie Zed that they're removing. That
Yes.
kind of makes sense.
Dude, the
Okay.
Team B on A side and B and A on B side is, yeah, it's going to be mental gymnastics. It's great.
Oh, but I was just thinking for a second, like, does you even play Zed in the jungle? But Munchie, the former monster, I believe at one point his name was Munchie the monster, does play a
Mhm.
lot of assassins, things like Zed, Talon as well, Rengar. Unfortunately, no Kiana for you, Nizel, but
Yeah. It's okay.
oh,
I
Orianna.
get enough of that in the middle of the
Okay.
night. The Oriana is going to be picked up, though. I really appreciate the Wukong Oriana. Obviously, the Wukong not going to be available here, but the Victor is the immediate answer. So we will see Fi Mini with a classic of his own.
Yeah, we were just talking about the fact that 5 Mini, he's pretty good on these traditional mages. He likes playing them, and Samakin normally has a lot of good counter picks into them, but he opted for the Oriana first. So it's a traditional mage matchup. I think 5 Mini is going to be happy with this. This is a comfortable matchup. Victor, however, does either want a team that plays into him or he wants setup. AoE CC lockdown. And last game, I was not super happy with the team A setup for Crimson's ultimate. I hope they do better for 5 Mini this time.
And we did see the Corki locked in, so immediate big emphasis on that hyper scaling for Team A. On Team B side, though, they're going to go with the skirmish heavy combos. The Shockwave with the Jax can also be potent, but that's going to be some very heavy fighters in the top trio.
Yeah, and that's also a lot of AoE that can come in to punish short range. And while Corki is hyperskiller, Victor's hyperskiller, their range isn't terribly long. Their range is in leap strike range. So hey, K kind of there, sitting there, waiting for it right now.
Yeah, I also we get the Jarvan, which I think is risen in conversations around the world. If you're a League of Legends enjoyer, things that should not be have happened at Worlds, but I still really like this champion. I think it's so powerful in the setup it provides, and I think it's going to give you a lot of room to kind of be that forward caller for Team A, and we'll see if this Bard ends up coming through. But it was the bot lane focus from Team A in the second phase of bans, as well as the Aatrox and the Rel bans by Team B.
Yeah, and it's kind of slipped through. It is actually locked in, so
Yeah,
make
there
sure
you
to pick
go.
that one up. I don't hate it. I think it is good setup. We're talking about setting up for Victor. Bard's Temper Fate to set up for the Cataclysm for the Gravity Fuel that Victor puts down is kind of nice. So I'm really liking what Team A has dropped. They're still looking for a top laner type things together, but on Team B side, the Lucian, okay, that would be a good aggressive bot lane that could look to punish the Bard. I like the Braum into the Bard specifically in the laning phase.
Oh, that combo is so deadly. And, you know, it fell out of favor, but I feel like it's been making a comeback. I know I was talking to Cubby about it the other night, and he was saying how he's really appreciated the kind of rise that this combo has had, this kind of undersung, I guess. But the Lucian Braum, very powerful. That 2v2 going to kick off real nice for Array and Claritz after they had some really fun stuff in that game number 1. The Yorick is the hover. I think it might also be locked in here as the final pick for Team A. So giving Crimson some more side laning pressure.
Okay, and this one's interesting as well, actually, how these comps have kind of broken down. I know I called for a Yorick potentially for side lane pressure. I wasn't expecting it with this composition necessarily. And normally you kind of want to see like more team fight support a little bit, but given what we saw in game 1, I like that this is the alternate win condition. We picked the Yorick for the silent push. We have enough team fighting already. We don't need the Yorick. We don't need a top lane tank. We don't need a top lane carry. We've got enough damage. We've got enough engage. And into the Jax especially. Jax is a very unique champion in that he skills well. He split pushes incredibly well, but he's also very strong at the team fighting. So Team B also has ways to kind of deal with that. I think that the compositions are pretty evenly matched. If there is a big difference, I'm actually kind of looking at the Trundle potentially to come through that Munchie has picked up, because it shreds the tanks and it makes these fights a lot more violent, a lot faster, and a lot more about who gets the initial pick, who pulls the trigger first.
I see a lot of synergy on Team B's side of things. I think you can have a lot of follow up with the engages that you do have. I mean, the only thing that's a little bit difficult is one of the major engage tools is going to be the Jax, which you have to be able to land that mechanically. You have to have that wiggle room there. But on the other side, I do feel like, you know, things are a little bit more of a double-edged sword, right? Like there's not as many inbuilt synergies, but if you have an advantage, you can really propel that forward. Is that how you're feeling as well?
If they get an advantage, I certainly agree that Team A can kind of snowball from there. I just don't know if necessarily I'm expecting them to get the advantage.
Yeah.
They have easier engage tools. I think that is the big thing that stands out to me on that Team A composition. So a little bit easier to execute. There is potential for dyssynergy though. Bard kind of cuts both ways, and when you're talking about double-edged knives, that's the knife I'm looking at specifically. Where you're gonna slip, cut yourself, maybe slit your throat. You know, like it could go very poorly.
There's a lot of options, at least, you know, keeping your options open. That's what I like. Mixture trying to keep his options available to him. But I think we can take a little bit of time to talk about the big standouts from that game number 1, and maybe look at who we want to see focused on in that game number 2 that we're going to be getting here, because I think Samikin obviously on the Morgana looked really good in game 1. Some of the mechanics on the Team B side where they were coming together for these fights and things looked really nice. I think Array was playing like a bat out of hell, and I loved it. Which is really interestingly enough a focus maybe going into this one as well with the Lucian pick. But really, I think the tying piece together for that was Claritz on that Nico, finding a lot of those disengages with the Pop Blossoms, and now on the Braum, gonna have to be that big frontliner for Team B if you want to focus on Team A here.
Yeah, for sure. And I'll dip a little bit into TB as well, because I am looking at Ray, because it's a very different look from what I'm used to seeing from Ray. He's a team fight beast. I don't think of his laning necessarily, but it's not bad. His laning's not bad by any means. But with the Lucian as well, Lucian Braum specifically, I am looking at laning. So definitely some eyes on Array there. But for Team A, I am looking at their engages. Mixture and you specifically, because last game, I think Mixture did a fantastic job. I think you struggled a lot trying to find engages with the Wukong. My concern is J4 falls to me in a very similar vein as Wukong, that you're not going to get hyper tanky a lot of times on your first item. You are a little bit squishy. It's easier to engage, but we saw you got absolutely chunked looking for those engages. This time, I'd like for him to, you know, maybe be a bit more judicious about when he's going in, making sure that he's not just dropping the Cataclysm, creating terrain, and then his job and the fight's done, because it's kind of not. You still need to be there a bit longer. So yeah, my eyes are more on sort of the map play that we might get to see from Team A.
And something that I typically really like for the Jarvan is the kind of early pathing skirmish. I think you can have really fun level 2s that get
Sure.
you a bit of an advantage, even if you want to go for that level 3 gank somewhere, or invades that we typically see as well at the tier 1 level. But the problem is, into Trundle, like those early skirmishes are not going
Yeah.
to go your way, right? He puts the snow on the ground and you lose everything. So I think you really have to be really careful in terms of that early pathing and what kind of influence you can have earlier on in the game for this team. Because if he can get them to a place where they scale, where they get this Victor and Corki online, that's going to be the place of promise.
Yeah, or if you can just shut down that Lucian right from the get-go as well. I
Yeah.
think that serves dual purpose. It gets your Corki ahead, and also Lucian behind is kind of tough to play. Topside, if you get the Jax behind, you get K behind. Crimson already won his lane last time, and Yorick went ahead is a absolute sugar.
Is indeed. As we get to the level 1, as all Braum comps should. Braum is not in front, though. It's okay. It's not going to be too much else going on of it. They will know that something is afoot here. We'll try to play a little bit safe. You wonder if they want to go for some of that counter vision on the other side. Looks like they already have, so we will get the early jungle vision going through. Oh, little poke. 5 mini. Let's go. That's a dub.
So I think watching Team B and the way they just invaded, you're right. Like Braum not in front means you're not looking for kills. Like they were just trying to brute force their entrance there. Like what were you gonna do if you met somebody with K leading the charge? Like run at you with Counter Strike screaming?
Right. Did he even start Counter Strike? That would be funny. That I'm just gonna say, I know it's something small. That Foss Bomb, Clarence is gonna be hurting now. I mean, he loses like 200 health there in the end, and it should be okay. He does still have to heal with the Summoner Spellbook, but we'll see. He did start.
Yeah,
There you
most
go.
of the time, Jaxes do start the Counter Strike in lane, especially against melee champions. You just auto win those trades, and you can actually pressure a lot with it, kind of step up, and then level 2 you just kind of pick the W if you're trading heavily.
Ooh, trying to get mixture here. Does end up getting the concussive blows, but not too much damage to follow through on it. And yeah, Clarit's gonna take another big chunk. Also gets stunned into the wall. But this bot lane 2v2, I expect to be a lot of the focus earlier on, because it can get so spicy from Array and Clarit's side. And you also see that we will have you pathing down towards bot side.
Yeah, and with the pressure that Clarit's and Array are putting up right now, there could definitely be an angle to look for that early gank. Array already walking up to drop a ward. He knows if he's going to be pressuring that much, they need to stay safe.
Oh, I like this. Okay, take a look. We do end up seeing the wraparound path coming through from Munchie. He realizes he could maybe get something going early and try to do a counter gank setup. They have all the vision they can ask for, and he's going all the way around.
Yeah,
Sushi not realizing he's going to be stuck on the other side. Goes for the biscuits, though. Should be okay. And Clarice, he has to get out of that one. He had to burn Flash, or he was going to die to the Foss Bomb.
Okay, at least they got the flash out of Sushi, though. Topside, the trades went back and forth.
Oh, the minions. They're starting to do some work, and the undead are coming for you, Kay. Run away. He's going to be okay. He's fine. He's going to kill the undead. He will be okay. Now we have the counter gank coming in for the bot lane 2v2. They get first blood for Sushi. A wraparound, a counter wraparound from Mixture, and they end up finding the better of the 2v2.
But the wraparounds are not the same for Team B. Munchie had to really commit to that. He is really far behind right now. He gave up his entire top side. He's actually rushing to try and get something on Crimson to catch back up, whereas you just got a power farm. You didn't even have to detour to get that kill.
I mean, we see there's a lot being given here by Munchie, but if he can get this advantage going, he can get something back for the 10. Oh, he goes down. He is immensely behind now, but should still have his side of the jungle come out through once he gets back. But my goodness, that's going to feel good for Crimson.
Yeah, Happy was terrible for K. No fault of K's there. Bimini.
Oh, concussive blows. He has no mana. He's going to have to burn the flash now.
Oh!
Here comes you around the corner. Claritz has given his life forfeit, and it's just Team A running rampant here. 3 kills, 4.5 minutes in.
Is it Team A running rapid or is it Team B running it down? Oh dear, that is really unfortunate for Team B. Like I like the strategic calls they're making, and I understand Munchie committed so much to the bot side, which didn't pan out, that he felt like he had to overreach on that top side. But all of it's backfiring, and now K's in a really rough spot in the jungle as well. You get an even bigger advantage. Not only is he up multiple camps, but getting that extra kill to boot. And we talked about the bot lane. Array with the solution, the question was, hey, can you dominate lane the same way you dominate team fights? And now you're down that kill. Sushi is up on a Corki that can spike as well on that first item. That outscales the Lucian. The only disadvantage is maybe you can't quite match the range of the culling, but that's a single ultimate ability that Ray has. And I think Team A right now, they're sitting pretty. They can accelerate the game if they want. They can sit back if they want. They can do anything, but as long as they don't feed, they're kind of good to go.
And that's what we talked about from the draft too. We said if this comp has an advantage, oh, it's easy sailing, and they do have an advantage now. So we'll see how they can pilot that one, and see if that kind of communication around the objectives gets a little bit more clear from that game. Number one, as the all-in coming through, as concussive blows on the Sushi, a little bit extra damage from Array went on the Mixture. The magical journey is going to be there. Sushi taking a couple extra shots though as he goes through. Should be just okay, as now Yu has come down for yet another visit to somewhere on the map for Team A. He's gonna wait, try to get Clarice. Clarice has to try to get the W away, but is it gonna be enough to flash? And Sushi gets the kill. That's gonna be 2-0 for the gunslinger of Team A.
That's going to be 0-3 for Clarice. He's having a really rough time with it. Because he used to flash aggressively, everything has just been backfiring now. Trundle, Munchie.
Sure, gonna use the magical journey, get away. Uses the fat part of the wall to get extra distance. That won't be enough for Team B to get something back.
This is why we wanted to see Bard. This is why Bard can get so busted if you're good at him. He's just got so much things built into his kit. He's got the safety, he's got the heals. You know, he doesn't even have his ult yet.
Got the things, man. That's all you need.
Yeah.
Got the stuff. It's got the gumption. No, it really does provide some of the like, again, personality to support that I feel like is missing with so many other supports, in terms of like what you can do, the way you can use some of the angles that you get, and already finding a lot of impact has been Mixture. Now we are getting closer and closer to those first items. You're obviously going for the scaling of Phi Mini and the double scaling of the Corki and the Victor, but I still feel like you can have positive impacts earlier on. Gonna go for the dragon potentially here. The grubs are spawning here sooner rather than later as well, and gotta expect that Team A gonna have a bit of redemption on the objectives from last game.
Yeah, they won't be able to contest this dragon though, for Team B, so Team B is going to sit back on that. Team B, I mean, not all hope is lost. If you kind of look at the CS numbers, aside from Munchie, who really fell really far behind, Kay's doing a good job. Kay's actually kind of winning out the lane, despite Crimson getting that free kill on Munchie early on. And Samikin continues to be a force in the mid lane, often kind of getting pushed to answer. Crimson in the 1v2 right now. Should be fine.
Dash really well used from Array. They will also get the Maiden, while Sushi takes a heavy trade against K. Get a little bit of damage back. But we are all eyes on the grubs as Sushi. Let's get the Grandmasters out of K. This is a very dicey fight here. Meanwhile, we're setting up for like a 4v4 on top side too, as the grubs had been started, but immediately Team A is going to back away. You still holding around, but they have vision on this, so I think Team B going to feel confident to go ahead and take all of these grubs.
They have vision, but they don't have the best means to contest. Phi Mini with the Catalyst right now is not that team fight threat. On a ward.
He's out.
K deserves a mini Oscar for that. Just pretending like, oh, I'm just walking by. I don't know you're there. Oh, I happen to be close up. Leap strike. And then Sushi.
You ever thought about going to Hollywood? Mixture gonna need to act his way out of this one. Oh, the shockwave on top of it too. And finally, Team B gets on the board. The Arcane Storm had come through as well. Oh, you just throws down the standard, goes for the auto. The shield comes through from Samikin. Samikin's still alive. Clarice is also still alive, as Munchie is now going to be the focus of Team A. I can't believe nobody died there. Oh, but Kay's about to die. Crimson has showed up, said, hey, I heard you were bullying my bot laner.
But he just walked away, and it was K.
Yeah, he did walk away. The bully walked away.
I mean, K's just returning the favor from game one. Crimson bullied him game one. He's grown up, you know. It's the glow up.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's
You
always
know,
about perspective, isn't it, RMC?
it is, and how the tides turn, how the turntables. But yeah, K, you know, doing a good job. He actually traded really dangerously with Sushi. Came back to lane, still kind of kept even throughout that CS. Was doing fine for himself.
Mhm.
The grub takes as well. It's worth noting that Crimson didn't have teleport available. Did get pushed out by Array and Clarice. That combined with the catalyst from 5 Mini just meant that Team A couldn't contest for that. And that's within the game plan from Team A. They don't need a massive lead in the early game. It's nice if they get it. Like you said, the snowball can go really, really fast. But they are kind of waiting for their breakpoints really before they look for that big snowball. And their breakpoint, kind of like the 2-item for 5 Mini, but they could probably start getting rolling close to about 1.5 item. You know, when Sushi gets that Trinity Force, when used online, when Crimson can actually start to win out that 1v1.
And I do want to talk about that a little bit more because you grab this York for side lane pressure, but the Jax is very much in that same department. So I guess in this setup, it is really going to be kind of like the 4 and the 1s and figuring out how we end up getting those TP plays coming through. But do we have a clear favorite in the side lane as time goes on?
I'm actually not sure which side it kind of favors, because usually you just say Yorick, but Jax's skilling I think is actually better than the Yorick skilling as the game goes on. So that's kind of why I'm looking at Crimson to pop up sooner. Samakin lives again.
Okay. A little bit of a wonky setup. The tempered fake cape. There's slam dunk from you right onto Samikin. Now Mixture comes around to try to help out 5 Mini, but unfortunately Munchie finds himself in the midst of 4 members. Team A, he will be taken down. That'll be the second death to him, and they will try to get this mid lane push going as well. It's going to be a pretty bold back right there. Going to sacrifice Sushi. Okay, he's out, but I think Sushi might be in trouble. He's going to have to Valkyrie away with his fried eggs, and we now have a play coming through from Team A towards this top side invade.
Not even close, Mizel. Sushi had barrier, had flash. Make sure said you're good. If you're not, that's a you problem. But Team A, I'm getting a bit of deja vu from game one, because this was where I thought Team A really took off, was that they were rotating faster, they were getting the team together quicker, and they were just playing the map in general more efficiently, not committing as many resources, and when they did, they always panned out. And once again, Team A with the collapse, with the numbers advantage, and they're not losing out anything anywhere else either.
To wonder the contrast to the games where a lot of snowballiness, at least for Team B in that first game, and then now Team A also in that same position. You love to see those kinds of setups. We also have the Redemption already completed, and the Roa and the Sundered Sky for Team A. Okay. So it seems like they can just continue to push themselves forward. Not going to be anything to scoff at is this next dragon, because it could just mean that Team A continue to keep stacking the neutrals.
Okay, 10 seconds till it comes up. Team A currently in the area. They're getting the vision down. Does Team B want to contest this? Like you said, they have an item disadvantage right now.
It's going to be a full-on dive. Let's see. Crimson, what will your maiden do when you're gone? Maiden will also die. All right, well, we got our answer very quickly. The end of the story, and unfortunately, Crimson will fall, and this should just be a lot of plate gold going over. I don't think the turret just yet, but maybe on the next wave.
Yeah, there's nobody who can answer this. 5 Mini doesn't have teleport, so they're just going to let Array kind of take that down, get that solo go for the takedown, potentially. I don't know if it's enough time, because they took it fairly quickly, and meanwhile, Team A, as expected, secures the Drake since it was 0 contest.
You see some pressure from K in the mid lane. Finally, the turret will go down. So a lot of gold going to Array. It's going to be very nicely set up on this Lucian. I think it's a little bit undersung. Oh, a little bit undersung how strong Lucian can be in the right hands. And I know Array was pumping in that first game. We'll see if he can do so in this next game. But we do get the redeploys out. Pretty nice little lull state we have coming up here in the mid game.
Yeah, and with that turret going down as well for Team B, they've caught up in gold. It's pretty much dead even. This was that sort of spike that they were looking for. They were hoping to get it early, obviously, but they did fall behind Team A with Team A's better map rotations early on. So that next big fight is going to be very interesting. Most likely Herald at the rate we're going. I don't think Dragon comes up after the Herald. So I do want to see Team B actually contest that. You can't just keep ceding these objectives away to Team A. We saw how fast dragon stacking could be done. Heck, it was Team B who just insta-stacked those dragons in game 1, so they know how potent that can be.
Yeah, and especially that we have the mountain dragon, just giving some extra tankiness across the board is going to be really nice. I think the cloud dragon was pretty good for that game number 1. But now a little bit more upped ante of the dragon preference. Now we also have the double Trinity Forces completed on both teams. So you can see that Team B feeling a lot more confident to try to make plays as a team on the map. This will be the second time they kind of move out as Yu goes for the counter engage here with the Cataclysm, just throws his life in there and will escape, and they don't end up getting the kill for Team B. Mixture going to put himself in front of Team B though, as he needs to be a little bit careful. Look at Munchie, he's just looking for somebody to bite as Tempered Fate goes through. It actually hits the wall, keeping Munchie in the pit for a lot longer and ends up getting the kill. That was actually crazy as Mixture and the rest of the team cut through the magical journey, but it's a death trap. They end up getting caught there. Samykin finds the kill. They're going to try to catch down Crimson as well. Samykin is doing so much work on this Orianna now.
Well, that was fun. We wanted to see a fight, and I was expecting it Herald. We just randomly see it pop out over vision on the bot side of the map. And Sushi still wants to stick around. No culling available, no flash for Array, so I think he'll be fine with these trades. But these teams, yeah, they are good on these champions. You can see how skillful they are with this one, okay?
Oh, the gravity field, that's going to be the flash out, so still something of note there, but that will just be a positive trade for Team A.
And that's a lot of ultimates down, as Herald has spawned right now. The only ultimates kind of meaningful ones up is the Master of Arms that K has, the Jax ultimate available. And that just might mean that teams are going to play this a little bit slower, get the vision down, wait till those outs come back up, and then we might get to see them clash again. This time, everybody with the first items completed, it's going to look a lot closer, I think, than the fights have up to this point.
I'm here for it. I'm here for the nitty-gritty fights. Now, we do also have Array, who's already hit his full second item as he bypassed the boots. That's going to feel really good for the Lucian. We also get the side lane turret taken down by Crimson. He has the TP. The Rift Herald already started up by Team B.
Yeah, Team A just not in position to contest this whatsoever. The top side got shoved in, so Pi Mini couldn't really rotate. Mid lane as well, they're struggling. They don't even get into that turret. So Team B. That was really close as well. The only thing Team B is really losing out with this play is that bot side, right? Crimson got the outer turret. He's just pushing in, chunking away, which is a good answer from Team A, but it's just deferred gold right now for Team B.
It's a little bit of something back. We will see, though, that Rift Herald play can actually lead out to a lot for Team B if they use it correctly, as they're going to try to use a little bit of this pressure onto 5 Mini. They're going to get him down about half. He's going to try to buy as much time as he can for the TP coming in from Crimson, who's going to try to save his life. But 5 Mini just gets hit with a stick too many times. Gets the shutdown over to Munchie. And that will be Crimson coming in as reinforcements there to try to get a little bit of gold back with that outer turret. Meanwhile, Sushi needs to be a little careful in that mid lane trade.
But he gets out even with Clarit's reinforcing Array at the end there, and Team A able to find a turret. It's answered by K, who's been left alone in the bot lane. Is this kind of like a low-key, not quite base race, in a race?
I still just can't believe that they were within like 1,000 gold or less, and there were shutdowns on like 3 people of Team A. That's crazy. Like, it went away now because they have the lead. They like took the lead back, but that was insane. I was like, how did he have a shutdown? He was 1-0-1. Sushi now gonna be a little worse for wear. Doesn't have the flash. The Tempered Fate comes through, but as Yu goes in, so now Yu in some trouble. Double CC with the Cataclysm, and now the Gatling gun has started spinning. It's like we're watching The Last Samurai all over again. Meanwhile, we have the big shockwave coming in from Samykin. He does get the trade back.
Honestly, these samurais cut hard. They got through the Gatling gun. They found another kill on the back end of it. Make sure sacrificing himself for the cause. Their shockwave being used by Samykin, though, does mean it's not available for the dragon. K on that top side without a teleport. There's an opportunity here for Team A to keep on stacking those drakes.
They absolutely can. And we saw it lead out for Team B and a big advantage in that game number one. But the thing is now you have this Rift Herald available. So it can be a distractionary tool, at least from Team B's favor. They can try to get a little bit of gold back, but the Dragon's already going to be started up by Team A.
Ooh. K's TP just came back up, and he's using it immediately to get this fight.
Crimson not ever going to be able to join this one. So that's a little bit troublesome for Team A, as they will just not have the same amount of bodies, and that Dragon should just go over to Team B.
Okay, wants more. He wants kills on top of the Dragon. Make sure.
Oh, make sure overextended. He's going to have to pop that magical journey and get away. Samikin always looking for the shockwave, trying to use some of the vision play here as well. Wasn't able to find the shockwave he wanted, but they did find the Dragon that Team B was looking for.
So I'm looking really loving how random this game's getting. Like, it feels like
It's crazy.
it's a spinner, right? Like, we're looking at Cave split pushing topside with no TP. We're like, oh, okay, teammates got this. And then TP comes up, he comes down, and Crimson leaves. So literally just flipped on a dime, and it was suddenly Team B in position for that while Crimson's trying to split push. Unfortunately, Crimson was shoved all the way into his turret. He was actually answering a push. So they don't find anything in exchange for that. And Team B, not only did they get the Dragon, you saw Ray in the mid lane as well, pushing on that turret with the wave. Team B has answered the early map movements from Team A really well with their wave control here in the mid game.
And now we've switched positions again, as we're going to get the side lane push from Crimson in the bot side, try to pull the attention of Team B to this side of the map, as the Atacon was down here, and they are threatening the startup, meaning that Team B is going to circle around and try to get as much vision over here as they can.
I think Team B are kind of okay with the direction Team A took.
Oh, God, Kay. I don't know if you realized all five of them were going to come out of the bush right there. He does have to leave strike away. Cataclysm comes in. He's out of there. Tempered Fate came in. The Glacial Fissure goes completely wide from Clarice. The Tempered Fate bought so much time, but Kay goes back in with the fight. Shockwave from Samikin. My God, get this man on a team already, please.
He is on a team, and it's called Blue Honor. Oh my goodness. Samikin, well, it was Blue Honor. Samikin with the 4-man shockwave, absolutely disgusting, and it's perfect timing for for Team B as well. You can see K getting the turret with that Herald. We're talking about using it as a distraction. They just use it as a follow-up tool. They're going to get kills, they're going to get turrets, they're going to get Atacon to boot, and just like that, Team B blows up the game once again in the mid-game.
My God, we were even talking about how, oh, he went with the Orianna this game. It's not anything spicy. He's not looking for any of that spicy. No, he's looking for spice. It's just looking a little nice now, as it's a 4-man shockwave, beautifully set up. And he didn't even really have a ball delivery system. It was literally just him doing it.
Yeah, hand delivered, hand signed, and hand crafted for man. We do have a pause here. I wouldn't be surprised, Mazel, if it is a coach pause coming in.
Got to recircle the troops after that one. They're even flashbang.
Yeah, it's a
that was incredible.
And the game was so close right up to that point. The gold was pretty much dead even. And if anything, Team A felt like, you know, they were in control a little bit more. They're the ones who were getting to the objectives first, setting up the vision a little bit better. But Team B, just one fight kind of turns the tides. And it's particularly bad for Team A that happened as well, because K continues to scale up and be an absolute monster. Samikin is now fully online. Leandri's completed, and he's only going to get stronger from here. Fine Mini, yes, has 2 items as well. But it feels like the burst damage is more critical with how low the health bars are for both these teams. Yes, Crimson's a little bit tanky, but with Munchie subjugating as well, we talked about it in draft. Whichever team kind of pulls the trigger first could very well win these fights. And right now, Samikin's got the bigger gun.
Actually incredible. Just like that, I mean, the game blows up, and it was literally like dead even, continuously fighting for the advantage, and now almost a 4,000 gold lead for Team B off the back of that one. It's been a heck of a day for Samikin, but I got to give props to the other players around him as well. I think K has been one of the most annoying Jaxes, and that's a good thing to Team A. Being able to just kind of wiggle and be that frontliner on the other side of Clarice. And I think it's a holistic team effort, and those setups are really nice for Samikin to kind of capitalize on. But now we got to talk about Team A. You got to regroup, recover, and get back in this game.
Yeah, and in that fight as well, it's worth noting sort of the split focus that happened with that fight. The way Mixer landed Tempered Fate on majority of the players, but the team kind of focused on K instead. And granted, yeah, you can't hit people while they're in stasis, but Team A, I felt like overchased on K to the point where they weren't in position to capitalize when they came out from that stasis, where normally you could try and get a little bit closer, position the AoE ready to go, at least force some flashes right out the bat, but that kind of didn't happen. And it's got to be frustrating, for Make Sure when he's landing these big ultimates and the team can't or isn't necessarily following up. And for Team A, it's like maybe it's a comms thing that they kind of need to sort out. Maybe that's why there's a bit of a timeout. The coach is making sure that, hey, we're all on the same page. They still have ways back into this game. 3,500 gold is not GG just yet. And we talked about whoever pulls the trigger first. That's what happens when you don't have a lot of health and a lot of damage instead from both sides.
Now we see Team B stepping out to try to take away as much of Team A's jungle as they can. And those two items couldn't come quickly enough for Team A. I know that's something you set for them to really keep an eye out on. Really waiting, as now we did get that second item completed. And it will end up being a lot of emphasis down towards this bot side of the map. The side lane still will be something to kind of keep an eye on. But we do have a dragon in about a minute and 20.
Yeah, the ping pong up this top lane. It's no longer Cave and Crimson laning against each other. It's taking turns, right? Like it was
Marco
Crimson's turn
Polo.
to push. Yep, now it's K's turn. Marco Polo. K's pushing now, and that's kind of the timer I think that Team B is playing on. Clarice might have overstayed as well from.
He might just be baiting them though. Yeah. Into the setup here with the shockwave onto two, at least the Maiden and Crimson. They are going to be counter engaging this one with the TP as well. Crimson just dies to the guns from Array. The killing spree goes over to Array's Lucian.
21 gun salute. I'm actually a little bit shocked as well that nobody on Team A just stood back a little bit to body block.
Like, you have a Maiden, right? Right? Oh, you is going to go down under turret to K, and I think that this Jax has a weapon, and I think it might be real.
He's got two, Trinity Force and Sundered Sky. Man, that is a bit of a yikes coming through as well. You asked earlier, Mazel, Jax or Yurik, how does that matchup go later? I'm telling you right now, K versus Crimson apparently goes K's way.
Seems like it. 2 games in a row, K has gotten the better of Crimson in the long run, at least. That's got to give a huge boost of confidence to K, who, when we were coming into this one, we were wondering what version of him we were going to get, what kind of performance we were going to get from K. And so far has been really good. A gritty performance in game number 1 on the Jace. And now on this Jax. Gonna just be a menace. Now, their dragon did spawn, by the way. We don't care about that. We care about topside. And both teams setting up around the Baron pit.
Okay. Portal to get Mixer to safety, but 5 mini is not safe.
He has flash. He has the rest of his team there. Doesn't end up popping it just yet. Gonna save it. The Will of Steel right now. Hey, with the shockwave on top of it. Oh my god, it's a 4-layer cake, and it just got smashed in Team A's face.
That is not K. That is very not K for Team A. And I love the fact that, K just man-moded that. He just kept on chasing. He had the Seeker's Arm Guard kind of ready to go there. And yeah, was just willing to pull the trigger, knowing that he'd be safe, the team would be able to follow up. Beautiful setup that time. That is not Samakin hand delivering it. That was the ball delivery system from K to get in there. And that's why they ignored the Dragon, Mizel. They had their eyes set on the Baron, and they knew they found any sort of pick. That's Baron, that's turrets, that's potentially a base broken, and the game set up for a Team B win.
I mean, that's a highlight reel. That's a poster right there from K. That was absolutely brutal with the flash, with the Seekers. Just incredible stuff from K. And yes, the follow-up from Samikin was there too. Now Crimson's in some trouble. Caught in the side lane. And caught with the advantage of Team B. Mixture. He's going to go through his magical journey, but I think his magical journey might just end in his death. K getting so much healing from the Sundered Sky. He will end up falling, though. Clarice will be soon to join him. Here comes Samikin. He's looking for his own angle. The Arcane Storm had come through, though, so doesn't want to weather the storm. And it will be Team A getting something back.
Look, I know Orianna 1v3 doesn't sound good, but I saw Samikin, I saw Flash. That's all I'm saying.
The sombrero was there. He just didn't want to put it on.
Fair enough. But the fact that Kay and Clarice survived as long as they did, got the kill, actually brute force it and almost took out Sushi, just shows how strong they are. And they're still going to be able to pick up the dragon when all is said and done. So yeah, Team B really flexing their muscles. You has to flash to get the safety.
Yeah, a little bit troublesome there. Is not having that flash. Can't do the cool little combos. Oh, Temper Fate goes wide. It's okay. We'll get it back. We'll get it back. We'll come back again. And so until then, the siege is going to be there. I mean, the Baron buff is still up for another minute and a half on Team B. We really want to see how they utilize this and see if they can get any lasting damage into any of these lanes.
Yeah, so far, they've been focused a lot on fighting, but now they're actually sieging up. The siege composition from Team B isn't the strongest. They would ideally like to look for the split push, but K's wave is really far away right now. I don't know if this sort of 1-2-2, 1-1-3 that we're seeing is the most efficient way to do it. It's working though. Teammate can't clear out the siege minion. Okay, finally. It took a long time.
And now the siege continues because there's really nothing that Team A can do to stop Team B from sieging them for the next 53 seconds. And Array has had a big impact here as well on the Lucian, even with this lack of range. Still going to be on almost 4 items now, too. Probably the most far ahead in terms of item differential on Team B. But we did see another turret falling in favor of K in the side lane. So that's going to be that extra gold from the side lane tier 2. It's still 30 seconds. It feels like forever. It's the longest minute of your entire life. And it just seems to keep going Team B's way. 10,000 gold up now.
If it feels that way to us, Mazel, imagine what it feels like to them. You!
Like, doesn't it ever stop? Doesn't anything respawn? No, it doesn't. And you will go down again. Team B expertly cleaning up this game after a very rough and tumble start to it. It's been all their way the entire time since.
Yeah, and for you, that was the longest minute of his life, followed by the shortest 5 seconds of his life, as everything just dogpiled in, blew him up. Their base is in absolute shambles right now. Baron finally expires, Mazel. But what does Team A have left? K is teleporting right back to that top side. He wants to finish that off.
Oh.
Reeds, he's surviving this.
Oh, he still didn't hit the tip of fate. Man, come on. Somebody just step in it, please. Just let him do it. He's going to get it. As we do see the side lane push was definitely still there from K. They will finally back off. Felt like they might have stayed a little too long as K is going to be ran down by 5 minutes. Gets his back stopped. You still have about 2 minutes for yet another dragon coming up. Baron also going to be there as well.
I don't know if Team B needs to do dragons. They could just group up 5-man that top side. They've got supers pushing in mid and bot right now. For Team A, it feels like they've got one last big fight left in them. And that's kind of the issue, I feel like, for Team A this game. We talked about pulling the trigger earlier. Even if you're behind, 2, 3, 4,000 gold, you can still win fights. But Team A just hasn't been able to find the end gauge. Mixture's been trying, but nothing's landing. And once again, he had a fantastic early game. Those ganks were great. But where's the engage coming out? I've not been seeing those cataclysms.
Yeah, he hasn't been able to find the right combo. See if he can get the delivery system going for the Arcane Storm. As he's out there trying to get as much gold as he can. Mixture just completed his back, but the siege has come back to town, and it's not like a circus. You're not happy it's here, but they are going to be happy to get an engage on the K, potentially going for that counter. They do get a lot of damage out of him, but he won't go down in the end. The siege will resume. Tempered Fate going wide again from Mixture. Trying to buy some time for the turret, but the turret will still end up falling. The inhib, the only thing left up here in terms of a base for Team AK. Trying to find Yu. Yu's in trouble. That arms goes through. Yu trying to get away now, but he can't. He's just smacking him on the back of the head over and over again with a lamp post. That's going to be another big shockwave from Sammy Kid, who only has 1 death across 2 games, and it is a dominant return to form for Team B in game 2. They are looking dominant today.
The fountain! In the fountain. There's nowhere safe for Sushi or any member of Team A as Team B closes this one out clean. And Mazel, after watching that, all I can think of is that's one of the most violent clubbing experiences I've ever seen. Munchie and K. Just the troll club and the lamppost. Whack, whack, whack.
It's insane, man. Just take sticks and hit people over and over again. That was the compositional strength of Team B. What a dominant performance. The big kicker in all of this, and maybe people forgot already, I can't forget ever, the massive shockwave from Samikin. The game was so dead even, and from that one fight, they gained a 3,000, 4,000 gold lead, and it just propelled them forward. So big shout out to Samikin, big shout out to Team B for being able to take that advantage and run away with it.
Yeah, it's no mean feat either for Samikin to have the second highest damage on the team as the Orianna, and that close to Array as well. A lot of times we see the big shockwave, but that's kind of the bulk of the damage for the Orianna. But Samikin consistently pumping out the damage with the autos, with the dissonance over and over again. Heck, we kept talking about K, but K wasn't doing the damage. He was just a distraction in a way. The real work was being done by Array, by Samikin, and Array still pumped out a lot of damage. I was actually wondering a little bit, how much damage did Array do? Because with the Lucian, if you're not winning early, a lot of times the mid game it tends to bog down, but Array was still gunslinging away, getting all the rotations out. And props to Sushi on the other side, because his Corki, that damage number is pretty darn big for a short range AD carry who's playing to this many threats.
Yeah, and it was truly about the Sushi 5 mini combo, and we were wondering how they could kind of keep their head above water until they became strong enough. Unfortunately, we just had barely seen them get to that third item, and you really, really want to be at that scaling potential if you're on that composition side of things. So really good execution from both sides, I think, in those early games. I love that you had pointed out kind of the togetherness that a lot of those calls had for them, right? Like the movement around some of those objectives, knowing when to kind of seed that pressure around is really nice to see, and a little bit of a level up from both sides from that game number one too. Still a lot of the chaos that you know and love in this kind of setup, but still really good performances across the board.
Fair enough. And yeah, that clutch factor, that just seems to be what's bringing Team B over the line over and over and over again, right? It's knowing that critical moment breaking things open. So that's the only thing I think I'm really lacking from Team A right now is that clutch moment. Like you said, the early game looked really good. The rotations were strong. The mechanics are certainly there. Thankfully, Mazel, we're not quite done this block yet.
We are. 3
games.
games.
It's a block of 3. So we've got one more to come through, one more chance for Team A to really bounce back and find that win. And because it is a full fearless draft mode, these champions, we won't see them again. And maybe we start getting into a little bit more of the pocket picks to come through.
True. I want to see what Crimson has in store for K, because I think it's been 2 games in a row where K has just gotten the better of him. And I know Crimson's going to be holding that and wanted to get a little bit of revenge there. So I'm really excited to see what that has in store for us, what the picks for game number 3 are going to be looking like. I think that's going to be it. We're going to take, I believe, a little break here while we get ready for that game number 3, and we'll see you there. Welcome back, everyone, to the Cyto GG Path to Pro with a special shout out to Blue Otter as we are getting into things for the final game of the first set, game number 3. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by RMC, and we've got Nomad behind the sticks. And we are getting into game 3 where Team A will be back on that blue side. We'll get Team B on red side. So far, 2-0 for Team B, looking dominant as ever.
Yeah, but Mazel, it's not the easiest of games for Team B right
No.
now. Especially the early games have sometimes gone Team A's way a little bit. So yeah, we talked about wanting to see a bit more clutch from Team A. Well, from Team B, I wonder if we get to kind of see them really take over the early game because I do feel like they had some favorable lanes, especially last game. Right, Array had the Lucian matchup, Samakin had the Oriana matchup, but neither of them really walked away with like massive leads.
Yeah, exactly. And it was until that big fight, that big shockwave in the mid lane. That's where
Oh
really
man.
things blew open. Until then, it was literally just neck and neck fighting, and the gold lead representing that. But we got to think about what that game 2 had and what we want to see differently in game number 3. It is fearless, obviously, so we won't see any of these same picks here, but more so talking about Team A. What do you want to see from them? Who do you want to see from them? Where are your big spotlights going here, RMC?
I kind of want to see Crimson get counterpicked and actually just get a chance to smash lane. Even in game one, he picked the Rumble, right? So it
Mm.
wasn't really like a counter by any means. And in game two, um, well, he did pick the Yorick, so I guess that kind of was his counter, but it didn't really feel like a counter to me for against Jax. It felt like more,
Yeah.
we're just gonna do different things and try and find our way around. I like to see a carry champion from you specifically. He's now played
Okay.
Itodi twice. It's the Wukong in game one, and then the J4 in game two. So I'd kind of like to see that a little bit. From Samakin, I'd like to see a Zoe. We're not going to see that. It's permabanned, but I'd like to see a
Mm.
Zoe.
Yeah, true. That would be
that,
nice.
yeah, that would be really nice. And I think other than that, oh, tell you what, I'd love to see an assassin from Munchie.
Okay,
Again,
okay.
don't know if we'll see it, but
Kiana? Kiana? Anybody Kiana? No. We did see that. I'm
possibly,
just saying we saw the Zed ban last
True, yeah.
game. So maybe a little bit of foreshadowing there. But yeah, I'd be very curious. I think the bot lane has been spicy as ever. I love that both teams have been really emphasizing on to try and get that prio in bot lane and continuing to face off. I do wonder if we continue to get that because we have had some of those really big 2v2 focused lanes taken away now. Still a lot of big engaged champions on the board because we have had some interesting picks. At least the Nico and the Bard already had coming through from one side of things, and trying to whittle that champ pull down to see how much influence it brings.
Yeah, and that just leaves all the engaged supports up. It's a little bit more boring to see the engaged supports, but they are staples for a reason. I'd be super excited if we just saw like another enchanter come through, Lulu or Janna or something with like a
Blitzcrank
Jinx.
and Pike are still up. That's all I'm
Yeah,
saying.
true,
So,
true. That would be really spicy. And those are answers into enchanters as well, right? So
yeah.
we do see an enchanter, we might see the Blitzcrank, we might see the Pike come through. Unfortunately, I suspect we're just going to see engaged supports at this
Yeah.
point. Yeah, Mixture and Clarice have had their moments to shine. So, it's time to go back on the engaged supports
Time
that
to
we're seeing.
buckle up and do the job. All right. Got this.
Yep.
Sign into work. No, it's always interesting. It's again that same conversation we were talking about earlier of like the personality that certain picks bring and some more of the team effort that others do. We'll see what they end up going with. I still think they've been extremely influential, good and bad, in both
Yep.
games already, and trying to get involved as quickly as possible for Mixture and Claritz has been a key target.
Yeah, and I'd love to see Sushi as well, perhaps get a bit more setup from his team because I think Sushi's played really well given the situations he's been in. Again, the Corki game, Corki's a short range champion. Yes, he's got the missile barrage and his ultimate. That's his main sort of poke spell, range spell. But the Gatling guns, the Phosphorus bombs, he's actually in pretty short range. His auto attack range is amazing either, and he's still pumped out the damage. Now
Yeah.
imagine what he could do if you gave him a champion and actually built around that champion, give him like a Jinx. Well, Yunar's already out. That was played by Array in game one. I mean, give him maybe like a misfortune with setup, right? Like he could absolutely pop off, and I'd love to see him maybe get that chance to shine a bit more.
And I think maybe a little bit of a spotlight deserved to Mini, who hasn't had the answer. I feel like that maybe you'd want into Samikin. We always knew it was
Mhm.
going to be a tough matchup in that mid lane. Samikin definitely one of the burgeoning stars in tier 2 as well. Mini trying to make his own, but I also still want to go back to that fact where I always really appreciated when Mini was on kind of engaged centered or kind of follow through and centered champions, and maybe we get something like that. I know that those main picks have kind of fallen out of favor, but maybe he gets the Talia to really like ramp up with
Yeah.
that jungle combo as well.
And I think I still think Talia is meta enough that she's fine. Heck, we've seen her in some of the other blocks of the combine
Yeah.
have great effectiveness. You know,
Was banned
global.
away as well earlier.
True, yeah. In game two, I feel like the mid lane bans did kind of fall off. Even Samakin really only got the Zoe thrown
Yeah.
at him, and then that was kind of left as is. So yeah, I think 5 mini Talia is definitely an option. With 5 mini, I just want to see something that scales a little bit earlier, right? Because we've seen the Rise, but you need 2 items. We've seen the Victor, but Rod of Ages means you also still need the 2 item power spike. Roughly, not so much because you need the second item, but Rod of Ages takes time to stack up and tends to max out at the same time as your second item. So he's just kind of been sitting there scaling, and then by the time he scales up, his team's already deep in the doo doo. So maybe something with the Talia, Ari, where he can pop off a little bit earlier. Heck, even a Yone, I think that'd be fine, right? Like 1 item
Mm.
power spike gets him into the game a lot quicker.
Yeah, I could see that for sure. I always am down for the earlier skirmishing comps, the ones that get a little bit crazy, especially around those first objectives. We actually saw a little bit of slower takes, kind of the gives across some of those neutral objectives in that
Yeah,
game number two differently than I think that game number one. So maybe talking about how these teams have approached the objectives, I think goes a lot to what these combinations have led out to. We've seen a lot of the strength from Team B around those kind of quick decisions in team fights. And I do wonder if we're going to continue getting that here. We're getting into our game number three. It is 2-0 already for Team B. And this will be the final game of the first set of the day.
teammate back onto the blue side with the mandatory Zoe ban. They're not even trying to hide it. Same thing with the Belveth. And now the bans really started because they did change up their bans for 2 and 3 in terms of what they wanted to do there. Poppy being taken away is interesting. There's so much engage, but that tells me that Team A wants to be proactive. They want to be the ones with the engage.
I kind of like that. It is going to be continued jungle focus from Team B, though. They really don't want to give you any chances on some of these picks. Going to take away the Belveth and the Vi. The final ban is going to be the Renekton from Team A.
Okay, that was one thing that we saw Team B actually ban on the blue side, so it almost feels like it's good, but it's not first pick worthy, so we just don't want to give that over and get our choice of the first pick. And Bessa now being taken away from Crimson as well, and Mazel, that is a 5 mini champion that we
It is.
plenty of times.
It's
Meta,
not
it's strong.
really meta. It is. It's like falling out a little bit, I feel like. But I love it. It's exactly what I wanted. It's what the doctor ordered, and I'm not a doctor. But the Azir is going to be super important for 5 mini to just be unlocked in terms of shot calling and kind of leading the charge in some of those Shurima shuffles. It is very strong answers, though, coming out from Team B already as the Aurora Kaisa, a lethal duo already locked in.
Yeah, a lot of burst potential already. And with Trundle off the table, this does mean that Team A can look to pick up a couple of tanks, which is a traditional answer into the likes of the Aurora and Kaisa burst. Tristana is not meta right now. It's not traditional. That's coming in. Loki as well, by the way. 5mini's been playing a lot of Tristana. It's not going mid because of the Azir, but I'm just saying that could have been a 5 mini flex.
Traditionally, I do feel like the Tristana has some of that fighting potential into the Kaisa too. They're also going to steal away the Nautilus. I think that's really huge as well. Very good combination with the Kaisa, and also gives you that all-in potential with the Tristana. We'll see what the final lock-in 14P in the first phase is going to be.
Munchie right now with the Pantheon.
Pantheon, okay.
Okay. It's also worth noting it is a flex. K played it in the top lane in the first block of the combine. So depending on what the matchup is in the top lane, it could still be flexed there. I do like in the jungle though, especially with the Kaisa and the Aurora. That's a lot of point and click burst damage, and you already know you're playing into Tristana and into Azir already. So both of those are vulnerable to just a point and click stun along with the global.
And you want to take away, if it is going to go jungle, you want to take away as many counters and as many CC champs as you can into that. They already take away the Skarner. They're going to take away potentially the Sejuani as well. We already see on the other side of things for Team A, though, they are going to take away all the supports that you possibly could answer with, at least in the Alistar, and I guess not a support, but the GP going to be the final ban out of nowhere.
So are they trying to force a Leona potentially then? Like there's still Leona
like
and Rel, right?
Rel, no, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I think the Rel is pretty decent.
Yeah. So I'm not huge on the Alistair ban, honestly, to come through. And I'm curious, if there's like a specific reason why they wanted it. Maybe the Unbreakable was a little bit too dangerous. Yeah. Well, for now though, Kasante being hovered for the side of Crimson locked in. So that's a little bit tankier, and you kind of do need a little bit more off that front line. The Kiana.
No way. No way.
Do it, you.
Come on. Please. Give it to me. You've been watching LPL, you?
It's locked!
Are you one? Let's go. He's locked to the Kiana. We got what we wanted. RMC, we literally labeled it out. We got what we wanted. We wanted 5 mini on some sort of engage style champion. We wanted synergy between the other teams. We wanted an assassin jungle for you. And we get it, baby. Let's go. It is a Garen on the other side, so a little bit of spice on that side of things as well. And man, I am here for it.
Yeah, we'll get to the Garen, Mazel, but for now, let's talk Kiana as well, because I didn't know. I was not expecting this. I didn't think you played this champion, and I'm not that familiar with her. I know she's a burst champion. I know she's an assassin. I'm more familiar with her mid lane. So, Mazel, talk to me. Whisper to me the secrets of the Kiana jungle.
Win game. That's it. You're literally like you have to land your ultimates, right? And we've seen some of the best teams in the world, i.e. Tarzan for AL, not land any ultimates and still win the game. But it is something where you really have to coordinate with the team. I think that's going to be really important, but you need to find leads, right? And you are so strong. You are so independent in a lot of ways. Your invades are so potent, but you can't get locked down, and you have to know your angles. And that's why I love the rest of the comp. And that's why I love Phi Mini on the Azir, because he is that setup potential. You can use the Supreme Display of Talent into the Azir wall and have that CC chain go off. And I think it's going to be really important to see how these two guys link up, but also that addition of mixture in there too.
For sure. And I just like the fact that Yu's on an actual carry, right? He's not setting up for nobody this time. Other people are setting up for him to pop off. Now, it is a little bit dangerous because you mentioned CC being an answer to Kiana, and there is a Pantheon.
There's a lot.
Yeah, it does get kind of dicey, especially I'm sure.
And the silence from Garen's not going to be fun.
True. Just between that and Spin to Win's already going to be really, really rough. She is very squishy, and Garen does a lot of damage. And that's, speaking of, talk about Garen. Because I actually like Garen into Kasante. When Kasante goes all out, he loses health. He puts himself in the danger zone. And Garen's execute is true damage. So once you're in the range, you're dead, right? And that's kind of why you pick the Garen, that you're able to kind of answer and get a lot of pressure. The problem with Garen has been his team fighting. But I don't know if team fighting is the focus of this particular game, especially from Team B. Nothing about their comp screams to me team fight. Like, do I expect to see them together? Yes, because I expect them to converge on the same dead body. There's a lot of pick potential, a lot of burst power, a lot of dive as well to come through. So Team B, I feel like they're the ones now picking a little bit of a harder to execute composition. The idea is easy, but it will test them a bit more mechanically.
That's what I wanted to talk about. It is absolutely a higher bar of execution. But it's one of those comps that if you can pick people in the side lane, like nobody can show their face overextended or they will die, right? You have so much mobility, you have so much catch out potential as well, so much join up potential. And I think that's super important to highlight for Team B. And they're kind of setting themselves up where if they do have that bar of execution reach, they will have a very, very powerful and stable comp together. And I do like that both teams are kind of leaning on different strengths going into a game 3.
Yeah, that pop-off potential for Team B, man. It just feels like so much their style from what we see in this block, where they don't necessarily need to win early. They don't necessarily need to play front to back. What they need is that magic moment. And they've got a lot of tools now to make that magic moment. But Team A, you know what? They've been trying to play team fight all the time, and I don't hate it. I think the idea is there. They've just had to answer back a bit of the magic. But now with the Azir for 5 mini, that's something that can make those magic moments for themselves, make the plays. You on this Kiana that we talked about as well. That one is going to be the big wild card, the joker in this composition for Team A. He's going to be one introducing variance to the team. Now, it works really well, and like you said, just pick Kiana and win, right? Like that can be possible, but that's in the LPL, Mazel, and we got to think about the other side of it.
Sometimes it's not. It is a kind of differing bar of execution. A lot of individual pressure going on to you, and that's where I really want the team around him, and like you had mentioned, to really figure out how to play around him, because he can be aggressive. Yes, Pantheon has some really good skirmishing potential there, but the Kiana does just have flat out damage if he can whittle around that shield and things, that the invades can look good. And if you have the connections of Mixture and Fi Mini moving with you, I think that's going to be extremely powerful for them. So really need some of that synergy to come together for them in this one, and hopefully for the kind of final showing of this first block for all these players.
You know, Rizal, you've completely sold me on this. I am definitely keeping an eye on you, Kiana, this game.
We'll see.
Invading
We'll
on the
see.
Pantheon.
We'll see.
Yeah.
There's also the potential for it to not do much. So, that's
No,
where,
no,
like,
you don't back out, Rizal. You sold me hard on this.
if you don't snowball, but I said from the beginning, if you don't snowball, I think it can be very difficult to find any promise. And we've seen that, like, assassin junglers, if they aren't using their advantage properly and efficiently, that it cannot go well. But it is a very good champion. And there's a reason why it's found a lot of wins. So we'll see.
Well, without, we are on to the Rift for the final game of this block. But folks, there is another block after this one. The Combine is running 2 blocks a day. There'll be a brand new set of players coming on as well. So make sure you stay on to watch that one. So far, no action, but they are positioning kind of aggressively. Just little bits of love taps left and right.
Love Taps loses like a quarter of his health there. That's a tough love. As Samikin's about to get the tough love from a giant anchor. I think Samikin might just be dead to rights. He's just getting washed out here, gonna flash away. Sidesteps, does make it away. So really nice reservation from Samikin. Will still end up burning that flash though.
You know, that is actually really impressive from Samikin to not panic, to hold that flash for the anchor toss. And the moment the Dredge line came up, then and only then did he flash. He took damage, but none of it's meaningful. I say that, but he actually built Bolt Summoners. TP back to lane to get there in time.
Gonna try to keep the advantage, because again, if Fi Mini is free to move, then that's gonna be a lot of trouble going Munchie's way, and I don't think Samikin wants to let that happen. And we have seen Samikin get the better of that mid lane matchup so far today.
Sure, that is fair. I think Fi Mini's been not losing his lane, but he's also not usually getting that much pressure, unfortunately, to back you up. And like we said, you know, we've seen you before on day 1, block 1, and he did really, really well with winning lanes. But without the winning lanes this time, he has been a bit more exposed, a bit more vulnerable. For now, though, no early invade to come through. You is just trying to clear his side of the jungle. Both the junglers are getting, you know, fairly half health, low-ish invadable territory. If any of the lanes can get an advantage so far, it's only K really pressuring and pushing up.
And we really haven't seen any of those 2v2 trades that we've been seeing all day long so far just yet. And as I say that, we're going to get what I wanted. Speak about it and it happens. You will it into existence, RMC.
Yeah, you're just manifesting it.
We will end up seeing a little bit of an interesting setup here where the back got completed by you, as now the 2v2 actually going to continue to kick off. The Shattering Strikes did so much work there. Bomb going to get a little bit of damage back. But you had reset, got the longsword, and is now coming back down towards his bot side clear, but the invade had already been started up by Munchies.
Yeah, it took a bit longer for Samikin to get that push going, but he did make it happen. Now you potentially looking for a gank in the bot lane. No ward spot him out.
Interesting. So he actually just bypassed all of his jungle, just going to go for the team play. They try to get the CC as he does get the freeze, but it's not enough damage. Mixture goes in and first blood to Sushi. Here comes Munchies, though. You got to get out alive. They've got to try to get out with Array, jumping them down too. Mixture getting low. That's going to be a nice turnaround. And what did I say, RMC? The champion's damn good, because it does a lot of damage. But now Samikin, another member, comes in, and I don't know if they're going to have enough to get out of this one. CC chain comes through, and you will go down as a really nice flash from Munchies. Sushi go for the reset. He gets away, but the spear claims his life, and a double kill for Munchies.
And the bot lane 2v2 became a bot lane 2-4-2. Mazel, as everybody just dog piles in, we might see more. Mixture with the Titan's Wrath, just going to shield himself, will be fine. But absolute bloodbath in the bot side. And it feels like every time, again, we talk about the clutch ability. Hold up, okay. Yeah, okay, it's fine. We talk about the clutch of Team B. Even that team fight was clutch from Team B. They walk out with the slightest of leads, and their AD carries the one left alive. Sushi goes down. Array gets the extra bit of minions, the extra wave shoved in.
And I do appreciate Yu's angle. Unfortunately, just a little bit of an overextension. And now you're in a lot of hurt, because Pantheon already has a call fields. He's 2-0, and you will not win any of those skirmishes any longer. So I think Munchie, who has had the better end of Yu's kind of jungle matchup so far today, is going to be able to pressure as much as possible here in the earlier game. And I think it's really going to be up to Team A's lanes to come help bail you out.
Yeah, at least the lanes are kind of doing well for themselves. Mini taking advantage of that roam. Crimson as well, happy to kind of sit in this bot lane, can play low econ, just be an absolute unit later on, rely more on tankiness and actual damage. The other person who kind of benefited was Sushi getting the 2 kills, so we had wanted to see Sushi in a better position to carry. Sure, he missed the wave, he's down experience, but maybe with the additional goal with that extra BF sword, he's actually not in a terrible early game state.
Yeah, it can have a lot of siege potential as well and get a lot of these plates going. That's what I always love to see teams use at least the Tristana for, is some of that demolishing pressure, especially with how much gold you can get from the plates. Sushi will be gobbling that up as much as possible. The dragon is started up though by Team B, it seems. It will have a little bit of vision on it. It seems like I think Crimson got some know-how here. Mini in some trouble. Samikin jumps in, gets saved by Clarice, and now should make it out alive. Meanwhile, in the pit, the dragon had gotten taken, but it is going to be Munchie who gets shut down by Crimson with the all-out. Sushi going to be in a 1v1. He's got Demacian Justice, so he might be just in a little bit of trouble, as now they can re-engage onto Clarice. He gets the shield back, and this is chaos, as it is going to be some kills going over to Team A, but the objective to Team B.
I can't believe that Team A didn't get more kills off the back. I can't believe Samikin and Clarice got away. The fact that, you know, Clarice, the mid-air interrupt onto you to get Samikin to safety and doesn't get punished for it, that's insane. But once again, so Team A, it feels like their early map rotations are better. They got there first. They got more people there. And this time, they're not paying any price. Sushi's happy in this 1v1. He gets to continue just poking down K. He gets to kind of farm up and be A-OK, safe, and heck, might even have kill threat on K every time K steps up and has to take a bit more harassment.
And it's one of those situations where now you can just keep farming up there if you're not going to be oppressed whatsoever. And that's going to be a Tristana that can really get going with the hyper carry potential there. We'll see what Ray can do on the other side as well. Looking at that mid lane setup, we do have a lot of pick potential, like we were talking about from the draft for Team B, and that was part of their Oh, okay, he's fine. He's fine. He's okay. It was just a bait. But it is that executionary standard that we set from the draft where they can find picks. It's just about how.
Yeah, and right here, they're looking for it. Mini. Still splash.
Oh, the Emperor's Divide back. Mini's going to dash there. Does end up getting the lockdown from Mixture onto Clarice. The exhaust is going to be used to dissuade some of that damage in the end. Just some scuffles, as you see both of them willing to take these 3v3 situations.
More than willing, so they're eager for both these sides to make it happen. We should note as well for Clarice, we did expect the exhaust, but there's no unsealed spellbook for this rel. So when Clarice uses the exhaust defensively like that, that means it is down for potentially the next fight. Void Grubs, for example, spawning right now. Without the exhaust, I don't know if Team B want to walk into you right now.
And it does seem like the Grubs had been started up. As Samikin going to take post against Crimson. Does have TP. Crimson not going to have his just yet, but the Grubs is the scuffle now. We do have the one going the way of Team A. Looks like the latter two should be claimed by Team B, but here we go. Oh no! He only hits on the K, gets silenced, gets CC'd, and that is the bane of any Kiana. Now Sushi will get a reset for himself. That was a really nice play with the explosive charge. The last Grub is still up. They try to go back in. The CC is there. That's going to be second Grub secured by Team B. Ooh. And now the rocket jump to safety from Sushi with his flash, with his barrier burn.
The insta flash is being tricked.
Oh, the spear from above. Oh, let's go, Munchie.
The Grand Starfall. The sky is falling. That felt more like an Aurelian sky descends than a Pantheon Grand Starfall, picking up both because they were sat on a ward. Can Mini find an answer back onto KK running away?
I think K's in a little bit of trouble. All right, spear to the back takes down the Prince of Demacia, and I I think that's going to be a little bit troublesome there, as we have had back and forth, 9.5 minutes in. I think fitting for this final game of this set. And we will have another dragon coming up in about a minute and 10.
I like how we talk about composition and all, it was team fight stuff and all that. And so far, it's just been an absolute feast of just hands and mechanical prowess. Mixture again. Clarice has that stun on lock. Every time Mixture goes in, Clarice is actually ready and waiting, looking for it.
And those hooks really like the wall, as he will find promise. And I think in those setups, like, this is why they drafted this Nautilus, is because you just have so many opportunities to find that engage. And if you can layer down all of that damage that can come through from this combo, that's where we've seen this team composition really come to life, and some of those kind of rebuttals to what Team B have been trying to accomplish. But as we move forward now, that dragon's gonna be coming up soon. Resets coming out from Team B to get back down towards this side. There are no TPs on Team B's side. They did just bring Samikin down to bot lane. Crimson could play side lane for now, but it looks like we're gonna fully focus onto this bot side.
Yeah, it's critical to note that Team A didn't get those resets. So right now, Team B gets the dragon. They actually have item advantages with the Sundered Sky already completed. By mini whiffed!
Tried to go for the combo. I mean, if he gets him, I mean, there's really no way out for that, and he'll get a lot of damage back, at least force K down. Now the fight kicked off. Huge setup from Team B. They get that Kiana setup, though, as a little bit of damage back, but it seems like you didn't have enough to get anything in the end. TP is going to come in, but that's way too late. The dragon had gone over to Team B. Now Crimson goes in. Mixture goes for his own engage, tries to get down Munchie. Munchie will go down during his CC. That'll be Fine Mini getting a big shutdown now, 2-0 on his Azir. This is under vision, though. I think they're going to stop
not again
with the assassination of you. And Mixer's going to be ran down now. Under vision and under threat is Team A, as they lose the dragon, and now they'll lose even more. One more plasma stack would do it. One more auto. Do they have it? Samikin gets the kill as the anchor goes to the skies.
These fights are close, and Mazel, we take out the wards, they're pretty much dead even, but that's twice now that wards from Team B have caught out members from Team A basing. Sushi jumping onto Array, has his blade ready now.
Oh, the barrier, really nice play there from Array. Still getting jumped on and showing a little bit of what Sushi can show off on this Tristana.
And unfortunately for Sushi in that last fight, he just got popped immediately. He was the one who Munchie just dived onto right from the get-go, so he was removed. And Fire Mini had to teleport in, so they didn't quite have all the damage they needed to really look for the win on that fight. Dragon did go the way of Team B, and K got topside plates and pressure.
Okay, that's so much CC. He should have the speed, dodging out, and here comes Munchie. Munchie is very strong. He has the Thundered Sky here as well, but he's out of combo. He doesn't have any more damage, and now the sustained damage from Fine Mini is really coming to bear. Mixture goes for another chain. The heal is not enough, and Fine Mini goes on a killing spree. It is a redemption game from the mid lane from Fine Mini.
Well, Mazel, you asked for it, and for good reason. This is why you were saying give Fine Mini a playmaker. Give him something for the Azir. Yes, he's messed up some of the combos, but by far, the positives are outweighing the negatives. Mixture just canceling the base from K. The BM, I love it.
You got to get every advantage you can. As that should just be the reset coming. Okay, they're going to delay it a little bit. They're going to be a little scared as Samikin some trouble. The Q3 really nicely dodged out of with that weirding.
Ooh.
As that'll be a pause. Wonder what they want to talk about.
Well, I don't know if this one's a coach pause, because they're not supposed to pause while players are interacting. And I would definitely call what Crimson's doing to Samikin some sort of interaction.
Do you think so? Do you think so, though? Like, is it really?
People just need human interaction, you know?
Yeah, true. Man, what a good game number 3. Okay, we're back. Maybe it's just some technical issues. What a game number 3 though, between these two. Really like to see these things pan out. I love to see that Sushi is just playing on the edge here with the Tristana, and I'm sure that'll be really interesting. Kind of keep track of, because he's already on first item. We have first items really coming up for a majority.
Yeah, and I love that we're looking back to Sushi a little bit, because we already said Sushi played well in games 1 and game 2, but he didn't have a champion that really allowed him to shine, nor a team that was necessarily playing around him. He wasn't the big win con. This game, again, he's not the big win con necessarily, but if we're looking at 80 carries with a lot of agency, with a lot of safety, a lot of mobility, Tristana kind of tops the list a little bit. Yes, sure, Arcane Shift is the most busted mobility spell for AD carries, but Tristana also has a Buster Shot to reposition enemies. That's even more safety to boot as well. And we've seen Sushi, now that he has the safety to make these plays, he's going for it time after time. Kaisa is normally a champion that bursts down other squishies, other AD carries. Well, Sushi's happy to go toe-to-toe with this Kaisa that erased Pilot.
Yeah. Oh, little catch out on Claritz. They don't have the damage to follow through. We're a little worried. Another turret's going to fall to K, or at least the first turret's going to fall to K, rather. Almost took that topside turret, but that'll be at least feats of strength going over to Team B. It's going to feel good for this composition, but we are really just hovering around this mid lane consistently.
It's about the team fights, Mazel. At least now it is. It feels like they want more blood.
Engage. Speaking of, again, it's the combo we've seen over and over again.
Yeah, both these supports right now, they're not the... Clarice is not the target Mixture wants to find, but Mixture is willing to throw his body in there, and we kind of talked about him hitting the wall a lot, but he's fine with that. He just wants to get
absolutely
to actually use his engage on the rest of the enemies. So that's why we're seeing him throw onto Clarice, and Clarice is just stunning him every single time. Mixture and Clarice are both fine with that. But going back to the team fight point, the teams want a team fight, not, I feel like, because they're necessarily looking at the objectives as much. Like, that is, of course, part of the consideration, but I think they just want to fight and kill each other. They feel like they are stronger. Both teams feel like they're pretty comfortable. And so the most kills you can get is when you team fight. Hence why teams are stacking the mid lane right now, going, okay, we want action, but we want to see each other and we want to look for the engage. If Team A can find it in these alcoves, that benefits them. Supreme display of talent requires walls. The more walls, the more terrain, the better for it.
Mo walls, mo problems, as it's going to be Team B starting off the problems. The issue is they're starting to lose some members here. Some CC chaining coming through. Oh, Array survives. You got the all-out potential coming through from Crimson, though, and he's going to look for Munchie. He should be able to get him down. And now more damage onto K. K trying to get a kill back, but can't do it. Sushi coming to light here, as now Zamikin will get a killing spree right back on him. Takes the twofer back for Team B.
What is that, a 3 for 4? Now where every single time Team B, after the fight, is snagging an extra kill at the back end of it. That one wasn't a ward. That was just Samikin ambushing out of a bush. But Mazel, Team A, the supreme display of talent. You struggle to use it the first time at the Grubs, but this time he lands the 3-man stun and the damage that you're talking about. Jeez, I always forget how much Keanu does straight up on one item.
Yeah, Profane Hydra is insane. As you just see the kind of team setup that they have, and that's what we talked about from the draft. Now they're overextending, though. They do have some follow through from 5 Mini. Dragon is spawned, so they want to try to get some space over here, though Mixture will be about half health, so will Claritz.
Yeah, both supports kind of out of it for now. I think Claritz actually on the worst end of that particular trade.
They're just going to give.
Has flash. Yeah. Without Claritz there, I don't think Team B feels comfortable trying to make this play. They also don't have the big ultimates either that they want to use, whereas 5 Mini still has the Emperor's Divide.
And there will be the Rift Herald on the other side, but because of the trade setup that we had going now, it is going to be wide open for both teams. So it's not like it's going to be Team A giving over or getting the Dragon for that Rift Herald. I do wonder if Team B are going to want to try to set up over here. K will finally knock down that topside tower. There'll be some of that standing gold and still about 1,000 gold lead plus for Team B.
I actually find it a little bit funny that K opted for the teleport. A lot of times you see Garen's, run with Ignite for the lane pressure. But K hasn't really been participating that much in the team fights. He's all been about that side lane pressure, even with that teleport. And between the teleports and Hex Gates, K could get a lot of value out of this sort of split push idea.
Very true. Okay. Maybe a TP coming in. Gonna try to fight this one. There goes Mixture's engage again. That'll be the Rift Herald going over. They need to get the eye, though. Nobody has grabbed that just yet. There's the Supreme Display of Talent, but doesn't really hit on anybody. Array goes deep. Demacian Justice from the sky, but they only get the one. Now Shutdown goes back over. Sushi's unfortunately forced out of the fight now, and the rest of Team B are collapsing straight onto Crimson, who's all outed, but is all by himself now. That's going to be the shield to separate the team. Munchie able to keep the rest of Team A away. Now he goes forward. Sushi's going to rocket jump away really nicely. Time gets obliterated by Samikin for a double kill. And that's going to be a big play from Team B.
I mean, talk about American snipers when it comes to AD carries all the time, but Samikin, my goodness, this game. He's the one sniping people, okay? On the hunt as well. Spin to win.
It's just not fair. It's just not fair. It's can't. Okay, if Mixture wasn't there, he doesn't die. But Mixture is there. He gets the shutdown. So that's going to be big for Team A to get something back from that one.
That's always the mixed feeling moment, you know, when your support picks up the bounty. It's like, okay, if Mixture wasn't there, he doesn't die. But also, Mixture just got a huge influx of gold, which isn't going to convert.
It's gonna, yeah, it's gonna come back. We'll see if it pays off. Maybe gets his second item a little bit faster. Uh, but it is gonna be a nice advantage developed by Team B. I think we've seen again another iteration of their mechanical execution just being that much more in sync, at least, and especially Samikin falling through in a lot of these fights. Is now they're gonna follow through even harder onto 5 Mini, who will just go down. He started off so strongly, 3-0 on his Azir, and now he will go down to 3-3. Now Sushi in trouble too. So much damage coming out from Team B.
And really unfortunate for 5 Mini. Literally, the second he died, Emperor's Divide came back up. And you could see the idea, drop the Sun Disc, use the Emperor's Divide to disengage, keep them under there, but it ends up backfiring. Now the Sun Disc is going to go down, which is a pretty decently long cooldown as well. And Team B, it's just the mid game, Mazel. We're at 20 minutes. This is the time they wake up and start making action happen. Another pulse?
Okay. This also was during action, so
yeah.
See, something interesting though now is that Team B have a lot of decision-making power, right? And I always think that's interesting, especially at the developmental level, when you're trying to see how quickly these teams can kind of come together and find those synergies. Now you have the Rift Herald, you have a lot of power, right? But you're still fluttering around that 3,000 gold lead, so you still need to make sure that you're not overdoing any fights or falling into a trap that Team A want to put together. So where do you think their kind of avenues are, and which one would you like to see them grab here?
Well, with Team B, first of all, I want to say that like, Samikin and Array, for example, have a lot of experience in sort of the tier, or quite a lot of experience now in tier 2, tier 3 space. So I feel like the shot calling from Team B is starting to shine through a little bit more, especially in the mid to late games. And normally the game actually simplifies the mid game where you're just kind of playing for objectives, especially this year or the last little while when Riot has added in sort of Atakan, Herald, things like that. There's always an objective you're kind of playing for. If there's no objective, you're playing for the setup to objective or you're playing to push the wave to go for objectives. But Team B's composition kind of doesn't necessarily want to fight at the objectives. They're not necessarily winning the 5v5 full-on, you know, face-off, front-to-back fights. It's been a lot about finding catches, finding picks, and with K as well, I actually think Team B is fine just kind of playing for side waves, trying to pull Team A apart whenever somebody goes to answer K. That's when Munchie just drops in, hammers them. Or, you know, when they're left alone, if Crimson's dealing with K, then maybe Samikin, Array, Claritz, they look for the pick on you, 5 Mini, Sushi. Even Mixture isn't that tanky. So we've seen Samikin, one combo, half health an opponent right from the get-go. So for Team B, they're fishing. I think that's where they should be looking for. Objectives are there for you to bait the enemy team.
All right, we'll see which avenue they end up taking here. Second item did get completed by 5 Mini a little while ago. Now we'll see how quickly the rest can join. We also got the Axiom mark from you. So some fighting potential there. They're going to move out as a squad. A little bit AoE hits the Atacon. They just started up. They say it is time, as there's some pings coming down, and Team B can always join. We've talked about that connectivity that they have with their compositional strengths, as Array can always join. Double TPs, the Avengers have arrived, and found himself on the wrong side of the timeline here. He's going to need Loki's help. He's going to need somebody's help, as Mixture is also going to go down. That Emperor's Divide did end up getting 5 Mini away for a moment, as now he went on the other side of the wall and will be flashed on by Munchie. And things go from bad to worse for Team A, but Team B, they are thriving.
Yeah, and you know what, Team A, they were looking for Loki. They got the wrong variant. They got the Trickster, who completely shafted them. Team B, not a single body hitting the floor for them. All 5 members still left alive. And we were talking about Fish and Mazel. Well, Team A kind of put themselves on the hook. I get where they were coming from. The idea is actually not unsound necessarily. They were around the Atacon. They knew that multiple members had backed off. And a lot of times, teams go for the reset when that happens. So they were trying to play for that window where Team B is resetting. Unfortunately for them, Team B didn't actually fully reset. The ones who did reset had the teleports, and they kind of got every which direction on that collapse. And that's the worst case for Team A. They want to front to back, but Team B surrounding them, it was all back.
Mixture. I don't know what happened there. I don't know if somebody was supposed to go with him or not, but he found himself in the midst of all of Team B. You says I was supposed to commit with you, and so I'm gonna show up here, but unfortunately he fell. And now TP's coming
Oh
in.
no.
Crimson, you're gonna try to catch K. I don't think they have the speed to do so. And looks like the rest of Team B are just gonna try to walk their way out.
Well, Nado's the Titan of depths, so I guess it only makes sense that his team believes in the sunk cost
Going
fallacy.
deep.
They went deep, and they sunk real deep there. The fact that Mishra got caught, okay, you covering it is fine, but the teleport from Crimson means that Samakin gets all the time in the world on this bot side of the map, even if he doesn't take the turret, which he should. But if he doesn't, it's primed for it to go down. Dragon is coming up as well, and Team B, they're in position to just kind of fall back onto that objective, challenge them. 5mini once again facing off against the Garen. To be fair, I think the last time we saw this matchup, 5mini did win it and actually get the kill. So
Yeah. No, absolutely.
I feel like it shouldn't be the case, and he doesn't have Rylai's either, but Kay's struggling to capitalize.
Still, it's really about the map movements, the kind of macro that we've seen out of Team B for a team that kind of just came together, right? We have some like connections, obviously, but just really interesting to see how quickly things have gelled for this team around where they want to be, their timers, how they want to approach objectives, and now they're going to find themselves a third dragon on their way to a Hex Soul.
And once that Hexo gets picked up, it's going to be hell in a handbasket for Team A to try and do anything whatsoever. Crimson finding Claritz, and we questioned when Mixture got caught out, but when Claritz is doing it, it's a play.
Oh, the counter engage. You trying to go in on the
Okay.
Munchie. That was his whole combo, though. Needs the rest of the follow-up from the team. He still has some decent damage, but the re-engage from Munchie. He's going in, going ham. Gets the kill. K actually gets the kill on the top side of the map.
Ray!
Meanwhile, this fight's not going the way
Ooh.
of TB. Ray does end up getting the double kill here. He won't get any more. Re-engage on a Mixture, from Mixture rather. Almost ends up taking down Claritz, but Samikin has roamed over now. Oh, Crimson. He's going to go for the kill here. He finds Claritz. Now he's looking for Samikin.
Oh, what?
Realizes K is coming down. The duo bros from the top lane that just took down 5mini have shown their faces, and they are faces of malice as Samikin goes legendary.
And only Mixture is left alive, trying to hold this. If he steps out too far, you can see K wants to get in there, and Team B, for their pains, for their struggles, for their frankly slight overextension, are able to win out the fight and get the inner turret. So let's not forget, they overextended. That was a 3v4, which very quickly became a 3v5, and still Team B won that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there can be a better exclamation than this is Samikin's day. Like, this has been
Really.
absolutely insane. I mean, he obviously has a lot of game left to go, but if he doesn't die again, that's 2 deaths all day through 3 games where he carried for a majority of them, right? A little bit more supportive on the Morgana, but even then he was getting solo kills. And so I think it's just been Samikin showing out and showing why he is one of the most beloved prospects coming through.
Yeah, and with the champions he chose as well, ooh, that was kind of close. They're not necessarily like the Samikin specials. Like, sure, you can argue Morgana is a Samikin special, but it is kind of getting meta. Aurora is meta, and Orianna is the meta-defining meta right now.
Oh, Sushi trying to get away, re-engage now from Mixture if he wants it, but now they're getting taken down. You just gets obliterated again. Array gets another double kill, and this Kai'Sa's really coming online now. Samikin is going to find another kill in the end, and Kay and Samikin just keep linking up to make bullies of themselves. And then gonna get ran down by Kay, the stride breaker there. The Demacia Justice isn't enough, but you know what is? A bunny with a wizard hat, as now that's gonna be a TP into the mid lane. And I think Team B are going for the throat here, looking for a 3-0 day.
Yeah, clean ace with staggered base, with staggered death timers as well. Yeah, this is just not gonna end well. I want to highlight too, it happened off screen, but 5mini got hunted down in base by Munchie and Claritz. They went behind enemy lines to make that happen. They're just fishing for, they're patting KDAs now.
Patting KDAs, as it does live up to his name. Only 2 deaths all day. And I think Array was really close to that as well. He had a couple insane games. But really impressive stuff from this combination And seeing K, Munchie, Samikin, Array, and Clarice together, it brings a lot of confidence in what they can quickly figure out between themselves and figure out how best to problem solve.
Yeah, and this game you can see Many, damage is actually top of his team. You give him a
Yeah.
carry champion and you could pop off. It's just really unfortunate that he's playing against Samikin on Samikin's day. Like Samikin just
It's Samikin
29,000
day.
damage.
What will you do?
Yeah. Jeez, it's super rough. And for all that Team A wasn't able to win a game in this block, unfortunately, I do want to give them credit for Game 3. I do think Game
Yeah.
3 they went harder. It looks more one-sided in Game 3, and the game was definitely faster. But it's because Team A was opting into a lot of these fights. They were saying, okay, let's just play fast, even when we're behind. Let's still try and make plays, and that's why it ended up sliding a lot faster. But I like it. I do think that's the right mindset. They just got out of hands in this particular game, and that's props to Team B. I think every single player on their side definitely hugely popped off. We talked about Munchie, we talked about Samikin. Clarice this game especially, I felt like was just ready for every single engage that the other side was looking for.
Little shout out to Clarice. That he was willing to put the body on the line today. Like that early game of the Braum game did not look good. Ended up clutching out so many fights. Like that is the kind of support you love to see. Somebody who's willing to kind of sacrifice it all for the team in the greater good of things. But you want to give 3 quick highlights of players and why before we get going here and give it over to the next squad?
Okay, it's got to be Samikin. Like,
Absolutely. Thank you. Good job.
Samikin, biggest by far. Ooh, it's really hard because I feel like all of Team B really stood out. I'm gonna give one to K, because we came in with a lot of questions about K, and K won all 3 lanes. So I think today was a good showing from him. Showed that his laning was really solid. That he continues to have that team impact as well, which I think was something he was doing better, or something that he was kind of still doing well even when he was losing his lane. The last one's kind of tough because both Munchie and Array were absolutely massive in terms of how they were playing. I think I'm going to give it to Munchie a little bit today because I love Array. I normally stand Array all the time, but Munchie had some really nice games in this particular block and series. So, yeah.
I got to get first and foremost Samikin. I think he gets the gold star on the door. I think secondly, I really got to give it to K. I think even though he had a really tough time in that first game and like in the earlier part of that first game, still was so instrumental. And from the top lane as well, finding immediate impact, which is so incredible. I love all the hype and the focus on Beat, but I got to give a special shout out to Sushi. He has the mindset that I love in ADCs, in the fact that I'm going to ride that edge. I'm going to fly as close as I can to the sun and try not to get burnt. And sometimes you do get burnt, but that's a lesson learned. And I think when you talk to this guy, when you hear how he approaches improvement and stuff, it's so important to have a good mindset in that case. And I know he does. So I got to give a special shout out to Sushi there.
For sure. And that last game, I feel like it really encapsulates some of the things you
It was so close.
Yeah,
he was so close.
He was making things happen. Like, how often do you see the AD carries being the one kind of just hopping in? And sure, granted, he died, but he also got the most kills on his team.
Yeah,
and some of it was not really like, well, it was slightly assisted, but really the bulk of the work was being done at Sushi solo.
All right, final words before we get going. What do you got?
Well, it's been fun, Mazel, and we ain't done just yet.
There's
still another vlog coming through. So,
just got a little break.
We're done for today. But yeah, viewers, stay on to continue watching a new block. I believe the next block will have Hoarder, Bio, Asilla, Mobility, and Tub on one side, and Denethor, Kisno, Shochi, and Thrall and Protoss.
That should be a lot of fun. Should be a good one. That'll be coming up at 5 p.m. PT. That'll be Orbital and Quacks coming in from me, myself, Mazel, RMC, and Nomad. Thank you so much for watching the future of our North American League of Legends. And thank you to Saito, GG, Path2Pro for having all these moments, and especially Blue Water for having the stream. We'll see you in just under an hour, and we'll see you next time on Summoner's Rift.
涙よ星に瞬きを伝えて守るものがあるからきっと強くなれる語るべき言葉なくした星の守りでは時の果て夢の果て闇に立ちすくんだ風を呼んでみたんだ空に向けて誰かを呼んでみたんだ光求めたソリチュードかすかなレゾナンス確かに届くロマンスそんな流れ星たちを抱き留めた明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河にこぼれて道を強く照らす Burning Bright それぞれの思い秘めた星の守り手は空からの呼ぶ声に導かれた重ねる手と手には言葉なんかより伝わることがある熱い心通じ合った確かなレゾナンス見つけるのはエッセンス目指した意識の先がディスティネーション答えが見えなくてくじけそうになって支え合い誓い合う絆でつなぐシャイニースマイル心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道を開く鍵は My Starlight Heart 明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道が開いたら羽ばたいてゆこうよ乗り越えてゆこうよ星空と溶け合っていつまでも行ける Fly High まっすぐ願いを世界に歌って
Keep moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
fight to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, oh, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last strike. Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last strike. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants?
Hello and welcome here, everyone, to the second block of day number 3 of the Saido GG League of Legends Path2Pro Combine, and I'm very excited to get underway. Shout out to Mazel and RMC who were on the block earlier and the 10 players that rounded out that squad. However, this time we got 3 amazing games ahead of us. We are going to have Hoarder, Bio, Asila, Mobility, Tub, Denethor, Kizno, Shochi, Enthralled, and Protoss, and alongside me is the ever so amazing Quacks to cover all 3. Quacks, how you doing today?
I'm doing really good, hoping to actually get the series this time around and praying that there are no technical difficulties with streamer mode this time. As day number 1, I was supposed to cast, the stream got canceled due to that. So let's hope that at least goes better than game number 1. Though it's not a very high bar. Though going into week 1, day number 3, Orbital, the bar gets ever so higher for
Yep.
these players. Obviously, we are only on week 1, like I said, so no parameters being set for the series at all. It is just 3 block with Fearless. And we get to see these players at their best, accumulating the styles that they have built up for their careers. And honestly, I'll say it again, Orbital, the Saido Combine for me is almost like a swan song, almost like a celebratory event
Yep.
for some of the best performing and improved players of the 2025 season, almost like a retrospective where you can look back at how far some of these players have come and really appreciate their level and see what maybe comes next in 2026, whether or not that is, just improvements in the leagues that they're already in, or maybe for some players, it is moving up a division or 2, Orbital. As we look at the
Yep.
teams, like you said, you said all of their names. And yeah, these are the players that I think of when I think of most improved and some of the best in their role here in North America.
They've been amazing so far, some playing as far back as 2020 and some as short of a season as starting in 2023, 2024, when they
Yeah.
have been given the opportunities to play in the Tier 3, Tier 2. So I love the fact that it is that song in retrospective look, just like we got with the Sacrifice video talking about the 15 years of League of Legends. It's all about looking back and then what can we look at moving forward. Now, to also discuss a little bit further, we have to talk about not just the history of the players, but the history of the last 2 days. Some of these players have been playing across 2 days instead of just one, and this might be their third or second. So they do have a little bit of history here as well, which has led us to actually take a little bit of a look and see if some players are actually stepping up to the bouts along the day. I know for me specifically, I was really looking at Mobility, who so far
Yeah.
in that ADC role has been one of the most shining stars here of the Combine in the early 3 days, topping the charts, I believe, in the KDA record.
Yeah, he tops the charts with the KDA, but he also tops the charts in kills per minute. He has 9.5 on average, but funnily enough, Orbital, the second place guy with kills
Yep.
per game on average is Enthralled. So it's going to be a bloody bot lane. It is going to be hopefully a bloodbath down there, as I think not only are the 80 carries, more than willing to scrap with each other, more than willing to be those bloodthirsty players, but the supports as well are ones
Yes.
that I think can really press that attitude forward. I know that Tub was partnered with Hub throughout the entire year, whether it be on Pulse, whether it be on Gentle Hearts, and he was always willing to scrap in the 2v2s with his AD carry. Now he's with Mobility, and I feel like he will be more than happy to repeat that same play style that he was going for all of 2025. And then Protoss as well sometimes can take a little bit more of a backseat, but I will say Protoss does really well with engages. I think back to yesterday
Yes.
when we saw him on that Nico, the 5-man Pop Blossom to essentially get his team the win. This guy knows the timings on when to engage, and I feel like if Enthralled and him really link up on that synergy and that timing, they should be able to press their advantages forward in this laning phase.
Not just that, I mean, you mentioned the engages. It's also the aggressive nature of playing those engaged champions. Protoss currently leads the Combine with the highest assists of support, specifically at 17.3 average across 3 different games, which is a nasty number when we are looking at things like how well do you mesh with the team? How well do you play with these random players that some of you may not have played with on a team together? That's part of the fun, is we got some amazing coaches hopping in here. We got, I believe, Jito over there on team A to rock out, help out the squad, and then we got the ever so amazing Think card coming back after day number 1, stepping in here on day number 3 to bring their insights as well. And I love that you also mentioned the idea of champion pools, the skills and the experiences that these players have honed over the years. But it's also about how flexible they can be when they're put with some of these coaches as well.
Yeah.
Zenithor and Hoarder, 2 names that have been in the scene for quite some time, now being put to the test in the top lane, which is, in my experience so far, watching this Combine, been some of the most combatant, whether you're on tanks, fighters, bruisers, or just all around an Ornn.
I think if that there is a matchup that we want to look at other than the 80 carry versus 80 carry, bloodbath that is Mobility versus Enthralled, it's probably got to be Hoarder and Denethor. I think
Yeah.
that Denethor, obviously, this is a player that if you've watched me for a little bit, you know that I am definitely sometimes a little bit mean to the Winthrop University program, but that didn't stop me from after summer putting Denethor as my most improved player. I genuinely think that this guy over the course of his NACL tenure has leveled up so much, where I would say the biggest hole in his gameplay toward the latter half of 2024 to maybe even the start of 2025 was any kind of advantages that he got in the early game. He had trouble sometimes translating that into a mid-game, late-game win condition and would be on the more quiet side. That was also an issue that I had with Mobility as well, but I think both those players have really leveled up in that. And then in the case of Hoarder, I mean, this guy bought the fast pass at the amusement park that is the NACL and the tier 3 seed. And he has just been going on ride after ride after ride with it, because I really feel like it has just been a rocket sky high level up for him throughout the entire year. So it's going to be really fun to see one of the biggest and most fun rookies that came into 2025 in the NACL face off against definitely the most improved player of the NACL in 2025.
We aren't going to forget about the jungle and the mid, but we can't really talk about them just yet. Maybe the champions will allow us to do such, as we're into game number 1 of 3. Now, a lot of you that might be tuning in for the first time, if you didn't get to see some of the earlier games, this is a 3-set block. That does mean that this is going to be full fearless, as per usual. No stipulations, as you said, Quacks, a little bit earlier. but no matter win or lose, all 3 games will be played. That is very important to note because we want to test out these players as much as possible. Of course, when it comes to Fearless though, the fun of it is seeing what champions have kind of evolved to be that namesake, that denial tool, or things that the teams have specifically said are too much, which at the current moment, the Yunara has been at the highest point of the list for all of these teams. You don't want to give it over, and if you're not going to first pick it, you ban it out on blue.
And you kind of alluded to some talks about the mid and jungle. I will say, I think bans will reflect the biggest quality that both mid jungles have in this series, which is their ability to snap engage. I think particularly Asyla has been really good at finding angles on things like the Orianna, so I wouldn't be surprised to see, you know, that banned away from him. We can also see the Pantheon being hovered, most likely going to be banned here because Kisno is really deadly on that pick because you do have that W to really start up a team fight, lock down an enemy, and give your team an opening to follow up. So I would expect a lot of those primary engagers, a lot of those big pick tools to be taken off the board here, simply because the mid and jungle for both of these teams are very proficient in that skill.
Well, you were talking about that mid lane, and sure enough, the Orianna, I believe the 2nd highest banned champion currently across the Combine. That was something that I think all of us can agree on. It ain't the J4 of Worlds right now, but it is the opposite direction. Amazing champion that a lot of people are using as almost a litmus test for these players. You know, how well do you play on the Orianna? Second on that list is the Azir. We've seen Azir handed over to a lot of these mid laners. How well are you going to play? So now we're branching out a little bit further, considering we have seen some of these players play across multiple days. Shochi and Asyla. Shochi, I got to see play on day 1. Very, very proficient, just all around, keeping themselves in pace. And to me, very high participation, willing to kind of roam out there. However, in the jungle, the Pantheon and the Amumu, a little bit of a treat thrown over to Bio, who unfortunately has yet to really, I would say has been showing up, but has found lackluster moments, maybe not as high engage impact, so that Amumu might have been the ticket, and it is taken away.
Amumu going to be banned. Aurora here, I think, is probably a good move. I would expect both of these teams to probably prioritize their top side. A little bit interested as to the blue side not actually going for an immediate tank snag up here, maybe fearing the Trundle as a just immediate answer here. We can see that also wasn't banned. So things like the Scion, things like the Ornn, things like the Rek'Sai top that have really risen in priority, especially at Worlds Orbital. Hey, if you're Flandre, you can play it. If you're not Flandre, stay away, buddy. I mean, honestly, I feel like we'll probably be expecting a tank here from Hoarder, or maybe something akin to like a tank. You know, you could go for something more adjacent like a Jax, like a Yorick. We do know how much Hoarder likes to go for those side lanes, as we are seeing just a lot of the top side being picked up here. We do see the Wukong locked in, and then that is a Morgana. So maybe that's Morgana mid, maybe that's Morgana support, though. Morg mid has been a really prominent counter against Aurora, simply because you are able to W all of that burst and get away from the trade.
I 100% agree with you. I mean, Morgana at this point is almost like a 75-25 in a lean towards that mid lane that we've seen recently.
Really good red side,
but
yeah.
Yeah, but I'm laughing a little bit because we're seeing some highly aggressive options come out. Just earlier in the earlier block today, we saw someone pop off on the Jax. I won't name names because you'll see them a little bit later on some more, but it's a brutal champion, and we're seeing these aggressive picks come out in game number 1, and I love this. And a lot of these Fearless, the full Fearless side, you mentioned it before, it's a litmus test. It's a chance for the teams to play, the players specifically to play, with almost abandon, with no stipulations ruling over their head. Get crazy, get excited. I love the champions that have been drafted out. The Gnar to match the Jax.
Yeah, so far we're seeing a lot of aggression come out here for the blue team. Hoarder, Bio, and Asyla all put on picks that I think really want to get accelerated as soon as possible. Also really picks that function amazing once you have the grub. So I would expect that that neutral to be kind of at the top of their list in terms of what they want to play for. I think the biggest challenge, obviously, is going to be getting Aurora that push against Morgana, especially once she gets that Faded Ashes. Can really just insta-push a backline and then clear out those frontline minions. As we are seeing the bans being finished here, no bot laners, and we did hype up the mobility versus enthralled matchup, though I feel like this is a game where, with how aggressive the top sides have been picked up, we are probably going to see stuff like the Jhin, maybe even like the Ezreal, because realistically, there isn't a lot to actually be done here on the bot side when your top side will be taking up a majority of these resources and time.
How dare you be a psychic, Quacks? How dare you read this draft like a book? It's almost like all these players are pros, and it's almost like the drafts kind of write themselves. And
It's
go
so
ahead
much
and see
easier to do it with pros than it is to do it with like Tommy 36494 gold 2 with a 50% win rate after 400 games. Yeah, it's a lot easier, guys. My job, trust me, my job is a lot more fun when I can actually guess what will be picked because the players know what they're doing on these characters.
That's 100% true, because we do see the Ezreal into the Alistar that is going to be matching the roam, helping out maybe that that Aurora in that mid lane that you're talking about, that push potential. But the Poppy to deny with 3 leaps in and a possible escape out. I love the fact that the Poppy is coming in here as that R5 to help out in the bot lane. And ladies and gentlemen, we have our draft for the first game of the night.
Yup, so it is going to be the Morgana in the mid, and it will be the Poppy in support. Like you said, we're expecting the Alistar and the Poppy to probably have a lot more to do on the top side rather than the bot lane, because Jhin Ezreal, not definitely more on the cordial side with the laning phase. Don't really care about trying to go at each other's throats. That is reserved for the top side of this map. I would say one thing that I'm really going to be looking out for here, though, is that top lane matchup. Jax versus Gnar. Last Cyto Combine was actually one of the strings attached to one of the weeks where these top laners had to play the matchup, and it was kind of a good skill matchup between the two, because obviously Jax has the split pushing, has the aggression, but Gnar has the disengage to be able to get away from that, and side laning into Gnar is basically like giving him ammo to get into Mega and maybe give him a flank on a team fight. So I think that there are pros and cons to this matchup, and I'm really looking at how both Hoarder and Denethor navigate this pretty infamous 1v1.
Yeah, this is gonna be a treat either way, I think, for both of them. I want to really see the Jax pop off, though. I want to see Hoarder be able to roll out very well. Personally, I got to watch Hoarder play. It was the opening block of day number 1, and I loved watching Hoarder play with Shochi. Those two were roaming around, constantly getting wins. I believe they won the first 2 opening games, and it looked great. But I do want to see more now if you're given the breath, and I also want to see if you can kind of punish, because how quickly does the synergy rise up for your squad? You should theoretically be able to mesh so quickly with the playstyles and options. Now let's go ahead and dive into this jungle role specifically, though. This is where I think you and I were discussing a little bit. Bio occurs, of course, having a little bit of a struggles currently in the Combine. Still looking good, but is yet to, I think, facilitate a win on their record. And then for Kisno, didn't play poorly, but still also waiting for their moment to shine, and this might be that chance.
Yeah, and Kisno is a player that I feel like a lot of people, if you ask them for, you know, to list junglers in the tier 2 scene that are ready to maybe make that jump over to tier 1, he'd be on that list. I think that it's definitely like him, Tomio, and Kryra are probably my top 3. And Kisno is there because I feel like there just simply isn't a playstyle this man can't go for, right? You can see him on the engagers like the Wukong, like the Pantheon that we see banned away from him, but he can also go for things like his Kindred. He can go for things like the Lilia when it's meta. He is no stranger to being able to go for carries, and I feel like that dimensionality is something that really puts him above the rest. Though I feel like this is a game where it really is bios to dictate early on. Trundle is a more prominent threat in the skirmishes because we're expecting the PTA, and simply because that Chomp is very, very deadly because of how low cooldown it is. Meanwhile, Wukong doesn't really do much in the early game. So I think that if we can see Bio really take action on that top side early and kind of shut out Kisno's ability to rescue his laners, then we'll be seeing Bio maybe take his first win up against one of, like I said, the better junglers in the Combine.
Ooh, I'm excited to see what they can throw down, because I know the players are ready to go, and I hope that everyone at home is also ready to go, because I know we got the coaches, but also the scouts and so many more watching to see who might be slotting in to join rosters around the NA scene. So let's go ahead and roll on down, as right now the supports are already getting a little bit messy. I love this. Protoss and Tub meeting over there in the mid lane. River, Struggler, and Shochi, of course, Asila being a Struggler, joining themselves in the pick as many bits of HP off your opponent as you can before minions spawn.
And already, I gotta say, big fan of mobility and Kisno in this game. They've got the Gen G tag. Chovy will win it this time, guys. Swear to God, we've been saying it 6 times, like for 6 years, and we convince ourselves that it'll happen. They may be in the 1-1 bracket, but you know, in fairness, no team Orbital that has gone 3-0 in the Swiss stage has actually won Worlds. So there you go. There's
Why is
more supporting evidence.
that is a depressing stat to hear. Like, bro,
Well, okay,
you can
in
rock a
fairness,
Swiss, but you
they've
can't do
both
better.
been T1, and T1 never does
Okay.
well in Swiss, right? So it's partially jokes, but it is also true. It's kind of cope, but hey, you know, we as the Chovy defenders will always try to find some way to have his back. I'm more of a Canyon guy myself, you know, being a jungler and all, but it
That's
seems like
fair.
Enthralled is really putting the pressure here in on the early game. We can already see they take a meaty chunk out of Tub.
I like it. You go ahead and start things off strong. You make sure that you get a little piece of that pie, especially with running that Alistar. You got to punish the early levels before we get to see extra. But Hoarder says, listen, I'm going to use that counter-strike as best as possible. And it's kind of interesting situation has been occurring throughout. I believe a majority share of the matches we've seen these kind of mix and matches of where do we actually want to stick players in. Specifically, this is just trying to allow Hoarder not to deal with the Gnar on their own. Instead, matching pace, maybe having Tub for an all-in at level 2, level 3. But the idea isn't bad on paper. It's the execution that always worries me.
Yeah, I like what Team A are going for here, just going for a swap and probably trying to circumvent that dangerous matchup that we alluded to with the Jax versus the Gnar. It's definitely not pretty for Hoarder early on. Is good dodge there from Asila. Manages to
like that.
more chunking out of Shochi. And, you know, Shochi has the AGB Fridays buff, all right? So I trust in him to be able to pick it up a little bit, put it back. But Morgana, certainly not known for her strong early game, right? It really is that that Blackfire Torch spike that can get you going. And so we're probably going to just be seeing Asila look for as many trades as possible, maybe as much support as possible. As we can see a move up here from Alistar.
Yes, moving into the mid lane, but it's all about the other sides of the map, specifically Denethor and mobility. Remember, we talked about mobility being one of these stronger ADCs that we watched throughout this combine and also having a long history behind. And in this matchup, you mess up once, and the Gnar's going to be in for some pain. However, that is a jump into a route as Hoarder gets a massive chunk taken out of them. Mobility flashes in, though, as Denethor flashed out on the top. The camera doesn't even know where to stay right now.
Yeah, it's kind of just some poking, some prodding everywhere. You can see that Hoarder maybe going to get dove here, is standing very far back because he knows Kisno probably finishing up his full clear, should be looking for some kind of an aggressive play. It's always around that 3:30 to 4-minute mark where you as a side laner have to be aware that if you're pushed up, there is a fair chance that the enemy jungler could try to make an aggressive play on you. So he smartly backs on away, will just teleport down toward the bot side and still holds on to that flash. So I don't really think that there is going to be a large angle for Enthralled and Protoss to get him that low for the foreseeable future.
It's all about just trying to play that map David as much as possible. With that first move, though, Kisno has now attempted to force a little bit of a shift around the map. I love that swap around, by the way. A little bit of the emote spam, having some fun with your lane opponent. Both Asila and Shochi just doing what mid laners do, which is farm, maybe rotate out to help the jungler, farm some more. As Tub now rejoins mobility up on the top side, and Team B have seen this and are so actively placing the 2v1 in the bot side. So Team A now pulling their second shift of the game, and poor Hoarder is the one that is kind of stuck in this position of can't do too much. Nice attempt to stop Hoarder from jumping out, but he still gets the leap off.
Yeah, steadfast presence. Good timing there from Protoss as yeah, we keep kind of going back to this mid lane. Honestly, I would be really interested in seeing Asila and Shochi and maybe like a stand-up comedy competition because you know, on top of being really good at League of Legends, these are two of the funniest players, two of the players that I think of when I really picture like personality in the developmental scene. So I would pay, I think, good money for that. If you guys are listening back on the VOD, make it happen. I'll pay like $30 for a ticket.
Oh, that or we'll Tip, you know, do live stream it, right? Just live stream it. Go ahead, pop it up. We'll listen to the banter. We'll sit there. Listen, I'll drop 10 to do that. I'd do that all day long. I might not do 30 though if it's a live stream. I got to be in person for 30 for sure.
Yeah. That totally makes sense.
Yeah, I got to pay for gas, man. Have you seen gas prices lately? Like, it's horrible.
Oh,
I gotta get my money's worth out of there.
I mean, do you live in California? I always forget because gas prices are always obscene there.
Listen, I'm not gonna dox myself, but no, I'm Let's go ahead and just not do that, but that's going to be a little ahead. But Tub having a dance-off with Denethor on the top side as everyone's stunned up. No. I honestly, I wish I could go out there and visit, though.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'll be going out there for my birthday, so if anyone wants to say hi. But
Hey.
it looks like Kisno did say hi to the dragon. Team Beacon picked that one up just about a minute ago, as Asylum has to be careful. Protoss now starting his roam timer. You can also see Tub is doing something similar. This is kind of what we alluded to with the draft here, Orbital, where we were saying that there's a lot of roaming potential from both of these picks, and I mean, their 80 carries give you an idea that they aren't the champions to be played around, at least not at the early phases of this game. So we can see they're just trying to make sure the conditions of their solo laners are apt in time for these grubs that start up in about a minute or so.
That is going to be that pace of play, as you mentioned, just you know, assuming, of course, for the supports, they're still battling it out. Tub and Protoss, I love how willing they are to drop a full rotation of their abilities just to be annoying to each other. Just making sure their wards are in the right spot. Asyla, though, trying to utilize as much pressure as they can on that Aurora. You mentioned before the wave state control for Shochi is big, but on the bot side, we're seeing that Mega RB used out. Denethor making sure to at least keep close to Tub. As the heal comes out behind, Proto is going to force the likes of Tub into the wall, but a nice flash heal will keep them healthy and alive.
Yeah, good aggressive play there from Denethor, forces a flash out of the Alistar, like you said, and now I'm really interested to see what's going to be happening in the next couple of seconds, because Tub ideally wanted to go up toward the top side with his Trundle. We talked about the importance of getting this objective if you are Team A because of how well utilized it can be by your top side as Syla.
I don't think Shochi is able to stay alive from this one. Flash to the side, though. Shochi gets over to Kisno, but Bio is here to go. Flash jump to finish it off at first. Blood goes the way of Team A. Of course, Cyclone will rip Asylum right back, and both junglers walk away quite happy with an extra 300 gold in their pockets.
Yeah, good stuff coming out there from Asylum in particular. It does not actually get him a kill. He's the one that goes down and only gets the assist, but it also means that you buy some time for your team to roam on up toward these grubs. They do have control of the pit. Kisno, though, is a little bit lower, so has to be careful about fully committing, especially without that ultimate.
Oh, nice little stop there, Tub, making sure to interfere as much as possible. Will be a trade out 1 grub to 2, so Team A still on top of that objective control. And I think when it comes to this game being so close, where everyone is taking extra precautions to reach that mid to late game state that you want to be in, it really is about how many global objectives are you going to give over, how many dragons, how many grubs, how many herald, or where is a herald going to go, that really tend to sway the game in a certain direction.
It also matters for the feats, right? Because Team B got that dragon, so if they get a majority of the grubs there, they're 2 on that, and that could be really bad, especially if we see Kisno, who now has that Cyclone, get a little bit more aggressive in this jungle and get just a couple of more kills for his team. And you already get that big advantage in the early game. As, you know, kind of going back to that earlier fight, I feel like we did see Bio look and attempt for that aggression, but Kisno maybe just dissuading him simply because the Wukong has Sheen and has that spike. Oh, no.
That's going to be a nice one. Cool guys don't look at explosions. That Shochi gets revenge. Quax, did you tell me that, you know, Morgana isn't well known as that kind of kill threat champion?
Not really, but like I also said, I mean, this is a champion where you can really transform into a kill threat once you have that Blackfire Torch. He doesn't have that, but he does have the Lost Chapter, so I think that item spike definitely helping to secure that kill. And now Shochi will be able to get a shove in the mid lane, get a reset, has that teleport to match with Asyla as well. So we will see, for the time being, the Morgana really step it up. Should also be able to get that that first item. So Blackfire Torch will be complete. And now that priority supremacy that we talked about for this pick really going to come online. He actually goes for the Sork Shoot, so won't get the other.
Well, you know who also might need the boots in their favor, as the boots of swiftness are there, but Protoss gets knocked out of the Demacian Hammer, so it is tough to allow mobility to pick up their first kill of the game and continue on building up that pressure that Ezreal is going to start looking like a very scary boy.
Yeah, Ezreal securing that kill. Protoss down for another couple of seconds. You can see Dragon is being pinged by both teams.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Are we gonna see a dive?
I think you're thinking of it. That's why Hoarder's actually jumping on in. It is going to be counter strike, but the bop on the head is so good. Goomba stomped to oblivion. Down on the bot side, though, Dragon is being started up here. Tub goes into the Breakable Will. Dragon is taken away. Team A recognized that they had to make a force somewhere, but there's going to be the Between Worlds as it's Asyla to try and hop out to safety. But Team B say you will pay a price, and the price is blood. 2 kills for a Dragon. Fight's not over yet. Shoji as well as Protoss working their way around. No Unbreakable Will, no extra HP to work with. They're all kind of bottlenecked here. TP coming in though, which should signal the retreat. Team B have gotten what they came for, which is blood and gold.
I like that there from Hoarder, saving his team from what would have surely been a disastrous fate on that bot dive. Does also mean that a Denethor should be able to push in this top wave and maybe get himself a plate for his efforts. Obviously does have that 1 tick of the grubs, and that solo kill on top of it means that the Gnar could be a little bit more accelerated than what Team A are comfortable with. But still, I feel like at the end of the day, it was a good play from the Team A top laner. Is Hoarder now maybe going to pay for it?
Oh, he just wanted to go back to tower. And now he has to go on a magical journey.
Escape.
Even without Bard here, but in the mid lane is where it's at. Enthralled flashing away, but tower ain't really gonna save you. Tub making sure to tank it on up, which even gives space for Hoarder to get away because the mid lane was so watched for. It is gonna be a kill and a half. Asyla trying to jump away from Denethor, who has actually looked okay. What a great Gnar into the wall, and it's a straight up solo kill. Denethor says, "You ain't getting away, little bunny rabbit."
Yeah, and I mean, all of the mobility from Asyla, it gets completely read by Denethor, similar to what we just saw in that mid lane. Tub actually predicting the pulverize there with the arcane shift, so they find a kill onto Enthralled as well. It's a trade of kills for both of these teams, but still Team B leading by just a couple. And at the end of the day, Denethor getting that solo kill means that he will be able to have some time alone on this turret because Hoarder used that teleport earlier. No one is really there to immediately respond to that. As kind of coasting into the mid game, we're getting really close to post 14 minutes here, Orbital. It feels like the most accelerated member on Team B is that Gnar. We were expecting it to be something on this top side, but I feel like it is a really good champion here against Team A because of all of that disengage, because of all of that crowd control that you have when you are Mega. It's going to be a big challenge for Team A to find these angles to engage when Denethor is able to just shove them right away and tell them no.
And not just that, do it on his own. That was the solo kill onto Asyla specifically. And to me, when you were talking about most improved, watching a player go from maybe a team fight style player, or maybe the aggressiveness, but maybe not tempered in there, to understand the limits of your champion and to be able to break open a lead for yourself and to make yourself a threat without the need for your rest of your team is a very nice quality to have. And I think that for Denethor, it's going to continue because now your matchup against Hoarder, who remember is 0-1-0, did not have a great time here in the bot side, was put into a, I want to say, a weaker state considering the earlier matchup against Enthralled and Protoss. Hoarder has been playing from behind since about minute 1.5. It feels like. So now we're kind of watching this pace of play where the top laners, they've both been given drastically different things to work with heading into this mid game.
It also feels like it's just going to get worse for the case of Denethor, right? Because he spent a good amount of gold going for those steel caps. Doesn't actually have his first item yet. So once he gets that Trinity Force, I feel like we'll really turn it up in terms of threat potential. As yeah, he's going to get that. Goes for that reset. Ahead of this Dragon as well, I think it's a really good break point for Team B to play around with. As we're 1-1 a piece here for those Drakes, and we can actually see Team B with the Gnar in the area. They really want to leverage the numbers here because they know Hoarder's on the bot side. They're just going to go for the Herald and hopefully transition that into pressure for the Dragon.
Well, the pressure might come in one way or another, as right now TP is up for Hoarder, but the entirety of the squads are all up here. Team A and Team B are both vying for the alphabet here, and unfortunately it's Bio that goes down. So Team B get a jump on Team A and take a kill plus the Herald. That is very nice for them as they go ahead and claim 2 of the 3 global objectives. Bot side though, Denethor trying to make sure the tower doesn't fall, but it does anyway, which means boots are not grabbed just yet. Both currently have 1 feat to their name. Hoarder might not have his life. Denethor is now on a killing spree. Granted, this time Hoarder actually got something out of it.
Yeah, Hoarder, I mean, does get the tower, has to sacrifice his life for it, and probably Team A gonna have to subsequently sacrifice giving, or you know, contesting rather, this dragon that comes up in just a few seconds because the Denethor will get shoved in this bot lane, also has the Herald, so even if you go for a fight, if you lose that fight, that Herald will turn a bad situation to a worse one. So really good response there from Denethor. I feel like this Gnar has been traversing this mid game so far really, really well, pulling a lot of pressure and reacting to any kind of play that Team A want to make.
Not just that, it's the idea of, hey, you know, I'm going to make a play and I'm going to ensure it works. If you guys aren't going to help me, I'm going to do it my own. Remember, that was a straight up TP to the tower itself. Whoever called that, beautiful work. Once again, it's Denethor and Hoarder just trying to clear out the waves. Namely, though, we're looking at the dragon that's currently being started up by Kizno, who is 3-0-0, by the way, has done very well for themselves. And if they're able to take this dragon on their own, it would put them at the feet of a global slaying. It is going to be all three camps to them, meaning they go ahead and get the boots upgrades. Team B, happy about that extra little boost in there.
And I feel like the Mountain Dragon is really good at accelerating the top side that is ahead for Team B. Like you said, it's not only Denethor, but it's also Kizno sitting at 3-0 on that Wukong. That combined with the Stone Skin just makes you such a formidable opponent. It's so difficult to actually take down. So a Team A might have their work cut out for them. But this is where that relevancy for someone like Bio comes in on the Trundle, being able to cast that Subjugate. It's good for taking down one of them, but what happens, you know, when you have more than one, right? You gotta kind of gotta pick your poison on who you want to ult and who you want to leave on the team fight that could potentially slaughter your backline because they are so tanky.
Well, that's where the rest of the team is supposed to be coming in. Aurora being one of the premier, you know, just champion slaughterers. Doesn't matter how much you get. There's decent shred in the kit. And yet Asila has been struggling through a lot of this game so far. 0-4-1, has not had a really comfortable time so far, and he's yet still to find the momentum. This is why we're seeing that Between Worlds not really do that much. It was there, it did about a quarter of some HP.
It's an aura ult, all right? It's for the aura. All right?
Okay, you know what, that's true. I give that, yeah.
Yeah, no, it deals the damage necessary, and he's actually gonna, you know, further that aggression onto Kizno. We can see that Team A are just trying to fish for vision here on this bot side because they have that wave pushed up in the bot lane. But I don't expect Team B to actually make anything possible for Team A in the wake of picks. They don't have to face check a lot of this territory. They've got pushing waves on the bot side. There's also the mid lane that is around neutral. So this trap that Team A are attempting to set feels like it really doesn't need to be reacted to here by Team B because there's nothing on the map that they can actually leverage with that space. There's a Otacon coming up in about a minute, but you are still a little bit early if you are trying to control that area.
I mean, the control is also so differently placed. Take a look at the ward control itself. Team A fully littered around that top, the bot side of Team B's jungle. And then you look on the flip, Team B fully centered around the top side of the map inside the river, making sure to populate. And then they also had a deep ward, which is now being cleared out by Tub. The vision control that we've been seeing, as you mentioned, for Team A is looking to be highly aggressive, but is it going to yield results is a whole different question at this current moment. We are just waiting for the gold, I think, to kind of flow into their own pockets. Mobility specifically, after getting the kill earlier on in the game, because you have to really spread their wings, still waiting for their second item. Protoss, though, on the bot side, spots a little bit of a weak Bio. Bio trying to run away, sidesteps that curtain call, is going to subjugate onto Kizno, who now has to run away, which is a really good spot. However, in comes a TP. Nice jump in from Thomas. It's a double knockup, but can there be more to follow? Soul Shackles booted away right now. So it is a chance back. Down goes Kizno, but one more fall afterwards. True Shot Barrage lands onto two, but it's a trade out as Enthralled takes the kill back. So far, it's just the junglers who have died on the backside of this team fight. What a big snap, though, by Asila, which forces the rest of Team B to run away. Hoarder with the counter-strike tries to jump forward. It's such a nitpicky moment. Everyone's tap dancing around the issue of very low health bars. Black Shield to perfection. Denethor able to get away, but it's still a trade 1-for-1, and overall 2-for-3 in favor of Team A as they walk away bloodied, but with the bag of gold.
And I was expecting a way cleaner fight there from Team B. It felt like Denethor's teleport might have been a little too late. Either that or Kizno died a little too soon, because I think Team B were anticipating trying to get a flank angle for the Gnar. They could have used that plus the Cyclone to really sing home that play and get the Otacon off of it. But I think it was just a little bit mistimed there from the top and jungle. What results is Kisno going down too much. Denethor does get a nice shove, but you don't really have any big sources of damage at this point that can realistically hit, as Enthralled was chunked, Shochi was kind of chunked, and to make matters worse, Mobility and Asyla were both hitting their shots, picking off stragglers, and now the Dragon is going to be coming up in about 30 seconds. Otacon is here as well, and Shochi...
Oh my lord, Bio saying let's try and make this work as Mobility lands the traditional barrage on everyone. They're just gonna bounce on in. Team A ready with another fight, but Denethor on the backside, making it difficult. However, Hoarder has been unleashed in the battle, has gotten 2 so far, looking for another good buff on the head by Denethor to slow things down. Enthralled when it flashes inside the Dragon Pit to try and stay alive, but guess what? It's just the top laner. Shochi saying maybe it's not. They're gonna try and help out as much as possible. Hoarder burning for their life, able to hop over the wall thanks to the pink ward, but in a 4v5, a 3-for-3 is amazing for Team A.
They'll still be able to get the Dragon, though. Tub does respawn, but Hoarder has to go back to base. He's so low in this fight. I think the one silver lining here for Team A is that while this is soul point for Team B, they can't immediately go for the Otacon. Bio will be up by that time, and I think it would just be an overstay, so they only get the Dragon. It is soul point, which does put Team A on a timer, but still could have been a lot worse. Though I have to give praise over to Hoarder, even though they lost that fight. That was the teleport we were hoping to see from Denethor in that earlier play. The Jax comes in at just the right time, almost salvages the situation, has the superhero landing and everything, but just isn't able to bring it home because the Dragon doesn't go their way. Now, though, both teams are back on the map, ready to scrap around this Otacon, and they're not even giving it any time. Just as things were starting to get good, Orbital.
Well, I love the fact as well that this hits after some of the larger map swing moments that we've had so far here in the game. Now, keep in mind this pause, for those that might be a little bit new to the Combine so far, that is a pause where, or maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. Both teams do have pauses that the coach themselves for Team A and Team B can pull during the game live. That is something that can be done, so that's why you and I weren't exactly confused about it specifically. But it was only for a minute. I believe they have 2 total that they are able to call for. So the fact that this was called, maybe it was just a pause for a moment. But the Otacon still
It's either 2 pauses or it's 1 pause that's 2 minutes, I think. I get them mixed up.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Either way, though, it is a little bit of wait as we're now back into it. Otacon pulled off Rip, though, and this I was a bit surprised about. Normally, it's a setup, take a fight into Otacon, but that was a straight Otacon Rip with no vision, no nothing, and Team B kind of caught on the sideways glance.
You can see Team A maybe looking for some kind of an engage, but I think Protoss just standing there makes it so difficult as Mobility.
Oh, a half second late on the choice there by Protoss, and Mobility is able to buffer with that arcane shift power. The tower now goes down, and that's a whole different story. Again, Asyla kind of living up to the struggler name as they're now 2-6-4 in this game alone.
Yeah, the Aurora getting caught there. There's no Baron for about another minute and a half, and we can see that Team B don't really have an interest in trying to further the map state. They will be sending Kisno up to the top side to get some prio there, and Denethor is going to put out the fires in bot lane and try and reclaim some minions on that part of the map, but they aren't pushing mid, they aren't fishing for vision, they aren't trying to extend that line. They're just going to go back, get those items. Baron is going to be up in about a minute, so they're thinking that if we can find a pick around this timer, we don't have to go back, we don't have to think about anything else except trying to go for that neutral and really continue that siege, as that has been halted, Orbital, for the last few minutes, and I do think that Team B are going to be in need of that objective, simply because the wave clear and damage from Team A dissuades them from walking up close to those turrets.
Yep, go ahead, get those buffs, give yourself a little bit of an easier time walking forward. I will say, though, Team B starting to be willing to kind of pull that trigger to fight, and I've really got to put eyes back on the top side. Like you were mentioning, you know, you were talking about the fact that the top lane Jax versus Gnar matchup last Combine was such a good litmus test for a lot of the players. And right now, Denethor and Hoarder are doing the exact same thing. Hoarder has stepped up since that 0-1 position they were in earlier. Denethor has still yet to die this game and has had significant impact, maybe off center screen, but it's still 5-0-4, has been a mainstay reason why Team B have even made some of these awkward fights into winning conditions.
And I feel like for the biggest struggle of Hoarder. It has been just, we talk about the side lane importance. We talked about the grubs for Team A, and he really hasn't been allowed to side lane. We saw him in the bot lane, put some pressure down there, and, you know, Team B have obviously had to respond to that. But as you can see, that wave and bot side does not favor Team A anymore. It is just Denethor pushing away, and it feels like he just has more impunity than the Jax to do that because, like we said earlier, he is so strong and is one of the biggest pieces on the map. This could also lead to maybe just a cross-map rip here from Team B. If they send more than one person, and, you know, more than one person on that part of the map from Team A gets seen on maybe a ward, then Team B have every right to maybe try and rip this Baron. I mean, you do have the Gnar, you do have the Jhin, you do have the Morgana. I feel like your team is really good at being able to just evaporate some of these objectives. So Team A have to be really careful where they step and how many members they commit to this bot side, because a cross-map play is very possible at a moment's notice.
This is why we're seeing everyone kind of double up here. Bio and Tub. Cupid Esports squad here in this combine block. Both of them roaming together, making sure to stay side by side, get some extra wards down, and try and keep eyes on exactly where Team B is. For Team B, though, it's all about taking those jungle camps. Take a look at where Kizno is. Once again, enemy territory, hiding out inside of those jungle brushes just to see if anyone steps by, dropping a pink ward, making sure to get deep range in case they need to put Denethor on the back end to get a flank.
Yeah, Denethor certainly going to need to be stepping up alongside Kizno to make these engages happen. You obviously have Protoss as well to maybe look for a pick, but my biggest worry is, you know, that timing. If you look for a Cyclone, but you waste your dummy too early, Kizno just goes down. And now, with the Dragon coming up in about 10 seconds and the Baron up as well, the importance of keeping your jungler alive is significantly bigger than it was as Denethor. Gonna chunk out Hoarder just a little bit there. We'll throw a boomerang at him as Protoss.
Okay, flash out by Protoss, but that's an ult
Denethor's
down. That means
Omega.
Aurora doesn't have it for the turn. Kizno goes in with the Cyclone, but there's kind of that dummy usage, but it's Denethor again! We watch for the Dinosaur, and over the wall slams Team A into their death. Asila and Tub fall so cleanly, and Team B are going to take the Dragon in Soul as their prize.
And Denethor just finds yet another engage on the shove. He goes over the wall and finds a 3. Bio is still alive, and the Baron is being pinged here by Team B, so they get the soul. Maybe there is a chance for the Trundle with Flash to try and make a steal happen, but you don't have a lot of that damage that your team is supposed to need. The Aurora is gone, Tub is gone, and a teleport from Hoarder. He's just gonna get aggressed onto Orbital.
I don't know what the call was there, but Hoarder went miles ahead. It felt like if everyone else had to burn the TP and also hop their way out there on the wrong side of the map, and now they have to recall that TP. Yes, it might have stopped Baron, but I don't know if it was fully worth it. Now for Team B, they know they can position around this top side, and as soon as they see Hoarder out of position, they might go for it.
Hoarder, no flash, no teleport, has to be really careful where they step here, as it feels like that has been the name of the game so far for Team A. One of them just has a toe out of line, and Team B, with their pick tools, managed to secure 1 kill. They get an objective off of it. That has been kind of the rhythm of this match so far. And looking ahead, it feels really hard to imagine how you can actually play around that, right? Because you do have engage and you do have damage on that top side. But it feels like at this point, because the Mountain Soul is secured here for Team B, none of that is good enough to actually get through Denethor, to get through Kizno, and to get through Protoss. So we're kind of in this position where you have very few ways to get through the front line. The back line does a ton of damage, and you are sitting in a position where if one of you dies and the rest of Team B can survive, they just immediately go onto that Baron and look to make this game even more unwinnable.
I would 100% agree on that one, Quax. This has been Team A recognizing how far they have fallen in this game, number one, and how important it is to stay alive and keep their own carries up. I would foresee Asila not using that Between Worlds as often, making sure to have that ultimate up and ready for themselves, and using it in conjunction with the rest of the team instead of just looking for those catches. Not only that, mobility, quietly trying to farm up as clean as possible, currently having 3 items matching out against Enthralled. Mobility is going to start looking for a lot of these duels, a lot of these fights, and say, hey, if you guys can keep me alive, maybe I can chew through. Yes, I don't have the Pure Shred, but you have the Grudge in hand, so maybe he can do some work. He just needs a way to send those Mystic shots in.
Yeah, I mean, having that Cyrilda's Grudge is a big deal to get through that front line. That was the big struggle that we talked about is Protoss.
I like it. You look at it, but Protoss is just so dang tanky. It's a Poppy that is an item and a half. Level 11 as well, but a nice chunk out still means you get to survive, and no kill handed over to Team A.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we talked about. That's the power of the Mountain Soul, and it keeps the support for Team B alive. No pick available there for Team A, and they actually use the Subjugate as well, so it's going to be a little bit until they can set up for that again. Obviously, it is a level 2 Trundle ultimate, so the cooldown isn't a huge concern, but could give Team B a narrow window to take control back, knowing that their frontliners are able to walk around unbesmirched from that Trundle R. We're seeing it here. Yep, Baron is on the cards, and we can see they're all deathballing to try and see which of Team A does face check.
All right, well, it is going to be Bio, and unfortunately, they're playing to the stronger side because Team A actually had Hoarder on the back line, but for Team B, they're so happy about this, so Hoarder going to jump on an ADC, but guess what? It doesn't matter. Hoarder is now lost in the sauce. Team B, I don't know if they knew Hoarder was there, but they played that fight so cleanly.
I mean, Hoarder just gets hit by the Dark Binding, and there's nothing he can do. Shochi now.
All right, chunked out. That's the root. That's the damage. Silas saying, I got one for us, and Protoss getting run back to the Baron. However, that's 2 chunked out. The damage scaling is so good. Team B, they made the earlier right call, but then lose 2 right after, and they started the Baron.
They keep attention on the Baron.
This is getting messy. This is getting so messy. Quack. A good root comes down. Bio just respawned. It's going to go down to death or 2-shot barrage across the side, though. Has another pick on the side. Mobility going absolutely crazy. The double damage is real. Another missing shot lands, and they just arcade it forward. Mobility. What was that? Team A. Ace Team B.
And Mobility, he's firing left, he's firing right. Kills all of Team B. Isn't going to be able to finish off the Baron, but he at least prevents its taking. The savior for Team A comes up big. Give this man 3 items, and he'll make miracles happen.
We said at the beginning of this, Mobility coming into this with some of the highest kills on average across the 3 games that he has played so far in this combat. I lied, 6 games played. That was exceptional kiting. You saw how Team B were so messy, and do we want to fight it, do we not? And then realize, oh crap, Mobility's doing damage. And now it's round freaking 2 with the clocks coming in. Now, once again, Bio was not really in the right position, so Baron's getting chunked out very quickly. In comes the hammer. Is it actually going to work? It knocks out Bio.
Bio's gone.
It's 45, and a pinch against the wall means Struggler is gone. Asila loses out. Baron goes away at Team A, but the messiness has continued. Price is paid in 3 different spades as Hoarder is trying to run for his life. However, Mobility lived, and okay, I lied. Mobility, man, I just popped you up. Please don't die right now. But you have only Barrier and no flash, and it is Denethor to knock you out. 4 Barons gone with such a tough call, and Team B say, great, let's run.
And now it's Bio with a club, a pillar, a Baron buff, and a dream. He's got to keep Team B from sieging too much of his base. We've got around 15 seconds until Asila comes back up, and it seems like that dream will become a reality. They're not going to siege too much outside of that tier 2. They're just going to go for the resets as Elder up in about 40 seconds. They want to make sure their conditions are as healthy as possible going into that fight. But this is where games are really flipped on its head. Team B, they were in the driver's seat for so much of this game, but one hero play from Mobility and one Baron attempt later, suddenly we are still in this match, and it is anyone's game to take. This is only game number 1, by the way, Orbital. Almost 40 minutes, and these teams are really working for it.
They really want to show what they got, and I think for Asila, they're more than happy about that. We mentioned that Asila has had some struggles here, and in that last fight, yes, mobility was a highlight, but the secondary spotlight was on Asila being able to follow up, making sure to stay just outside of range. Now has been struggling
Ooh,
8
wait,
deaths
look
in
at
and only
Protoss,
4
look at
kills.
Kisno.
Yeah, they're on the side here, but I think for Asila, they're so happy that they get to try and play another fight. Now the flank comes in here. The rest of Team A recognizing that they are getting pushed out, of course, so this fight can be very, very brutal. Hoarder trying to get in, use the counter-strike that has to jump away to safety. Right now, the Morgana pools are doing enough to stave off Tub and Bio, so it's actually Team B that are turning towards that Elder Dragon.
And Denethor being mega means it's so difficult for Team A to actually walk in here that they don't have a lot of tools to fish for some damage, and so they just would be forced to face check this bush, and that's so deadly to do. I think, yeah, Kisno is actually taking the dragon. It's slow and steady. It's being taken down pretty slowly. The Baron buff is still active here for Team A. Maybe they just want to go for a push or some kind of a flank angle. They need to fight this, it sounds like.
They really do, and they're recognizing that, hey, oh my god, they actually started. It was a slow start of the dragon, but it is getting down to about half HP, but Denethor this time caught out off to the side. He is mini Gnar, so it's going to be a little bit slow. Tub going right back in, and the Between Worlds is going to be used to open up a little bit more space.
Oh, no!
But the smite from the 4-shot comes on it, so it's a Thrall to give the Elder, which now means everyone gets to die, and Thrall picks up a double. Curtain call on poor Asila, and Struggler is down, meaning we're going to have Rabbit Stew. It's 3-0 for Team B as they got all the busts in the world.
And it might be curtains on this game, Orbital. It is just mobility and Hoarder alive. And I think that Baron buff has officially expired. The Elder is here for Team B. They have a small minion wave, but they've got a lot of numbers in terms of champions. And there were a couple of doubts, there were a couple of worries, but they still find their win.
Ride on high as much as possible. Mobility says don't count us out just yet. They're still okay in the strength department. But of course, Denethor, the rock-solid top laner, shuts that right down. Mobility might have had a nice game, but Denethor was the true star. 11, 1, and 9. Reverse that and call 911 because Bio needs it. Game 1 over at 36 minutes.
Really back and forth late game there, Orbital. I mean, it was pretty clean from Team B at the start. You know, the beginning and the mid game, Denethor, I think, had a masterclass on that Gnar. But the moment mobility finds an angle, the moment he has that hero play, we had to be second guessing the result of this game. But we cannot second guess one thing, and that is Denethor on this Gnar. We're really lucky that it's fearless because this would totally be banned away from him in a non-fearless environment. And this isn't even one of his better champions, in my opinion, Orbital. I feel like Denethor is way more deadly on champions that he is prone to carrying with things like the Gwen, things like the Camille, right? Things like the Cassante even. I feel like he's really good at that champion. So this is just the tip of the iceberg for this player in terms of picks that he can actually play. And that is a scary prospect if you are Team A. Simply because what is this guy going to play next and how are you going to prepare for it?
And if you zoom out that microscope off Denethor just a little bit, you actually take a look at the rest of the specimen that is Team B, and you look down to the bottom lane, Enthralled and Protoss also lived up to what we were waiting for. It was bloody on the bot side. Enthralled 11, 3, and 9, and then Protoss just shy of that 17.3, sitting on 1, 5, and 17 on this game alone. Very well played. I think the entire squad came together towards that end and allowed Denethor to shine even higher after that early and mid game. For Team A though, they are going to have to ramp things up and see what they can do in game number 2. There's plenty more games we played on the night, so we'll see how it goes down here on the Blue Otter League stream. We're excited to see what the rest of this block of the Combine provides, so we'll go to a short break, let the captains and the coaches get in on the action and see what game 2 has in store for us. Don't go anywhere.
To ignite the dark sky.
And here we go for game number 2. Game number 1 brought some fire, I'll be honest. I was very excited to watch Denethor and Hoarder obviously going at it. Denethor stepping up, and Thralled Protoss giving us a very bloody game, and everyone else on either side having their few moments to shine. However, Team B right now looking locked and loaded heading into this next.
Yeah, and now I think this kind of goes into a bit of what the coaches are thinking about trying to get from this block, right? Because on one hand, you can try and really further push the strengths of these players and maybe just show what they're best at. I think that they both did a really good job in that game in that regard. Obviously, for the red team, having Denethor on something that could sideline, but also something that could carry, putting something on Enthralled that scaled, and then putting Shochi on something that was not only really good at making picks, but also really good at making space with that Morgana. And now kind of comes the question, are we going to be seeing a switch up of that style for the red team and also subsequently for the blue team, maybe here to try and get a win in game number 2? And though I will say this is a combine. So, wins obviously are important, but at the end of the day, it is the individual performances, I think, that really are what people are on the lookout for, especially those that are looking to maybe take you a step further. I know that there are some lands that the Saito Combine does go for. So not necessarily, privy on the criteria here for the coaches, but I do think that my biggest question at least is, are we going to be seeing a switch up of style here for either of these teams to maybe try and see what these players can do when they're given different resources and different champions?
Of course, and even during some of the meetings I had a moment to actually sit down and listen to some of the coaches and listen to some of the thoughts and the schools of why they're here as well. The idea that not even the wins are not weighted as heavily as normal. Not even that, the individual static stats, the KDA, how much gold you
Mhm.
get, and everything, those don't hold as much weight as you would normally assume. Because for those that might not know, a lot of these teams actually have coaches listening in to the comms, watching
Yeah.
every single thing that they say to each other as well. How do you react to being put further behind in the game? How do you react to being ahead? How are you talking about your opponents? How do you respect your opponents and your own teammates? Everything is being taken into consideration. So when we talk about some of these players and maybe having a little bit of a struggle in there, there's also some merit where that might not be what they're working on.
Yeah.
We've seen some players actually put on the fritz and being really pushed out of their comfort zone with, I'm very excited to talk about it while we still have a little bit of time, some of the fun restrictions that we might see in the future come the next week of this combine.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are really fun to think about because we don't actually know those restrictions, and I would
Yep.
imagine that they're going to be a little bit more different than what we maybe saw last year. It's kind of like the
Yep.
Hunger Games, right? Where you're always interested in what the arena is going to be. It's not a matter of, yeah, okay, we'll have the 24 tributes and everything. Like that's really cool, but what's like the new stuff? What are we cooking up in that
Yep.
arena that will be really cool? Maybe we'll get some tracker jackers in there, or maybe like the rotating spinning clock arena thing. That blew my mind as a kid. By the way, because I was not a book reader before I saw those movies, so I was completely
Ooh.
surprised when that island started spinning. Big fan of those movies, but I am
Yeah.
also a big fan of League, and yeah, for game number 2, I feel like I am looking to see maybe some adaptations here in the draft, just kind of what these guys are capable of doing on different characters and in a different light. Where can we see them going? As it looks like your screens are not deceiving you, we are actually going to be getting a side swap here
Yep.
for game number 2. So now this kind of comes into where exactly are we going to be putting the emphasis on things like counter pick, right?
Hmm.
For fifth pick. So interested to see all of that as draft finally starting up here. And already we can see those fearless champions taken off the table, Orbital.
Yes, I love the fact that you were pointing out that, where does the emphasis go? And I always like to bring it about where is the win con going to be leading into? A lot of the matches and a lot of the compositions that we've seen before have lended itself to someone's going to take the lead. Someone is going to be giving priority, whether with the champion, with the idealization, where one gets a heavy hyper carry in that role. And then sometimes by games 2 and 3, we actually see other players being floated as the options, right? We see, maybe we see a tank in the top side after hyper-aggressive bruisers up there. There are so many different ways for these matches to kind of pan out. That's what we're really excited for. However, the players themselves are saying, well, crap, some of these champions are still really, really frustrating to deal with, and we just can't not ban it. The Rumble and the Orianna are both banned away. Not only that, a hyper-aggressive Vi pickup or ban is there to match against the Caitlyn, where the Caitlyn has been banned out. So you can already see the focus kind of changing around to that jungle, mid, bot kind of areas right now.
Yeah, they're neither of these coaches big fans of Arcane. Going to be banning away the Caitlyn, the Vi, and Orianna made a cameo, so we can also include her in this. As bans mostly and largely finished up. Renekton going to be the last red side ban, and now this kind of becomes a question of, do you ban the Yunara here and just kind of do what we saw in game number 1, or do you switch it up a bit and maybe put some emphasis on what Denethor can do, because he was such a dominant factor in game 1? They are going to go for Denethor, take away that Ambessa that he is really good at, but they leave the Yunara as a result, and that will probably be going to Enthralled. And we were talking about trying to see like the differences in styles, and maybe we will be seeing like a repeat of what they're good at. I feel like this is the latter. Enthralled is really good at champions like Senna, champions like Ezreal. Those that can scale and have those breakpoints around 20 minutes are really what he's good at, and I feel like Yunara definitely fits that bill. So Team B already, doing one of the two things we said needed to happen here in game number 2, which is either exemplifying the strengths of these players or switching it up a bit and seeing what can be improved on. So yeah, Enthralled given a comfort style with the Yunara, and I feel like Team A probably going to follow suit here.
You go ahead and get given a little bit of comfort in terms of viability. We see the Xin Zhao locked in there for Bio, who in that last game had moments of brilliance on that Trundle, but the game kind of caught up to him. Now the Xin Zhao has a lot more potential to be that engaged threat. Crescent Guard plus the Talon Strike, all of these can be combined to catch a slippery ADC. You also give a Syla a little bit more agency maybe in that mid lane, a little bit more control over where they can go and how quickly they can. With that Talia, I like what's locked in. However, Kisnell now matching for a little bit more safety if that is a Maokai jungle, and then you get the long-range artillery with the Ziggs as well. My boy getting locked in.
Yeah, this is a really good counter into the Talia, actually. I feel like it's a pretty unsung one as well. It's something that Shochi is good at, right? Like we said, one of Shochi's biggest and best traits, in my opinion, at least, is when he's on those long-range mages. I think of things like the Azir, I think of things like the Talia, I think of things like the Mel that he dropped an 18-kill bomb on when him and Dorado were going through the promotion tournament in that summer split. Yeah, he's no stranger to piloting champions like the Zig, so I like to see him on a comfort style, similar to what we said about Enthralled. And now the Camille going to be locked in here, and like we said, sides have been swapped, so Denethor are going to have to be playing against one of his best champions here in game number 2. And if we're going to be going and following the trends of what these players like to do, Denethor will probably be put on a carry here in game number 2. So I feel like now the objective here for Team A is to just snag away a lot of those comfort carries in top lane.
I like that call out, and right now we're seeing those bans be tossed directly in their face. A little bit of a look towards that bot lane though. Respect handed over to Tub, who was making some moves around the map on the Alistar. Ban away the Bard, don't allow the extra catch behind, because right now it does feel like Team A are actively just building a fishing net. How many layers can they put into this fishing net to catch you? Hextech Ultimatum, Cousin Guard, all this stuff, it's going to get annoying. Another long-range map taken away, that is going to be the Ashe saying we're not going to see any of those cross-map ultis that will assist without truly assisting. I like that call.
And now the bot lane left up here for Team A. They're going to just slam the Nico, I would imagine. Good blind. Yep. And also good at just being able to threaten maybe another big engage against the Maokai. Maokai has a bad ultimate, and then Nico just steps up with Clone to block, and then can punch right back. So I like this pick coming out here for Tub. I would imagine it's probably put into something a little bit more aggressive. We're seeing a huge amount of engage being drafted here for Team A, so I think Kai'Sa might be likely as the R5 here, but Team B, I like Aatrox, actually. Into Camille, yeah. I think that is probably your best bet. You don't need more tankiness. You already have the front line and the peel with Janna and Maokai. I think that this is enough, and Aatrox is a really good, well-rounded comp with this draft. So, yep, they're going to lock that one in. I think an engaged AD carry is best here. Yeah, go Kaisa and just give mobility, one of his best champions. He was the savior of game number 1 here.
Yeah.
He gave Team A glimmer of hope, and I feel like when he is given a comfort carry and one that really, I think, fits the bill with the rest of his team as well to just go in, he can really pop off in these scenarios.
And given that chance to ramp up behind, because now everything looks to be moving forward. One of the big things that we mentioned before is, where is this highlighted? Where are the win cons for this team? Before we looked at the composition, we said, okay, they can scale up. They have the Jax. They have that Ezreal in the back line. Obviously, mobility as well as a Sylas started looking a little bit better towards that mid to late and looking like they could pump out the damage. This time around, they're actively saying we don't want to be put into that kind of bottomless pit that they were in when they were mixing into that early mid, where we started to see them slip further and further behind. I like the idea that if anything feels like it's slipping, they just press R, go in, and say, hey, we're gonna send it one way or another. It's appreciated.
Yeah.
However,
It absolutely is. And
it's
I think
still that spot of team A or team B looking good either way.
Yeah, no, Team B's draft looks really good. I would say for Team A, though, if they wanted to pick up a win here in this Block 3, I'm really looking at that Camille, right? Especially on the side lane threat. I feel like there is going to be a very, very, there are going to be very few worlds where this Camille can realistically team fight with the rest of their squad, because not only do you get outranged by things like the Ziggs, like the Janna, that can be really annoying, but also it's so difficult to even go into this comp, because you go in, you hit the Hextech ultimatum, you've got to deal with the Maokai roots, you've got to deal with the Aatrox knockups, and you've got to deal with the Janna nados and knockbacks. So there's plenty of CC to just disengage a champion like Camille from being able to go into the fight, and I feel like that extends to just beyond Hoarder and goes to things even like what Bio wants to do, what Mobility wants to do. But especially in the case of this Camille, you're gonna need to get those grubs. You're gonna need to be that side lane threat, because as it stands, if you're just expected to be put in this 5v5 scenario and told, all right, Hextech ultimatum, the backline, you might be able to click R on them. You might be able to. You're gonna die though the moment you hit the ground. And that, I think, is the biggest worry for a champion like Camille, who doesn't have a ton of utility outside of that ult and just being able to side lane and pump out that damage.
Not just that, if you don't die, you're getting Monsoon. That Hextech ultimatum is going to stay up for maybe 0.5 seconds. So Team B do have so many different ways to deal with you. Looking at their composition, though, they did index a lot more into that stay away from me style of gameplay. The Yunara with a great backpedal, the Maokai with a great disengage tool. Not only that, the Ziggs. I wanted to point that out, not just because he's my boy. I love my good old Ziggs back there. But again, as you mentioned, Shochi has done so well, and Shochi in that game number 1 on that Morgana looked really clean, made sure to stand up. Now given another priority piece of how well can you control this lane for Team B. I like what they've done. Do you think they will pull it off as simply and cleanly as we saw their early to mid, as we saw in game 1?
I feel like this is a comp where you're expected to be, you know, falling behind in gold maybe a little bit, maybe falling behind in dragons a little bit. I don't think that Team B are drafting for the early game at all, drafting for that skirmishing in the first 15 minutes. I think really the big thing for them is going to be, you know, being mindful of those breakpoints, scaling up, and not getting into too much trouble until then. So this could open up the door for Team A to make a lot of proactive plays and get those objectives under their belt, those grubs, like we mentioned. But they do have to be very careful about overextending themselves once we see this Ziggs on 2 items, once we see this Yunara on 3 items, because that's going to be the point where I think Team B should pull the trigger and really look to make this game in their grasp.
Not just that, I love the way that you pointed it out of seeing a lot of these players be able to step into their roles once the shoes have been fitted, once they see those first 1 and 2 items. And now I want to flip the coin on the other side. When we look at some of these players that we do want to see step into those big shoes, not just in the game itself, but just overall in the block, my eyes do move to Bio. Bio in game number 1 on the Trundle had some moments, but I personally, I'm not going to say if it was any specific reason, but given the Xin Zhao now, Xin Zhao has such a high priority. We want to see the Xin Zhao get active. We want to see that Xin Zhao in the middle of the battles this time around. I really do want to see Bio be in the middle of all these battles and be one of the linchpin reasons why we do see Team A come away with a victory.
Yeah, I mean, we said this in game number 1 where Bio was put in a position where he would have a lot more agency as the Trundle against Kisno's Wukong, who isn't really able to make the same plays a champion like Trundle should be able to in those early skirmishes. And I feel like he wasn't really able to get that proactiveness off the ground and up and running. So I think in game number 2, and we're seeing a similar style, right, where Xin Zhao is way better in the skirmishes than a champion like Maokai. Still, though, can make those proactive plays with all of that crowd control. So it's going to be a question of, can Bio really track where Kizno is going and challenge him in those 2v2s and 3v3s? Because looking across the board, like we said, Team A are much stronger in the early game, so they win a majority of the 2v2s and 3v3s. And I think that Bio should be leveraging that as much as possible, trying to bait Team B into fighting them early.
And maybe even following and tracking with Tub. Once level 6 is hit, you start using that Pop Blossom as a little bit of a secret exchange into catching 2 people out. I mean, if Team B aren't counting their minions properly, hey, you get away with a free one. Granted, I saw a very funny video recently where we saw Nico in a minion form, I believe, get booted out by a Scion. So if I ever see poor Tub go flying across the map, I will be very, very excited. This time around, though, I am excited to see how Game 2 rolls out. And remember, there will be a Game 3 after this one, no matter what. That is the point of the block. We are here to see all the players step up into such a great moment. And so I'm excited to see what they can do across all 3 games. Finally, my last question before we dive into game, Quacks. Where are you looking specifically here at the start of the game? Is there any lane specifically outside of Denethor and Hoarder, or is it the Denethor and Hoarder show once again?
I mean, it's also the bot lane, right? We know what mobility is capable of, and I think that Tub on the Nico is going to be making those proactive plays. So it's top lane, it's bot lane, but it really does need to be Bio making those plays happen early on the Xin Zhao. He is the stronger jungler in the skirmishes, and he needs to be flaunting that in these first few minutes.
See if they can do so. Headed into game number 2 here with the Sido GG Path2Pro Combine for League of Legends. Now, there is another side of the coin here. I do want to give a shout out, even though we are in League of Legends. Maybe I'll say it a little bit later. Shochi going ahead and slaying some extra damage as Syla is trying to send some work, but might have touched up a little bit too far. No, not wanting to burn the flash plus root and actually get a free flash out of Syla. The threat was much too large.
That's really bad there for Asylum. Losing that flash early on a champion like Talia, who doesn't have any innate mobility, can be really, really dangerous if you find yourself pushed up. Granted, you do have the phase rush, so, I mean, if you're able to get down that combo before Kizno is able to make the distance, then you can maybe try to escape there. But there is also a good amount of slows, especially with that minefield from Shochi, that can help out with the Maokai short range on the W. So still really detrimental for his laning phase, and also maybe detrimental for Bio, as maybe he wants to make an aggressive play into the enemy jungle. Now will probably be limited from doing that because we don't expect the priority to be favoring Team A until that flash is back up.
Let's see if they're able to play safe, play smart, and play comfortably. Give themselves a chance forward. However, that's an early heal to come out here. Enthralled and Protoss. The call being made to see how aggressive they can be at level 1, and instead Enthralled eats about half their HP and damage.
Yeah, both supports actually rocking heal, and neither of them have the spellbook, which means that is what they're going to be having the entire game. It's not pretty common to see that nowadays because spellbook is so popular, so you're just able to kind of switch around those summoner spells. This will give them a little bit more lane survivability. And I think that is what we're looking for, just getting these lanes. Specifically for Team B, you want to be getting your Yunara through the 14 minutes order.
All right, good on you, Hoarder. Very good on you to start this off. Denethor didn't burn flash or anything, but that is a huge win in my opinion, forcing Denethor down to about 100 HP.
We can also see that Bio had both his Raptors and his Red taken, as hookshot there from Hoarder narrowly misses, and Denethor is still alive. Yeah, Bio actually going to cross the other side and maybe look for an aggressive play into Kizno. This is what we said maybe he would try to do, and he does have the bot lane priority to do it, but it also means that he isn't going to be able to help out with top lane and maybe taking down Denethor. So the Aatrox Camille matchup will be maintained as a 1v1 for the time being, which is not something we said Team A wanted to make happen.
Too true right there. In goes the invade that you were calling out for, though. Kizno over the wall recognizes that, hey, I might get stolen out here. And Kizno loses out on that camp. However, it's not much further because right now Enthralled and Protoss are walking their way over. This might be a very dangerous battle. Bio does have flash. Shochi over the side, though, gives a quick jump. So Bio is willing to dive on in. Shochi, no mana, no HP. Barely staying alive, still picks up first blood. However, the auto attacks are flying right now as the ADC starting to get in the mix, but Tub and Mobility had far more HP to play with. It's a 1-for-1 chance, and it is first blood to Shochi's end.
Yeah, I mean, Shochi gets the first blood. I think that the flash was a little bit clumsy in the exchange, but still, he manages to pick that one up for his team. And I feel like it's definitely worth it for Team B as the other kill went over to Tub, who almost takes down Enthralled. The shield going to, from Protoss, going to keep the Yunara alive. So good clutch there from the Team B support as the aggression will actually continue. Look at mid.
Shochi playing with a little bit of fire, no flash, and dancing with the devil. But I will say, huge shout out to Bio. We were mentioning that Bio specifically. We want to see a little bit more aggression, get a little bit fancy in there, get aggressive against the likes of Maokai, and has done so. Actively chased in at level 3, got into a sticky situation and still found a way to bounce out without burning flash in a defensive pattern. Force the fight out. Like, that is a huge win in my opinion to get a little step back into this game. Will it yield more results? No idea, but I like that we are seeing that aggressive state to come out as Denethor and Hoarder still duking it out on the top side.
We could see though that Kisno has just been playing the early game tracking beautifully. He's on that blue side of Bio. He took away those Raptors and then he took away the red, and now because he knows those respawns are there, he is taking away the Gromp and taking away the Wolves. Bio is going to come to this side of the map and be really, really sad because he'll cross over and then, you know, potentially realize, oh, wait, I don't have any camps. And now I'm on the opposite side of the map to where the blue side is and I can't steal anything. He will take a reset, though. So, I mean, that's better. And he'll pick up the tunneler. So a decent spike there for the Xin Zhao. Maybe he can look for something. Even if he can't get the camps, maybe he could try to influence the bot lane enough to swing that prio in his favor and threaten a dragon.
That might be the only thing left on this side of the map. You can see Bio try to stab over to the Wolves setup. The Wolves are gone. Most likely the rest of the camps are too, which Enthralled and Protoss gonna be looking to recognize that one on the tower on the top side though. Hexac Ultimatum being used and forced out of Hoarder. Denethor still only level 5 though, so Hoarder is waiting for a couple respawns up, flash away, but it isn't gonna be enough. It's a 1-for-1 trade overall as Hoarder and Denethor both fall.
Absolutely worth it, I think, there for Hoarder because Denethor does lose some of those minions, and now the wave is going to be pushing back, and no flash on the Aatrox means it's possible for Hoarder to, you know, continue looking on these aggressive plays. It's like we talked about, Bio, no camps up, but a dragon is there, and he has mid prio, so they're actually going to be able to just take that neutral. Like you said, it was basically the only play they could make.
Uh-oh, bot side though, there's a huge other play as that's gonna be 3 kills claimed by the side of Team A as they are getting over aggressive in so many ways. Mobility slams home a punch and a half as that is gonna be a pickup for Team A of 4 total.
Now Kisno is alone on the turret. There's a pretty big wave, but they have to make sure Bio isn't getting threatened here by Shochi on the dragon. Good guy. Tub, but the dragon actually does reset, so it's just proving to be a headache. Wait,
I love it. I love it.
Shochi, don't do it to him.
Shochi single-handedly duke that out. Dragon still goes down, but you get a kill for it. I would call that a dub. At the end of the day, Team B getting a little bit of revenge in there.
Yep, the Mega Inferno Bomb is enough. Plus the sapling. I mean, there really was nowhere for Bio to go. He has to play a dodging simulator. And he isn't able to dodge all of that, so he ends up going down as the Xin Zhao. And honestly, this has been a pretty rough start for Bio. I mean, you made that aggressive play on the bot side and managed to get your support a kill, managed to put a dent in the game plan of Team B for a little bit, but you're 0-2. You're about half the CS of your counterpart, Maokai, who is not exactly known for being a power farmer, so it does feel pretty bad for the Xin Zhao at this point. Level 4 at 8 minutes means that it's probably impossible for you to fight for these grubs.
That would feel kind of bad. Everyone wants to be able to fight for the grubs. The whole thing, the grubs are allow you to kind of power through some of these towers, especially you got some lane split champions like the Aatrox to be able to get very, very far into enemy territory. At the current moment, though, Kisno is focusing on those grubs. No one really in the vicinity because right now it's bot side that's looking for Enthralled. Just shoved their way forward. We saw that one on the map. Poor Enthralled did not. Team A claim yet another life.
Yeah, clean roam there from Asyla. I kind of wish they would give the kill over to the Talia simply because he's going to be dropping, you know, half a wave to make that play happen. And that'll be some turret damage that Shochi can also get while the Talia is gone, which will now be made worse because, like we said, Kizno is on that top side objective, and Grubs in the hands of a Ziggs is a pretty potent combo that Team A have to be very worried about from here on out. I do think that Asyla will find it difficult to be leaving the lane from here on out without sacrificing a really big chunk of his tower's health.
Yeah, not just that, it's Shochi Ziggs, right? Like, and it's also all three other grabs. Like, so many things just went right there for Team B, at least in the push power. Hoarder, I think, just got pulled out of that repel, so they are going to try and duke it out here.
Man.
Hoarder just waiting out a little bit of moment.
Oh,
But what a big Inferno Bomb! The outside ring barely catches, and Shochi pretty much saves Denethor from getting reganked.
Yeah, I think Hoarder, he wanted to Hextech Ultimatum the ultimate. I think he knew he was in range, but he was just a millisecond too slow with the R key. He ends up going down, and now Denethor probably not going to be able to get a ton of turret damage off. We'll just be able to shove in the wave, but that's good enough for the Aatrox, who has been going pretty back and forth with this Camille so far. I do think that the Grubs on top of that kill could swing this matchup in favor of the Aatrox, which is something we said cannot happen for Team A. We emphasize the importance of this Camille of being able to activate herself as a side lane threat, and if you're not able to deal with the Aatrox, well then Denethor is just going to be able to hold you at bay for essentially the entire game, and you can't team fight the way an Aatrox does as Camille, so you really don't have many advantages to work with at that point.
No, it's going to be this position of, wow, I did everything. I had a 10, 20 CS lead early for nothing. Wow, that sucks. Denethor is going to be happily sitting on top of that one, though. Has been able to reclaim a lot of that, plus some more steel-plated boot caps in hand. Massive blade pushing into you, meaning Hoarder will be in range of a lot of those big sword swings. Taking a look at the rest of the map, though, once again, Asyla looking at a different side of the battlefield where they want to place down that Weaver's Wall. It's time on the clock. Weaver's Wall is up, and Thrall this time, though, gets over the Weaver's Wall and might get under the tower safely. However, Monsoon having to be burned thanks to that dive in from the Kill Instinct and then Thrall to get some damage back. However, good force by Team A once again.
We can see Shochi shoving in that wave, is maybe a little too scared to go forward knowing that Bio is in the area, so won't be able to get nearly as much tower damage as we were alluding to with those Grubs. It's just going to take the reset instead. But yeah, we also talked about the disengage potential with that Monsoon, and there it is, exemplified. 4 members of Team A go to get a kill, and they come up empty-handed. That has to feel pretty bad as you sacrifice a good chunk of the map for a play that just didn't work out. And we can see Kizno is making a big advantage of that, looking for these camps and maybe looking for a dive onto Hoarder.
Oh, well, you were until you saw the Scryer's Bloom get hit, and then you're like, oh, someone's in the vicinity. Can't do that. Denethor walking away as well. Shochi is again in the vicinity, though. So this might be the follow through. Asyla thought about pushing it.
Careful about
here's
stepping
some
up too
extra on the side.
far.
Oh, what a bounce! What a bounce with the satchel. Perfection by Shochi, who didn't even have to leave the river for that one.
I mean, Asyla, I think, trying to fish for maybe a pick onto Kizno, but walks a little too far. And Shochi is able to just lay it down the long-range artillery from there. The Mega Inferno Bomb is enough to finish off that kill. And Asyla dying for the first time this game. It's been a better early game for him than what we saw in game number 1. That much is true. But I still feel like he has to be worried about the potential gold being funneled into the Ziggs, because now Shochi is 3-1, has that Ludens complete, along with a Dark Seal at 5 stacks. This could be a champion that makes it very difficult for you to hold on to river control and leave the lane, because he also has those Grubs.
He has everything in the kitchen sink at this point. He's more than happy where he's at right now. Like, he's
ready to cook
so much. Yeah, well, okay. Well, let's be honest. He's already been cooking. He cooked 2 appetizers, and now he's ready to go for a couple main courses in the 5-star meal. Yeah, 3-1-1 with 129 CS. Yeah, he's got everything that he could possibly want in this early game. As we get the call down that you could even possibly have 4 Infernal Drakes on the back end as Team B are starting to come online. Like, that's a huge bonus. Now, no hate. Team A, great 2 dragons, yeah? Yes, you got those in your hand. We still have yet to see more from it, though. Mobility's 2-0-1. Still got to see more from those pieces.
And this is kind of what we talked about in the draft, right? I mean, Team A have the stronger early game comp, but Team B scale a lot harder. So if they're able to get those breakpoints at the third dragon, they should realistically contest it. Protos.
Oh, yeah!
My God, again, man.
I recently saw a Camille and a Janna down in, like, I think T3. I was casting it. I was like, Janna, I understand is the reset button, but I didn't really get to see that reset. That was a reset button by Protos.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like Janna is just the walking embodiment of that TikTok audio where it's like the wait, they don't love you like I love you, wait. And it's Janna every time she ults, she just hits the wait. As, yeah, all of Team A are going to have to wait to make an aggressive play on that bot side. So long as Protoss is there, Enthralled is not going to get taken down anymore. So I feel like that has been a large contributor as to why this, hang on, Denethor may be in trouble.
I like this call. You go ahead and wait a little bit, force the killer instinct to come on in, and no one was there to really help out. You stayed alive a little bit longer, but because Bio was off in the wings, it's a great stop right there.
Oh,
Shochi makes sure the tower is in prime position. However, you're not going to be helping out.
The satchel charge.
He did. Well, I think he was trying to go for a kill on Struggler, or on Asila, right? Low HP and all.
Yeah,
Either way, you are going to get time to be able to take it down. Not only that, it's going to match with Enthralled and Protoss, which quite honestly, Team B making the best out of a rust situation with Denethor, as they will claim 2 towers for the price of their top laner. Not only that, we're seeing a dance of Kizno willing to dance on top, enable a little bit of time to get extra damage. However, you walk into that river, spot out Bio, take in the Herald, and say, I don't want to play anymore.
You can see Team A have the control of that topside river, so they should be able to get the Herald along with it. They'll claim that objective. So they've got the 2 dragons and the Herald. This is probably what they're going to use to try and buy pressure for themselves ahead of that soul point, and maybe something that Team B are going to have to respond to. Because like we said, Team B, if they can hit those breakpoints by the time 3rd dragon spawns, they could probably fight for it on even footing, but the Herald will make sure that it is not even footing.
See this place down as well. Asila still playing in enemy territory, which is always a little bit dangerous, especially with someone so close by. Yeah. The bait might work perfectly. Denethor hops over the wall, and Struggler is actually brought in. What a bait! What a call! So clean was that setup, but it comes up to try and help out. Unfortunately, you're still going to lose your mid laner, and Denethor sprints for the hills as here comes Team A, ready for revenge, but they can't do it. They'll take a red buff for their own. But my God, Denethor and Kizno with the bait of a century right there.
Yeah, Kizno lying in wait, ready to snap up that Talia, and it ends up coming to him. Asila getting taken down again on the face check, and we could see all of Team A tried to make something happen off of that, but Protoss' Monsoon would have just been there to disengage them like it has so many times before.
Oh my God.
Which means they give up control of topside. Shochi is able to find that tier 2 this early on, and this Ziggs, he goes back, he gets a death cap. He will be so dangerous going into this next fight. This is what we mean when we say we want to see Team B accelerated.
Yep. I mean, you pointed out earlier, and I play Ziggs, but I don't play Ziggs as cleanly and as concisely in a 5-man team. So it's like, yeah, I know Ziggs can take towers pretty quickly. That was in the span of like 30 seconds. Shochi is just like, I got you, no big deal. Tub is now caught out in no man's land, and Shochi is now on a killing spree.
And look at all of those wards from Team A. All of that, I feel, down the drain because Kizno can just set up his saplings ahead of this dragon, make it hard for Team A to walk in. And they do have possible TP flank angles, maybe from Hoarder. Like we said, TP Hextech Ultimatum really is the best angle you as a Camille have in these team fights, but you're so much weaker on the map. You don't have the same strength as Team B is. Maybe they're going to try and make something happen, though.
Oh, they absolutely are. Great catch, but Shochi's still alive, making for a run around, and immediately obliterates Asila. Asila says bye-bye, and guess what? Enthralled is allowed to play. Tornado not going to knock up anyone, and in comes the clone mobility to see if they can make some magic happen, but it's only a teller over the wall to ensure it's only 1 death in that battle.
Losing out on the kill for Shochi is so big there for Team A. I mean, they not only would have been able to maybe get a numbers advantage ahead of this dragon and having the Herald, but They would have gotten the bounty that the Ziggs provides as well. Now, though, they're forced to basically give up on taking this dragon, forced to delay their plans for the soul point, and they will use that herald instead to just get a trade, and they will get the mid lane tower. So there they go with that. But TP coming in. This dragon is being taken very slowly.
Yeah, I mean, it was taken, but now it might be for a rebuttal. Denethor runs straight into the enemy team, tries to flash away, but the Hextech ultimate and follows, and guess what? There's no ultimate to play with, so Team A do get a solid response. Not only that, they rotate towards that mid lane. They're going to take 2 towers as well, and what takes Ziggs 1 takes another party 3. It's still 2 towers to Team A.
Yeah, Team A, I think, making the most out of an unfortunate start to the situation, losing Asila in that pick, but they managed to make lemons out of lemonade, Orbital, and now we've got about 50 seconds until the Otacon, and it seems like we're going to have to wait a little bit longer than that as there is a pause on game here.
So my question is, at this point, we kind of understand that this is probably a coach pause. Who do you think called for the pause? Because that was a very seesaw, back and forth situation for both Team A and B. Who do you think called the pause?
I mean, I feel like it's probably got to be Team B, right? I think it's probably Jito, simply because Team B had a huge advantage with numbers going into that fight, but they end up losing 2 towers, right? They lose the 2 turrets, and now Team A reset with way more gold than they should be allowed to reset with on ahead of this Otacon, and it feels like it's a lot more even than it should be. I feel like maybe it's just a congregation of what went on in those 60 to 90 seconds.
You know what? I'll give it to you. I think so as well. Team B maybe being like, okay, we probably shouldn't have given over Denethor's life, because that was almost a knee-jerk reaction, flash, ult, everything just to try and stay alive.
Yeah.
But Denethor is still doing well for themselves as well. Spear Shojin in the pocket, maybe not matching pace, as Shochi has been given so much freedom, 2 items, and has a extra codex in the back pocket. So still doing well for themselves. However, ping's going down here, as it might not be Dragon, because Dragon's up in 4 minutes, but it is pings to see the eyes of Tub and Mobility. Good grouping around by Team B as they come back in and say we want control. We want to keep all 5 of us here to play. Mobility getting run out of mid though, so it is Team A to try and figure out a pattern back towards this lane matchup.
And we have to keep our eyes on this Kaisa, right? Has the killer instinct in just a couple of seconds and can get an entrance into that fight. If one of the Team A engagers can pull the trigger onto Team B, we could see it looks like it's going to be either Tub or Hoarder. Tub in particular has a flank angle, but all of Team B are walking more toward the lane side of bot river and not really giving this Nico an opportunity to actually look for a big Pot Blossom. Again, we saw Protoss get a big Pot Blossom yesterday. Can Tub get a big one against Protoss here in this game? That is the question, as Otacon has been started up.
That is a wild call. They're gut-checking this in the face of Team B, and they're drawing it out here. Weaver's wall. They'll also split him off, so they take it. It's a free Otacon. Now, will they down the backside? Tub will get taken quite low, but is able to heal out to safety. Mega Inferno Bomb not going to find any kills just yet, but they're on the wrong side of the map. Mobility is going to be used to be cloned out and maybe get a pop back, but no, Enthralled takes their life. So here's the routing and more. Team B say a feast for me is a feast against thee, and it's a killer instinct backwards as Asila will go down. One price will be paid, but you're at a buffet as a TP to the back end to continue the rundown. A poor Mobility will be continued. Mobility has got
the cinders
to play, so you might be able to stay alive. But man, that could have gone 15 ways to Sunday as Team B lose out on the Otacon, but take 3 kills in tow.
I mean, honestly, it's still really good for Team A, securing that Otacon. Mobility also getting out there. I feel like this Kaisa has to be the big person that you play around from here on out, because your early game threat of the Xin Zhao, has really, that time has kind of passed at this point. You're looking at these late game threats, and the one that has flourished the most is definitely this Kaisa. So Mobility being able to exfiltrate from that bloody exchange is really good for Team A. Just being able to keep their carries alive as he dodges out the bomb. He dodges out 2 bombs. This Kaisa is just maneuvering around these fights perfectly. This is one of Mobility's biggest strengths. He's so good around the mid to late game. Maneuvering around those fights is one of his biggest strengths. So I think that if Team A could just give him that proper peel, he can really make miracles happen for the second game in a row. But this time, it could equal a win for Team A.
The man that has stood at the top so far in the early 3 days of this combine is looking to do it again for 0-2. Right now, it's all about that positioning. You see still a float by Team A down towards that bottom side, and Shochi and Squad roaming towards that mid, saying we really want to get that pressure, but there's the TP coming in here. Flank angle being held. No TP out of Denethor, though, so this could be a messy position. Nice stop, though. Nature scraps to deny Tub, which now means that Syla is in the backline alone, and Mobility is going to get dueled out and Enthralled. Enchanting Mobility like a snake charmer. Snaps up a second, and Enthralled is off to the races. Poor Syla did not think that they were going to be hounded that quickly. And it's Team B to take it all as Dragon is up in just 20 seconds.
And that felt like a disaster for Team A. I mean, they were trying to look for an engage, but Tub completely whiffs the Pot Blossom. I think that Syla, if they just waited a couple more seconds, they could have timed that with the Weaver's Wall. But it was just that couple second difference that ended up making the fight huge for Team B. Now Hoarder is trying to look for some kind of a trade, has Bio behind him, but there won't be any fight to continue. But the biggest loss there, Orbital, the biggest one by far, was Mobility. He was completely alone on that angle, and he just gets demolished by the minefield that Shochi placed down. Enthralled is there to finish off the last couple of ticks on the health bar. And this Kaisa knocked down a peg, the thing we said couldn't happen for Team A at this point in the game.
It goes back to your statement. If Team A can peel, Mobility wins. Keyword, peel.
Yeah, there was no one with him. Like,
yeah,
he was completely alone on that angle. I felt like Team A were way too trigger happy trying to get that fight started, and what resulted was it being extremely disjointed on both sides, and their AD carry essentially being left to the wolves. And now it's 2 dragons apiece, so it's not the end of the world for Team A, but it is such a contrast from where they started. They were up 2-0, and for the past 10 minutes they have not been able to wrestle back control of that bot side river.
Honestly, at this point, Team B are like, we're done with the bot side river. As long as Denethor is down there to make sure the wave doesn't get pushed all the way in the tower, we're focused in the mid. I'm really keeping eyes on where everyone currently is for Team B, and they just send out Nature's Grass because they can. Who do they catch? No one. But it doesn't matter. It forces everyone away and gives space for Team B to start warding out for that Baron. Now, keep in mind, on the wards on the back end, Team A still has some very deep ones, but will it be enough?
I mean, they're going to be clearing out this crab, so that'll see all those deep wards, right? You're going to be able to clear those away and, you know, get rid of some of these flank TP angles that maybe Hoarder or Syla would be looking for. As Hoarder is just looking to go in.
I don't know if Hoarder actually wanted that yet again. It seems a little bit too forced, and it happens. Of course, this time Denethor, though, cannot follow on Hoarder's life, but it is Bio to run interference. Kisno getting dropped quite low. And goes the instinct. This time, the disjointed action of Team A coincide to a beautiful set of kills.
Mind equals controlled on the side of Hoarder. I mean, he goes in and it looked like he was kind of throwing it there, but the rest of Team A follow up, and now they're looking for more.
It's going to happen. There's no Monsoon to save you, and Thrall gets knocked up and gets shut down. Team A find the right opportunity and are granted space for the Baron.
And you got to think that's all because of Tub. I mean, the Monsoon was there to try and buy the space from Denethor, but it just barely clips onto the Aatrox. And they find that pick, they turn it into more. And then Bio as well, I think giving an opening for Mobility to get into that fight with the Killer Instinct. It is just going back and forth on the fight. They go in, and then they go out, and then they re-engage, and then they disengage. And then they find themselves a Baron, and now the question is, what can they do with it, Orbital?
They can try and break the base. that is what they are going to try and do. They're going to try and break the base. That does sound
like a good use of Baron, my friend.
Let my gold mind continue to think, please. This is all I can hope for. It is going to be an overwhelming force, though, on the top side of the map here, as Denethor is starting to get run down. Hoarder starting this one off a little bit early. But of course says, I'm fine. It's only Kisno in the vicinity. In goes that buff, takes stolen away by Team A, and they're getting wards down. But they don't want to push any further. They say, we're going to recall, we're going to spend our gold.
I mean, Team A, I feel like maybe wasting a little bit of time here. You were looking for a push on the top side, and Hoarder goes in, looks for Denethor. It doesn't end up working out. And now they're kind of forced to run defense because of how much pressure Shoshi was able to provide on that bot side, how, far up he was able to push that wave. So it feels like Team B are expertly stalling out this Baron, and the question kind of becomes, what are Team A going to do to make the most of it, right? You could try and force a play on that bot side or that top side. I mean, those tier 2s are still standing, so if you can find an aggressive plays, that lane will likely go along with those kills. But for now, it seems like they are just content with grouping up around this dragon. Whoever gets this will get soul points, so I think a lot riding on this, as whoever gets it should dictate the pace of the game and puts the other team on a timer to make something happen.
I would agree on that one. We're waiting to see if they do go ahead and pilot themselves a little bit closer. Warding and Vision is out. Team B have a lot to clear out of their own jungle side. Team A positioning quite well, spread out a little bit deeper, but putting the Talia over on the side lane, making sure that Weaver's Wall is up and
Tub
available.
is so annoying,
still
man.
trying to run. Yeah, Tub is just willing to also step up here. Proto Belt is ready to go. Flash is ready to go. This will be a catch on a carry, whether you like it or not. And it's how quick are you going to be able to get away with it? By the way, Shochi has been sitting on 10 stacks on that Medjai's for I don't know how long. Ever since that Medjai's was taken, he hasn't gotten a single one.
Yeah, Team A have been making sure that Shochi can't get accelerated further on this pick. As Tub, you got to be really careful, my friend.
Like where you're at, and you're just a tree in a forest, and a lot of lumberjacks around the way.
Oh,
and
God,
goes a good
Asylum,
stun, though,
no!
as Asylum has to run. Saved by Team B, but the Dragon was the main name of the game. Nice pickup.
Yep.
Team A on Soul Point.
Yep, so now Team B are kind of forced to look for some kind of a play in the next 5 minutes. They need to find some advantage ahead of that objective, because Team A are currently stronger than them. They've got their Kai'Sa accelerated. Mobility is almost at 4 items, so really starting to rev up here is this Kai'Sa. And yeah, I mean, against the Baron, it has to be some kind of a pick. But speaking of pick, maybe Hoarder has found Denethor here. He is lower on the HP department, but he has some backup behind him.
A lot of backup, actually, and a lot of damage threat as well. Here comes the cavalry. Something that Team A has attempted to do multiple times this game. They find that life and turn it around for a second. Poor Tub, though, running for his life and says, please get me out of here. Great disengage as they steal away that kill.
Yeah, Tub managing to exfiltrate from that fight after his top laner gets on away. And yeah, good pickup onto Denethor, just pushing up on the wave a little too far. The game will resume as per normal. Now the question kind of becomes Team A. I mean, you get this pick, you have this 4v5, and you have the ability to push some of these waves, but it does feel like a really difficult task to shove these waves against something like a Ziggs, who is just able to instantly clear them up. And it doesn't seem like Ziggs is even the main source of wave clear at the current moment. He's on the bot side. He's the one actually split pushing. So once he enters the fight, I feel like it gets a lot worse. Now Team A, though, are just trying to leverage control of this topside river and maybe look for a pick. This is a strategy that they have been doing all game long, Orbital.
The thing is they've used it so many times that I'm almost getting bored of it, and not in a bad way.
Yeah,
I
once
like
type thing, right?
Yeah, they're doing it so many times, but they're not doing more than that, right? And at this point, I want to see more than just the pick. I want to see the pick plus the tower, the pick plus the Baron and a couple kills, the pick plus an inhibitor or something of the sort. Because at some point, Team B is going to get wise to this market tactic, and it ain't going to fool them anymore.
Yeah, I mean, Team B basically just content pushing the waves here. I mean, that's all you really can do, right? You're trying to farm up, get your champions to a big break point before this dragon in about 2.5 minutes. Kind of checking in on the item department here for Team B. We do have Shochi almost at full build, right? Has that needlessly large rod, so this Ziggs really going to start chunking out. And enthralled as well, a lot of people say that the big break point for Yunara is 3 items, and that's something that he has. He's actually working on his 4th. So if ever there was a time for Team B to really pull the trigger, really look to fight, it would be now. We said they had a weak early game, but a very big and scary late game. This would be the time to prove it. This would be the fight to show it.
Of course, for them, remember what we said is this comp is very built around disengaging, forcing forward, and waiting for the team to come to you. I don't know if they have really great engaged targets, right? You can see them jump forward a little bit, but they're not sure exactly how they want to go. I don't think they want to waste the Nature's Grasp on a single catch potential. Instead, they're going to put their focus over towards the Baron. It is currently being started up on top of the Scuttle, so this might be the calling card. However, nobody of Team A is really willing to turn around, but it is going really slow. Shochi just now joining with the rest of the team, but in comes the Weaver's Wall. Kizno, though, says the bait has been set, and the trap has been sprung. Protoss gets away, and Thrall is able to free fire. Cressio knocks everyone backwards, though, and I think Bio might have just messed up, because Thrall is out of the danger pathway. The Baron might have smacked you, but you're still able to do damage. Bio now trying to rip through the rest of them, though, and that has done the work, because guess who's on the other side? But Denethor almost saves the day. But at the end of the day, it's Asila who triples and aces to finish off Team B.
8 out of 10 players in this game lose their lives in that fight, but the 2 remaining are Bio and Asila. Asila in particular getting so much damage off in that fight, and the Talia makes the difference. The engage and the patience there from Tub was enough to give them an opening, and they sure as hell did not waste it.
I called it so wrong. Watching Bio knock Enthralled away, I was so worried for Team A. I thought they weren't going to complete. I did not respect Asila's damage, nor orders or mobilities. This Baron is going to be taken quite low. Smite comes away, and you're going to be just fine. Now, here's the difference. Dragon up on the other side. Rest of Team B scattering and hammering on that side of the map. Is this going to come down to an Infernal Soul strategy? Is that what we're going to see here? If that's so, I'm ready for it.
It's 3 apiece for both of these teams. It's somehow Game 2 is delivering more than Game 1 did. We set our expectations really high, but somehow these squads have managed to deliver. Team A, though, with the Baron, they are on borrowed time. They've got to make the most of this buff. You could see that there is still 1 tier 2 remaining on that top side, and Team A want to make sure that that 1 goes to a 0. They will take that down now. It's a question of how do you siege the rest of the base. Like we said, Team B have such good wave clear. They've got the Ziggs, they've got the Unara, and they've also got the disengage. So even if you look for a dive, there's no guarantee that engage will actually stick. It feels like Team A, their options are limited, but they have to try and make the most of it.
They're going to do what they can right now. Burning time. 2 minutes left on the Baron. And for Team B, it's all about how much are you going to negate. You've only lost 1 tower so far, so if we flip that script around, they've only lost 1. As long as they balance between all 3 lanes, they're going to be real happy. Clone taken away once again. They're cheating up towards the top side of the map. They're actually looking for a catch, as Kizno has always been positioned off on the side. But then they rotate down. Now we're seeing them flood over towards that bottom side, making sure that Talia isn't able to do so. This is textbook lane defense when you know Baron's against the board. The problem is Shochi's actually getting bounced out of this lane matchup, and that's mobility! Mobility called him. What a great shot. And Denethor pops the ult for what looks like nothing. That might be that last brick stolen, but Bio steps up a little bit too far. Where's the rest of the team? Team A needs to get into the mix. Denethor out of the world ender. And that's just time being baited. Weaver's Wall gonna force everyone away as the rest of Team A came in for a save. And it's only a kill, but bot side inhibitor tower fallen.
I'm kind of surprised Asila used his ultimate. It felt really late, and just to try and maybe dissuade any further engages from Team B. But I mean, you were on the inhibitor. That thing is so low. You could have taken that down. And it's still standing. So Team B, I mean, they lose their mid laner. They get the base broken open on that bot side, but they don't actually lose any inhibs. And at the end of the day, that was what they were trying to protect, and they accomplished that mission.
It happens again. It goes back to what I said, right? We see Team A, they do the same thing. They get the pick, but what more are they getting? It feels so slow to me. And I'm not saying it's bad. Do not get me wrong. You can win a game like this. I just don't like how we're ticking ever closer to the fact that an Elder or the Soul is coming up in just about 2.5. I don't like the fact that we see other opportunity for Team B to come in when Team A have been winning a lot of these proactive, objective-based movements. but it is going to happen. Team A walked away. We're sitting here. They buy up. We're seeing a lot of items completed. I believe full build coming out for mobility before Enthralled can do so. So, like, they are hitting breakpoints. It's just we're getting even thinner on that Razor's Edge.
Shochi also really close to getting full build. He actually sold his Mage Eyes. He has that Blighting Jewel, so we'll be looking for a little bit of pen to get through the tankier members like Hoarder and Bio. This game, I mean, game number 1, it kind of came down to an Elder. Game number 2, it's going to come down to a Soul. The Dragons seem to be the name of the game here for this block so far, Orbital. I wonder what game 3 is going to be.
I don't know, but I like the fact that we are getting a lot of respect down towards mobility and Asila. Not just that, of course, Tub on the back end. Double Negatron Cloak that has now been completed into a Rukern for Kizno. Denethor holding on to his Negatron Cloak. But it is a lot of proprietary safety that has now been built up. We talked about Kizno, who has been blown up quite easily. Leandries, plus the Bloodletter has been in their inventory for a while. They just completed their first defensive item, so Kizno should be able to tank up a little bit more now. But again, this is buying time. Minute left for Dragon.
Yup. Drake, the big thing that we said both of these teams were seeking after to win this game. I think Team A, though, have a better grip on this bot side river than Team B. One thing, though, that I am a little worried about is Hoarder on that bot side has to be very careful about a potential pick snap engage onto him, because any kind of numbers advantage could blow this game wide open. I think both of these teams, like you said, you mentioned that Razor's Edge, and this is the case. No one really wants to step up because no one wants to be responsible for getting picked and possibly losing their team the game. This is a universal law, it feels like, of League of Legends in competition.
And to me, that actually brings in the next one. Who's going to break that ice, and how do you do it? If I'm a coach, if I'm a scout, who is the one making the call? I'm listening, and it seems to be Asila. Sends out the Weaver's Wall, cuts off in a 2-3 position, allowing Hoarder to jump on in, but they don't get the bounce. Instead, Hoarder now might get caught out here.
Hoarder's
they
in
get jumped off with the rest
trouble.
of the team, but Denethor is now turned around on. Hoarder can't get over the wall. No flash available. Last auto is going to take it, and that is Denethor to take. However, Dragon is being started up. This is Desperation Team A. Recognize that they're on it. It's running away. It's taken. Bio runs away, and that's a price you're willing to pay. Team A get Infernal Soul.
And you can see Tub. My man is playing prop hunt right now. Nobody on Team B suspect a thing. He is recalling. He is in a wolf's den as this Nico. He manages to escape, so breathing a sigh of relief. And I think all of Team A collectively breathe a sigh of relief as they get the soul, even though they lose their top laner. And now the Baron is here, and they're setting up for a trap, but they reveal themselves. They're horrible at prop hunt. Tub is the best on Team A at that game, by the way.
Yeah, but Tub is coming around the side and saying, listen, I'll carry the team again. I'm hiding out in the backfield. You can't find me. But of course, the damage is still coming through. Good hold, though, by Team A as they draw the rest of Team B in. Say you're wasting your ammo. You're gone. You're gone. Shochi, the last one alive. And the poor Yordle has spoken his last as he has to run Team A get the first, what feels like comprehensive win. Team fight at least as a 4-for-0, and Baron will be in their favor.
Dude, Tub has to be the best hide-and-seek player of all time. What are you doing playing League of Legends, dude? Trying to make a pro in this, you could be the best hide-and-seek player on the globe right now. He manages to escape from that bot side play. He gets a monster flank onto Team B on that top side play. It gets his team Baron, and now it might just get his team the game, Orbital.
Quality over quantity, 3, 4, and 10 as Shochi slows them down for the moment. But I agree with you. Tub, what a ridiculous shot. We've seen multiple Nikos throughout this combine and in pro play and everything like that. And we always talk about how aggressive you have to be. That was a chase. First a save on the bot side into an immediate chase of, I gotta catch 3. I gotta turn this around for my team. Tub is stepping up at the final hour of the standoff.
No, Nico is tied for the most played champion in the Combine so far. I know it's only been a couple of days, so there are a lot of champions that are actually tied for first, but this is one of the most popular supports in the Combine for a reason. It's because that Pop Blossom can be such a big deal when looking to engage a fight. And Tub makes the most of that now. Protoss and Kizno looking for something, but I feel like their efforts will be for naught. Team B really turned it around in the last couple of seconds. They actually have firm control over the map. Every lane is basically in their grasp except for that top side because of the inhibitor.
And at this point, I don't really get to say this considering how most games go, and especially in the Combine, we see a lot of good closeouts and a lot of early fighting. We're at the point where gold doesn't really matter. Like, we're entering the territory of, what, 5th item on a lot of these guys? We mentioned the breakpoints already. At this point, unless you're getting a GA, unless you're getting a Zanyas or anything, it's not going to amount to more more damage. I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. We're looking at this game of just, it's that one moment, that mistake once again that can cause cataclysmic effects. And you can see here, it's going to come down to it again. Wave clear on Team B, make sure that top side is safe. You mentioned the control that they have. I'm also terrified the fact that we might be going to yet another Elder finish of just like, we need the executes. That's all we need.
Yeah, I feel like the Elder might actually have to be the keys to success here for both of these teams, as the Hoarder is going to take a little bit of damage. We can see the Weaver's Wall comes out to try and fish for a pick, but no pick will be fished.
Very nice Mega Inferno Bomb, though. Lands on the clone plus Bio. And Bio might get caught here. Crescent Guard being used. You do not have Flash, so you're dead. Shoji single-handedly forced Bio's death right there. And I do not say that lightly.
No, I mean, now a Team B have a numbers advantage. Sure, you use the Mega Inferno Bomb, but this will allow you to kind of play cleanup ahead of that Elder, right? You'll be able to push these waves, and we can see Denethor is moving on down toward the bot side. Shochi is going to be playing Protect on the top side until that inhibitor comes up, and everyone else's job is to either free up mid lane or buy space in that bot side river ahead of the dragon. That looks like what Kizno is going to do. So everyone on Team B has their role to set up and clean house before guests arrive to the messy dragon pit. You know, it's like when you've got, you know, you and your siblings, your parents are like, all right, our in-laws are coming over for the weekend. Time to clean up, right? And so everyone has their part to play. A Team B, they've got to work together like a family to clear out this bot side river and set it up.
It's not just that. The family's arriving in 10 minutes. Your mom forgot to tell you that they're coming. And
yeah.
It's just like, oh,
and you just woke up. Go.
Yeah, like, dude, what? We're in minute 45? We have 10 minutes to do this? 9. We have 5. We got to close this down in 1 because the dragon's coming up, because our beds are not made, and they're pretty much on our driveway. This is what Team B's looking at. Team A, though, taking those moments of the slow paces out.
Tub on the map is the metaphorical rat in the corner that you're trying to get. You're trying to catch it with, like, the plastic bin. Get him!
Get it? Really? Get it? That's so real. I don't like that, but it's so true. Because look at this. They are actively tracking where the rat currently is. He is playing keep away.
God. They see the clone. All right, there's our first piece of evidence.
There it is, but it's support on support action. Tub is able to run away. These clones are so dastardly annoying to watch. It's now forced the rest of Team B away. Hoarder is now closer to the base. He's okay. He's out. He's got that hook shot. But again, the draw is good. Team B now being forced away from that dragon pit just in time for Elder to spawn. Team A looking for a chance. Tub is denied, though. No. What a great stop. But Denethor can't get over the wall. They can't kill Tub, so Tub is allowed to live for just one more moment. TP coming in here, though. Dragon started up by Bio. This is so close.
Shochi has ult. That is just a doomsday device on Team A. They've got to be careful to avoid that. Tub in particular would get one shot by it as this Nico is half HP, but the Elder is still being burned down.
Oh, that's it! That's it! Kizzo's gone! Kizzo's gone! Hoarder's hunting straight for the back line. Elder is still on the table right now. Team B have to scatter. They have to find something. Mega Inferno Bomb not getting sealed away. Smited by the side of mobility somehow, some way. Team A, the rat horde gets away scot-free. They take the Elder. They run straight for the waves, and they're running straight towards the end of this game.
And they didn't prepare the house. They didn't clean up the bathroom. They didn't clean up the kitchen. The rats, they're infesting the base. As we can see, sure, your inhibitor has respawned, but there are still waves that need tending to. Team A have themselves an Elder. The Baron up in just a couple of seconds. They're going to look to get every single game-ending objective off the board. They're collecting them like Infinity Stones because they sure as hell want to make sure that if they have all 3 of these, they do not go to waste.
The fact we have a game 3 after this I'm pretty sure.
It's amazing. What are you talking about?
I know, but I'm pretty sure the post-game analysis by the coaches is going to go 20 minutes long. There's so much game to diverge on. There's so much to break down here. I don't know what's going on. I swear this is awesome. And we're only in day freaking 3 if you're not entertained by what could be the 2026 North American stage talent. I don't know what else to say. These are all players that are playing at their absolute wit's end. I can't wait to see even more. Rest of Team A, though, they're starting to put the pieces in place.
Yup, we're starting to see the Team A. They've got the Elder, they've got the Baron, they've got the Soul. They've got to pull the trigger, though, and who's going to be the guy that makes that first bullet fly? That is the big question.
Okay, Asila taking quite low here. No extra regen on the table, but is able to stave off and stay with the rest of the team. Quick TP back, full HP, inhibitors fall, 2 of 3. Is that going to be enough?
Bio.
3 not for me. Bio, though, forced to fold. And that's gonna be the GA down. If there was a moment to mess up, this could be it, but aside back from the other side. Mobility again with these Prey Seekers are destructive. They are avoids and more. Shochi has been hitting so hard with that AP. It's down to a 4v4. Quacks, nice edge.
Go.
Hoarder looking for Shochi. Shochi's put up for the rest of the team. Is gonna get locked onto and is annihilated here. Mobility set free right now. Straight to the back line, but Denethor has something else to say. Asila is still alive, but the ace in the hole is the GA that keeps Hoarder alive. They're gonna try and turn it around. Slam blast not gonna land. Denethor being danced upon. An eagle chasing to prey will find none as Team A seal the ace and will take game number 2.
Almost 50-minute banger here, Orbital, in game number 2 of today's Combine. It was back, it was forth, it was up, it was down, it was left, it was right, but at the end of the day, Team A win out. And oh my god, it's just banger after banger, isn't it?
This isn't an official match. This isn't in a league. This isn't for playoffs or
Worlds?
anything.
Are we trying to compete? Like, holy moly.
It's a freaking Combine, bro. These guys are giving us exceptional levels of nail-biting action, and you can see it in the damage. Shout out to freaking Shochi from minute 1 to minute 50. 54.5 thousand damage. The whole reason that game extended, I think, for 15 extra minutes, that guy right there.
Yeah, for sure. Not only was it the damage that he was laying down on things like the Mega Inferno Bomb and the minefield, but the wave clear just made it really hard for Team A to actually siege against this pick. And I do think that we saw that in the last play that ended up, you know, turning the game into a win for Team A. They literally were like, we can't just let the minefield be cast. And so, I mean, it was Hoarder that I think made the call, go in, find the zigs, and just look to dive the towers. And honestly, that ended up being the correct play because they get the win off of it. But yeah, this game was certainly something, Orbital, and we've got one more to go. It might get just more crazy than this.
It's already crazy, and at this point, I'm just gonna lose my voice. I don't really care, and I'm gonna have fun with it. I'm gonna cast this like we're not a Combine, that these guys are literally playing for the playoff glory. I don't know, but I'm excited. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one more game here on the second block of this day 3 of the Combine here with Sato GG Path2Pro, so please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. I don't know how you can top what we just had in games 1 and 2, but I hope it's amazing for game number 3 here. We're in a freaking combine, and yet we are pushing the absolute limits of how well do you do under duress? How do you make shot calls when it comes to a 50-minute banger that requires Elder and you have Shochi as your opponent? Like, these are amazing games we're watching here today.
Yeah, and I feel like the fact that we've gotten to see both of these teams win a game, not only does it add some more interest to game number 3 and who's going to, take a majority of the games in this set. Obviously, the score isn't the biggest contributing factor, as we've
Right.
reiterated a number of times throughout this broadcast. But still, our competition minds have to wonder who is going to be able to take the 2-1 over their opponents. But also, with both of these teams winning and both of these teams subsequently losing, we've gotten to see what they're both good and not good at, right? And I feel
Right.
like for the case of Team A, that win, they are really good at being able to find great engage angles. I think that Tub in particular is so good on that Nico, literally saved the game a number of times. But closing out that game, I felt like was a real hair in the soup and something that if we see Team A in the driver's seat here for game number 3, we want to see that cleaner late game come through for sure.
Yep, and it's always whenever it comes to the late game status as well, when you're closing out games, we also have to give credit on why it was so difficult. It wasn't that they were making improper decisions, it's that they had to be exceptionally careful. Shochi, as well as Enthralled, every single member on the side of Team B did feel like they held a very large portion of power if you overstepped. I mean, there's so many times where we saw the fight go slightly awry and Team B knew how to defend so well just at the same point. So we give credit where credit is due. Team B fought immaculately well, even though they did fall a little bit behind in that early game and had to claw their way back towards that mid to late game status.
Yeah, and I feel like for the case of Team B, this is a team that is really good toward the late game. Obviously, navigates, I think, those fights really, really expertly when you've got players like Kisno and Shochi kind of leading the charge, and Protoss as well to kind of play protect and make sure that he's kind of like the guardrail of the team, making sure that nothing goes too bad. We can slam into the guardrail sometimes. Maybe we can get close to the edge, but we're never gonna get thrown overboard. Right. And I
Mhm.
feel like Protoss had his role in game number 2 that he played very, very well. Where I will say I feel like this team struggles, though, is in that early game. I feel like oftentimes when they got a lead in game number 1, it was more or less given to them by Team A. I think it was more mistakes from Team A and positioning errors from them getting picked off by a lot of those dark bindings and a lot of those other pick tools drafted from them in that first game, more so than them taking the time to actually be proactive and look for those aggressive plays. So I think going into game number 3, I mentally have it in my head what I want to see from these guys. And I'm hoping that if we can, have those weaknesses shored up, it'll allow them to get thought of more highly in the combine and potentially go further.
Of course, of course. And I think that is an amazing kind of mindset to have as the players as well, as they're currently talking with their coaches, ThinkCard and Jito, who have both been stepping into this role. And I love the fact that there is a possibility that even the coaches are getting into that as well. ThinkCard specifically, I mean, we've heard so much about him,
Yeah.
obviously player to coach side, and it's interesting to think that, hey, I'm getting coached by this guy that has obviously been in a lot of the scene and knows exactly what he wants to see out of some of these players in these tight situations, if this were an actual series.
And not only that, but there's a pretty I mean, ThinkCard, it was just announced yesterday that he parted ways with Furia, so a lot of people are speculating on where he might go next, and who knows, maybe if he likes one of these players a lot, or if they really impress ThinkCard, this is pure speculation, and you know what I'm thinking, but I'm not gonna say it out loud. That's all I'll say. I think there could be some added advantages to being on ThinkCard's good side for sure. But we're into the draft here for game number 3. Team A on the blue side, like they were in game number 1. Team B on the red side as well. So now, anytime we see a team on red side, it has to come down to, all right, well, what are we thinking for counter pick, right?
Always looking at that piece of the pie. Where do we get our extra blows in? How can we take an advantage over the opponent? At the current piece and time, though, at the pace that we are going, we are seeing the Rumble and the Vibe, which were both banned out in game number 2, targeted over at the side of Kisno, as well as Denethor. Once again, Denethor being a huge playmaker. In a lot of these battles, the Aatrox obviously fall into the wayside, but when given that time was immediately amazing and overwhelming. Mobility losing out on that Lucian. He is not allowed to carry once again, at least on that champion. And then Asila losing that Oriana.
Yeah, I want to see Asila pick it up here in game number 3 because although I don't necessarily think he's been playing bad in games number 1 and 2, I do think that I think, especially when you look at games from Ole Miss, Asila is usually kind of that guy that can hold down the fort as this like placeholder carry until someone like Shogo comes online and is really able to make plays happen. And so I do want to see Asila on something that can create that space, on something that can make those engages happen, and on something that can be a carry for the time being until someone else from Team A maybe takes up the mantle later on. So going into draft, yeah, I want to see some emphasis on the mid lane, as I think both Shochi and Asila have definitely had their moments. And it looks like Team A not going to just show what they're going to be going for mid quite yet. Instead, going to be picking up that Pantheon. Was banned in the second game draft. So already a really good blind pick. And this is, in my opinion, one of Bio's better champions. I've always said that even though this guy goes on some fancy stuff like the Nefiri and the Rengar, where he's at his best, in my opinion, is on those snap engagers like the Pantheon, Maokai, Sejuani, and etc.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit more snap to it. Hopefully getting a little bit more fun in there, as it is going to be that fun and dynamic here. Nefiri plus Ashe as well. This is taking a lot of the, I want to say, agency off of that bot side. Enthralled will obviously have a fun time on the Ashe if you get scaled up, but this is more for that Crystal Arrow. Being able to set up, give an opportunity for the rest of the team to catch up, and this is why we're seeing Mobility come out with some pieces of their own. The Corki Syndra combo to combo up with the Pantheon diving on in, splash and kill.
This is the kind of style that I wanted to see from Asila, right? I mean, this guy, before he was a pro player, was a big fan of the Lissandra, and I feel like Syndra has a similar style to that champion, obviously having a lot of CC, having a lot of space making, and being able to single out one specific target and just kind of curse them out, right? With the Lissandra, it's that Glacial Prison. With the Syndra, it's that Unleashed Power. So I like what we're seeing from Team A so far. We've got Bio on space, we've got Bio on Snap Engage, we've got Asila on a carry, and we've got Mobility on a champion that I think complements his ability to really navigate that mid and late game well. On the other side, Team B, I like the Ashe, Nefiri, and Bard, but they are lacking for frontline, right? I do think that this is a theme for both teams because obviously, you know, Pantheon, you can tank up some of that damage with your E, but you want someone that can actually be on that front line, right? Because Pantheon getting chunked out is not ideal when he is the guy that wants to be starting up some of these fights. So I think that's the case for both squads, and I'm actually kind of surprised we're not seeing any tanks taken off the board going into the second phase of draft. It's just a lot of those hook supports that they're making sure Tub doesn't get his hands on, and then a lot of those Shochi champions, obviously, they don't like Shochi going on that Mel, and then also the Gwenethor being denied here for game 3 as well.
Yeah, going down that line, and the Azir is opened up once again. We mentioned how some of these champions are almost litmus tests for the opponents. So Shochi getting a champion that they are highly skilled on here. I'm excited to see what they can throw down. At the end of the day, though, instead of another pure tank, it is going to be the Rakan, which almost signals to me that you might be going for a Xayah angle here. But again, why would you play Xayah when you have the Corki? Because I'm an idiot. Yeah. Leona instead to come out and be that CC chain for the front line, soak up some of that space. Will it be enough is the question.
I think Sion would be a good pickup here. I mean, you do have to contend with a good amount of issues, though. I think that the Azir shuffle could be a problem. The Nefiri on target ability could also be kind of a problem. So, I mean, you could do Ornn, but you have a good amount of engage. You could do Sion, but I do think that there are things that counter it on the Team B side. They're going to opt for a Yorick instead. So maybe just anticipating and thinking that the Leona plus the Pantheon is enough of a front line to be serviceable for this Corki and this Syndra. They want to get Hoarder on something that can split push. And that is his biggest commodity as a player, right? I feel like Hoarder split pushing is really something that he understands well, though I feel like when we see him, sometimes that can be a double-edged sword where when he's ahead in the laning phase, his split pushing draws a ton of pressure from the other team, and then his team can make cross-map plays. But if he's behind, he oftentimes pushes up too far, and then it's just a sack of gold waiting to be collected by the enemy team. So I think it is going to be kind of on Bio to accelerate Hoarder so that he is, you know, the good kind of split pushing top laner instead of the bad kind of split pushing top laner. So that to me is the goal from here on out. Free up your York to be this side lane threat and allow the rest of your team to collect these resources, because both Mobility and Desyla on this Syndra and Corki can really scale up and take over a game if they're just given the proper resources, time, and space to do so.
Of course, and that's why we're seeing the one that can punish the time, resources, and space on the other side. We know that a Cassante can do a lot of work. If you push up a little bit too far, you will be ulted under tower. You will be forced into a position where that sack of gold that you were talking about is very much available. Now, it's probably not going to be the Syndra and Corki, but if we do find Hoarder dancing in that wrong space, all of a sudden it's like game one again, where it's the Hoarder versus Denethor show, and Denethor gets away with absolute robbery. I mean, even in game number 2, on that Aatrox looked a little bit rough, this time given a very mobile champion, and I say that with all the love in my heart because I hate Cassante with a passion. I'm excited to see what can go down there.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be paying attention to the top side matchup, but anytime a champion like Nefiri is picked, I feel like your eyes just have to be glued to her, right?
Yes.
At the beginning of this stream, I kind of glazed Kizno saying that this is a guy who can seriously play any kind of style that you want. He can play your facilitators, he can play your fighters, he can play your carries. So far, we haven't really seen him on those carries. I mean, we saw him on the Maokai in game number 2, and then we saw him on the Wukong in game number 1. So have the potential to be carries, have the potential to be relevant pieces on the board, but Nefiri is a completely different beast, right? I think that this is going to be a game where a lot of Team B have to be playing around Kizno instead of the other way around, which is what we saw in both games 1 and 2. So yeah, all my eyes are on this jungle matchup and this top lane matchup, but I think for the case of Team B, we have to be making sure our Nefiri is in a point where those resets can come across and they can constantly be leveraging the cross-map ultimate from Ashe and the roaming power of Bard to go with them.
And I wonder if that's going to lead into Team A, maybe overloading that bot side or overloading the jungle one way or another. If you want to shut down the ability for the Nefiri to have access to the Ashe ultimate and to have that ability to have that backup behind him, crush the bot lane, maybe the Bard isn't able to roam as easily, and all of a sudden you can free lane onto Nefiri. Other side, you take down Nefiri before the Ashe and Bard come online, and all of a sudden you don't even care about the Nefiri at all, and you just say, hey, it's a golden time. There are so many things that we're going to be looking at. I'm very excited to see how this goes down, because not only that, these teams and these players specifically will be playing even further throughout the Combine. I do want to give a big shout out right now to SidoGG, because it's not just 1 week of games, but it's an extensive 3-week action in more ways than one. Right now we are in the online Combine portion. If you don't know what's going on, in the future, 10 of these 37 players will be selected to move on to an in-person training camp in the future, which is going to be crazy to think about. So shout out to SidoGG for that, giving the opportunity to players, and shout out to Blue Otter League here for even giving the opportunity for the players to also be showcased during the Combine itself.
Yeah, I mean, Saito ran this last year. I'm sure many of you remember that. And I feel like a lot of people will agree it was a ravishing success for those talents. I remember Sushi in particular making it to the Combine last year. And this man, everyone was already high on him, made it to Dorado this year as well. And I think really took a step up as a player. And you have to think that Saito definitely contributed to that in some way, and now is probably going to contribute in some way to the success of the players that move on in this Combine. But even the ones that don't, I mean, this is a huge, huge opportunity for everybody involved, no matter how far you make it, to level up your play. And I feel like those come very, very seldom, and those are very sparse here in this scene. So yeah, it's an exciting time. It's an exciting way to end off the stream today, Orbital, and I cannot wait to get in the game.
Of course, and we will get into there shortly, and while we still have a little bit of a time, because the players really want to make sure we are set to go, which I appreciate too. Listen, I don't want to lose out on any game footage, you know, knocking on wood over here. But tomorrow we will have the second, actually fourth day of games. I'll be starting same time, same place, 1 p.m. PT. That is 3 p.m. CT, 4 p.m. ET with 2 fresh blocks. It'll be some of the same players across the day. I do want to give a shout out to those that have been playing across all 3 days of the Combine so far. We have some players that are stepping in when they kind of need to. So big shout out there as well. Of course, if you want to go ahead and follow all these players and maybe get an eye even further, please go ahead, check them out all over the place, as you'll see further on. With that being said, we are set for the game, so let's go ahead and dive on in game number 3 for these 10 in particular. Let's get it going.
Game number 1 was a banger. Game number 2 was a banger. Game number 3, question mark, question mark, question mark. But we're hoping it's also a banger, as all of these games have basically been 40+ minutes. So it's been a long stream. It's been a long block 3, but you can ask yourself the big question of, am I bored? And I feel like nobody is bored watching these two teams duke it out, and I certainly am not, to be honest with you, as we can see Bio getting chunked out a little bit, but still wants to get some early info onto where this Neferi is starting. This goes back to what we were saying, where Kizno really needs to be the guy being played around here on the side of Team B. So if you're able to track where the Daug is, then you might be able to make some kind of an aggressive play onto the Daug.
I feel like the teams knew that you were casting tonight, Quacks, and were like, yo, listen, we heard he was supposed to have another day. He lost out on one of his days. We just want to make up for the time that he lost. We just want to make sure he gets his time on air, man.
Honestly, Shochi really would do that. It's AGB Fridays, man. He is primed and ready to go for some League of Legends. I already know it.
Well, we are as well, as we're headed into the laning phase, and once again the tracking has started. You talked about keeping track of where Kizno is. Deep wards have done that of the sort. Tub now also trying to get an advantage in this bottom lane, but there's a heal to come out, and once again very aggressive overall. Flash cleanse, and well, not flashes just yet, but the heals have been out as everyone is duking out at level 1 of all things.
And actually kind of an underrated thing, some pernicious thing that might have effects onto the bot lane of Team B later, is they both use both those wards on the bot side. And we can see Bio is actually pathing bot. Hang on. Ability.
Ooh, that's a close one. Barrier being popped at the absolute last moment. And you live! Mobility knows his HP limits.
He certainly does. Enthralled maybe going to try and get last tick of a volley. Won't be able to do so. So the reset will come through from the Corki. He even maintains the flash, so some insane discipline there from the AD carry of Team A not to blink in the face of a very blinky health bar. As yeah, like we said, it is both wards expended here by Team B. They will be able to get a reset off because of that early play, so they probably won't run into Bio as soon as he's done finishing up this clear, but it does mean you will lack that vision to be able to track where this Pantheon actually is. So maybe there's some kind of play possible for Team A on this bot side, but for now it looks like both bot laners are just going to take a breather because they were holding their breath throughout that entire 2v2, you gotta imagine.
Well, I think Enthralled wasn't so much. Mobility absolutely was. Mans pulled on the joystick and was like, oh my god, pull up here or else I'm going to crash and burn. Well done to stay alive, but top laners as well are dancing it out. We are seeing the junglers start to meet a little bit, but leniency given. Bio said, I don't have full control of the bot side yet. My bot laners decide to recall, which is fine. Let me go ahead and split the scuttles tonight.
Yep, so smart move there by Bio. Probably going to get a ward down on the Krugs as well, just to continue tracking where this Neferi is on the reset. And maybe if Porter is in a little bit of trouble. As you can see that this York is really trying to shove in this wave, but Denethor is not blinking at all. He is trying to hold this as much as possible, and he's actually getting the better in a lot of these trades as the Cassante.
Better in the HP departments. However, those mana trades have actually meant that Porter is starting to heal up a little bit more, so that's kind of the give and trade, but I love the fact that you're pointing it out. It's the finite tuning of understanding how this matchup is going to go. But I will say it is going to be somewhat closely matched. Here, a little bit of a ping. I don't think there's going to be any kill threat, obviously, underneath the tower. But the idea of, is there going to be danger? Who knows? Hoarder first to back off, get a word down, and make sure no one comes in without their knowledge.
We can also see Kizno not looking for a play on the top side. There was a ward in that tri-bush before the ward in the pixel bush was placed by Hoarder. So yeah, he's really covering all his bases. Let's hang on. Hoarder.
That's a good duel. Ghoul's attacking. Ward is down. A little bit of a fight as you punch back into the bush. Double ward being used. And a good flash out by Hoarder as you run in the
Kizno.
alcove.
Kizno's rumming up.
Kizno is on the way as our camera is watching in the mid lane Shochi, but eyes are out as Hoarder has no flash. Remember this, Kizno could flash in to follow through. Good pierce, but the follow-up is almost there. There's first blood. Kizno takes it away. Because Kizno showed on the top side, though, we're seeing more action on the bot side. However, there's a difference. There's an escape. Protoss keeps Enthralled alive.
We can see the pings coming through as well. Bio is being tracked as this Pantheon. Kizno is going to instantly reset after picking up that kill. Will get himself a pickaxe plus a long sword and a ruby crystal. So some gems to go along with it. Some glamour along with the blades and swords, pickaxes. But yeah, Bio trying to make some kind of a cross-map play. There is some priority over on that bot side in favor of Team A. So they're actually going to try and leverage the dragon, though. There is an item advantage for the Nefarious. Hang on. Yeah, Denethor.
Denethor wanted that all day long. If that last Q had landed, that would have been a kill right there. Either way, the dragon is currently being started up, and Team A are dancing with absolute fire because fire was very, very low. Kill in the mid lane off screen right now.
No!
Dragon that matters the most. Somehow double Infernal goes the way of Team B. Nah, I'm joking. It's only one, but they might get a few more kills behind. Kizno willing to get a little bit more, but the Scat of the Week disengages the battle. Win for Team B.
And I feel like it was just Bio miscalculating how long it would take to actually finish off that dragon. Kizno is able to cover the distance. He's running on all fours. And not only does he steal that one away, but he gets a kill on top of it. This Nefiri 2-0 so far. Shochi has the ult.
Oh, and a flash forward, but Bio is in range. Yeah.
Oh, no.
There isn't going to be a scatter.
Oh, my.
It's so late. So Shochi gets away with a free flash from Bio. I mean, those merc treads are doing work.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Actually, now that you mention it, that probably
that was the first purchase, by the way. He TP'd with those and immediately went on a Scylla.
He also got to keep his Scatter of the Week. So now Kizno, oh, this is just such a miserable time here for Bio. He wasn't able to finish off the dragon. He wasn't able to get the kill, and now might not even be able to farm his own jungle. You can see that Protoss. There's a lane swap, so now the Bard has made his, entrance into the top side. They're just going to be looking to mess with this Pantheon as much as humanly possible.
And the fact is, it's such a gamble play because both Pantheon and Nefiri need good jungle pressure. If you mess one of them up, it actually severely hampers them. I mean, we talked about the fact that if Kizno gets set behind, it's over. You need good times. You need good farm on a Nefiri to be very aggressive, to be useful in a team fight. This is one way to do it. Team B quite literally giving so much over. Hextech Flash, though, as it's actually Denethor getting jumped on the bot side in the 1v2. No big deal, though. You only lose about 25 to 30%.
Yeah. He's going to yield this time, but he has the do not yield button in a couple of seconds as now the Void Grubs have spawned, and we can see, yeah, Bio, this entire area is sectioned off. It's property of Bard & Co. The Daugen Bard & Co. will not let you through.
Please just randomly fire a crystal arrow. Like, I swear, Enthralled, if you just want to bully Bio a little bit more, just fire an arrow. Just say, screw it, we'll go for it. Really, though, the eyes are actually on those grubs, which I believe are currently in position, but you can't really take them right now. Well, actually, two were taken. I lied.
Fired an arrow.
That's what they were going for. Arrow off to the side, though, but another Scout of the Week as Shochi is playing live, and that's Bio to actually get cut out. That's what we're watching for. Shield is up, but it only negates to the front side. Instead, you get an attack from behind. And that is the kill that you wanted. Enthralled lands the arrow and gets their first of the game.
Yeah, really good arrow from Enthralled, and you called it. Your prophet is now a Scylla.
Oh, a Scylla doing work on the Syndra. And we're seeing Dance as Hoarder with the fancy backstep. It's so safe as well, man. Everyone is popping off here. They're saying we don't want another 40-minute game.
Yeah, and I mean, contrary to, contrary to how ahead this Nefiri is, the gold lead isn't actually that significant here. at 9 minutes into the game. Obviously, a lot of that gold is onto the jungler for Team B, and a little bit of it onto Enthralled as well. But particularly Asila has been performing on the Syndra, and that's what we said we wanted from him going into game number 3. He kind of took a backseat in games 1 and 2, but this is one of the champions that he's really comfortable on, really familiar with, and it's showing here in game number 3. He is definitely getting the better of Shochi as he's got 2-0 up over him, already completed that Blackfire Torch, and that's not even factoring in the CS difference between these two.
Been out of this world right now. It feels like Team A really coming online in more ways than one. Of course, in the jungle is where Kizno has been ruling, so it's all about which side of power is gonna come into play. When this mid game lands, we're about 4 or 5 minutes out from it, only about 10 minutes into the game. I'm very curious to watch as we see Protoss, Mobility, Tub, and Enthralled dancing down here in the bot lane. They really do want this plate. They want this last little tick of the can with wave clear coming out of the Team A bot.
We can see that Shochi is just trying to get as much jump as possible.
Very nice setup. I wasn't even watching. And Shochi sends Asila to the grave. Another dance here as Denethor is getting some good work here on Hoarder, but Hoarder doesn't get knocked back. Instead, it's the Maiden to ready to fight. Good heal to come out, though, as Hoarder flashes away. Denethor flashes afterwards to pick up the kill.
Okay, Bio can maybe turn it into a 1-for-1.
Yeah, let's see if it does channel out, but the bot side is also where we're seeing a little bit of battle. There's the top side that we wanted to see, and Bio is going to try and hold on. Denethor is healing, though. Denethor is holding on for de-alive and scatters away.
Oh my god.
Denethor just breaks ankles and hearts and more. Bot lane being set up for dive right now as Team B. They're not done yet. Quick pickup of one. Flash out for the tower allows Kizno and Enthralled to grab the last as it's a cross-map play for 3 total, giving over nothing.
And Team B essentially kill everyone on Team A in the span of 60 seconds. It's a play on mid, it's a play and a solo kill on top, as well as an escape there from Denethor. And it is another quick couple of kills over to the Nefiri. The Dragon up as well means it will 100% go to Team B. And this is the style of league that we wanted to see from them, playing around the Nefiri, giving them the resources. And Tub, you're way too far up, buddy.
Things have gone from this is a nice walk in the park to oh god, the zombies are here. Team B are rushing it. And this is nasty work right now. This is completely different than we've seen in games 1 and 2, where it was much more calculated. It was much more almost an understanding of mid to late. Instead, this is we want to rush. We want to see how hard we can push this game, and we're going to continue as long as you allow us to. Look at this, another scout of the week. Asila is just like, yo, let's go for blood. You want blood? Let's go.
Yeah, Asila, I think, is trying his best here in the laning phase to pull one up over Shochi, because he understands that as far as him and his teammates go, he's really the only one accelerated, right? He's 2-1. He still has that Blackfire Torch. He still is up over Shochi, but you look across the map, you look across to your teammates if you're Asila, and you see, all right, well, 0-2, 0-2, 0-1, 0-2. It's like that Nubu meme from the Japanese VTubers. Now Protoss is saying, oh my god, I'm a Nubu, I'm getting dove.
But it doesn't matter because you're a pro instead. You go ahead and temper fate yourself. Allow time for the rest of the team to come here. Nah, you're a god right now. Sing your song as it's Team A that are the noobs. I won't say what comes after before Asila won't be able to talk in a second. Kizno on a freaking rampage. Legendary even as your 7th is on the board. Welcome to the Thunderdome. Kizno is godlike.
7-0-1 before the plates even drop. This game is the most one-sided of them all. And we wanted a banger, but it might just be a slaughter at the end of the day. Shochi going to be able to farm up some plates as well, because Asila was the last one to fall, which means that he won't have to contend with the Syndra constantly throwing Qs in his face. This game has been such a stomp, and all of it, you have to think, generated, made possible by Kizno's presence. Everyone on Team B playing so expertly around him here.
This has to be one of the earliest coach timeouts I've seen in a while.
Probably the earliest.
Okay, maybe it wasn't a timeout. Okay, I take that back for a moment. If that was a timeout, though, I would 100% understand it. Quacks, you know me. I cast a lot of different games. I cast
Yeah.
Valorant, which is the other Riot title, and it has timeouts built into the game. That's the whole point. There is a moment in the game where I say you should take a timeout ASAP. It is when you are facing down like a 6-0 run for the opponent, and you're just like, you need a mental reset.
Yeah.
At 14 minutes, if this timeout was real, 100% right call by
Take
teammate.
it.
I just have no idea what you're saying.
Yeah. Because it feels really difficult to imagine a world where you can get these carries accelerated, right? Because sure, I mean, mobility, I think, is surviving in the lane. He's only died once, so it's not the end of the world for the Corki. Your Syndra, even though it's gone down, it's been knocked down a couple of notches over the past few minutes, is still accelerated in this game. So you still have the potential to come back here. It's just the problem of actually getting onto a lot of these carries because they have a lot of tools that make them so slippery. The Denethor, I don't even think they're going to try and fight him. They're just going to try and go for the turret, but he wave clears it instantly. Yeah, there's no way you're going to be able to get through this Cassante.
You want to know the worst thing about that, Quacks? The scariest part about that, I was like, oh, Denethor can 2v1 that. Like, Denethor can absolutely swing that back. Like, that's what I actually thought here. That's what I thought. And then I looked at it again, and I said, no, but, like, that's Denethor. Denethor is standing there in a 1v2.
He has no
like,
magic
no
resist.
worries.
That's the problem.
He doesn't, but then you look on the other side, and, like, Asila has a Blackfire Torch. There's still HP. There's still enough. Like, yes, it's probably not feasible, but the fact that I'm even thinking that right now, we're only 15 minutes into the game. Kizno's going to go ahead and tower dive. Hoarder is just gone, and your HP bar ain't going to live. Now, Shochi obviously can't really help out, but Kizno's got all the dogs in the world. Walks him down the lane. It's still 1, though, as Hoarder takes a chomp out of Shochi.
They slightly messed up that dive. Shochi was the one that took aggro, whereas it should have been Kizno, because you can just pop that W and immediately de-aggro the turret if you're Nefiri. As Denethor. All right, 1v2 didn't work. Let's see 1v4.
I mean, it's there, and this time ain't no help coming.
All right, there we go.
Even
It
the
worked.
shred
Yay!
on the armor was good. You killed one, you lost top lane. It's something for Team A.
Yeah, it's something for Team A. You lose that turret. I feel like after Hoarder goes down, that's probably just a foregone conclusion. So it's smart of them to overload the bot side, but they had to expend a lot of resources to do it, right? They're going to have to overstay, potentially, as mobility is going to need to go for that turret. It ends up not being an overstay, but it also means that they are going to be later to get back onto the map. If they want to contest this dragon, it feels pretty difficult to imagine a world where they're going to be able to do so, because it's going to be a while until that Corki actually has access to that river. This is only soul points, so there isn't a lot of, I would say, shame in giving up this dragon, but still, a soul point at 17 minutes into the game means that it's firmly out of control, your control as Team A, how the tempo is dictated.
I mean, I'd also agree that this dragon is also the least aggressive of the ones that we've seen so far. I mean, we had Infernal Soul for one, we had the Mountain for another. It's Cloud. It's not... It's still a soul, but it's obviously the one that's not going to be a direct line of power. Instead, you just have Denethor running at your face. You just have Protoss running at your face. Yeah, Kizno, you'll never catch in the world because the ultimate is freaking stupid on Nefiri. So it's just like, you know, it's not the worst in the world, is all I can say. Team A, though, are trying to grab something for themselves as they set themselves up for a Herald take. And at least if they find a kill or two, maybe they can take an extra tower behind with this global objective.
Maybe they can look for a pick and then overload a side like they did on the bot side, getting that pick onto Denethor. They probably were hoping for a Herald then, but they can be praying for another situation like that to befell them this time around. And Shochi maybe caught out. Yeah, he's getting 3-man dove here under his sand tower or whatever it's called. No way.
I love it. The Azir pillar, the tower, the eye that watches, the Emperor. There it is, the flash. And Shochi will go down. Still, though, that forced a lot of time out. Even took the TP. I mean, you burn that for one, you'll take that. Shochi will take that all day long.
And now you can see this is exactly what we said. You know, you get a pick, you overload a side, you force Team B to react to you, and maybe you don't pop the Herald this early on because the odds of you actually being able to, you know, get that turret are basically slim to none. As we can see pings coming out here. Hoarder, this is what we talked about. He's not accelerated in the laning phase. Maybe he's overstaying on the side.
And you're facing off against the most fed member of Team B. Team B wrecking shop as Kizno is continuing to run 9-0-1, one letter short of a phone call. And this is Team B making sure they control.
Yeah, Kizno gets his 9th of the game, has that Black Cleaver as well, so that little bit of armor that you as... Oh, hang on, Shochi.
Shochi doesn't have an extra soldier, by the way, so this is gonna follow through, but there is the Temper Fate. Nice unleashed power in time. Team A now got to scatter to the winds. This should be safe, though, as Enthralled might be wandering into enemy territory. I like this, though. Team A making sure to get something on the map, even if it's only 300 gold.
Yep, they're looking for picks. They're looking to try and translate it into some kind of map state, and this is exactly what we said. Shochi goes down. You're at a 4v5. You basically baited Kizno to go to that top side and react, so you pop the Herald, and now Enthralled is walking up into 4, but there's also Denethor here.
And Denethor is very, very tanky right now, has the Negatron Cloak, allowing the rest of the team to follow on through, and it's power to the MR. Easy pickup of 2. Tower does fall on the flip because of that Herald, but it's well done. Denethor has gotten them MR in the Negatron Cloak and says thank you very much.
Shochi, I think, might have looked for something on the tower dive because he had that Emperor's Divide available, but thinks better of it. Knows that this tower is now a foregone conclusion. So yeah, Team A, they get the Herald to pop, and they manage to take that mid-turret, but it is immediately reciprocated here by Team B, who do the exact same thing, and they get a couple kills on top of it. And because of that, should be able to now swing some of that control to the bot side as Otacon has also spawned.
With Otacon up, last time it was taken away boldly by, I believe it was Team A. They just wandered in, took it away, and said thank you very much. Will it happen again? I really doubt that, because Shochi is currently on the run. Everyone's saying we have to be much more aware of what transpired in games 1 and 2, and even Shochi kind of knows it. I love it. Shochi's hanging out. He knows we're all watching on the Otacon, knows that he's on screen, and says, hey, listen, I'm out of a dance party. I'm having a good time here at the Combine.
Happy AGB Fridays, Shochi, as he's celebrating with the Azir here in this Combine. Now, though, the Otacon, the main focus, you can see both teams have gravitated toward this area. The main struggle here for Team A is actually going to be walking into this circle, because look at how many AoE spells are here for Team B. Look how much setup is there as well. I mean, if you get hit by an Enchanted Crystal Arrow on top of the Call of the Pack, I mean, it's just lights out for you. So you have to be very mindful and very careful when you decide to step over that Tri-Bush, because it could be the last blink that you ever take with how much damage is on the side of Team B right now.
It really is just that overload of action, but this time Team B recognized they forced away the opponents. So they are starting on this Otacon. Quick TP in, though. Team A recognized, and they're going to try and hold on for dear life. In they come. Denethor on the top side, helping out Protoss. Protoss is low. In comes the Grand Starfall, but you lose out on the Otacon. So Bio went for the Hail Mary, and instead will only find their death. Great coverage by Team B, as they also cover their butts and ensure that no one falls. They will chase ever further Temper Fate to slow Asila, and Asila will struggle bust here in the bottom lane, as that's 3 Otacon and more. Team B on the warpath to the base.
And it was a good effort by Bio. I think it might have been just a millisecond too late. I don't even think he landed before the smite came down. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he had a split second to actually react and smite once he landed, but still, doesn't matter. They don't get the Otacon, and now the Soul is going to be picked up for Team B as well. A 22-minute Dragon Soul and an Otacon to go with it. This game feels like it is Team B's to lose. It is out of Team A's hands at this point, Orbital. At least that's what it feels like.
No. It doesn't just feel like that. At this point, unless Team B start to hand over some of this 600, 700 gold bounties on their head, I really don't foresee them losing. I mean, the Chemtech behind it actively gives you so much extra resistances in there that the HP bars are so freaking deceptive. There's the Wolfpack to come on out, and Porter might as well be doing his best Liam Neeson impression of just fighting off wolves in the tundra. It ain't gonna work here though. 1 in 5 is the call. Bio bouncing over the mid lane, trying to hold on, but no. Arrow to the face, but guess what?
Oh wait, never mind. It was a ruse.
Temper Fate coming in though, as time is stopped for 2.5. 2.5 is not enough. Shut down, go the way of mobility, as you're starting to claw your way back. Denethor though says, I want revenge. My ADC goes down. I take your life. Payment is paid. Does Kizno want more though? Tub is the only one that's really available in the close range aspect.
God,
I don't think
Kizno.
you want to dive onto a support, or maybe you do. You're chasing ever further. Very nice solar flare, and it lands long enough. But again, the survivability is too good right now. Kizno is
alive.
running with mobility, goes down. A silo once again left to the wolves themselves as Denethor picks up his fit.
Nah, the Wolves run away. It's the rest of Team B that he's left to as they take him down. They thought they had an angle possibly on to the Nefiri, but he stays alive. The rest cannot be said, though, for a majority of Team A, as their deaths will mean a tier 2 in mid. Dragon still a ways away, but it feels like for the third game in a row, somehow, Orbital, we might be getting a dictated game here at Elder.
Yes, but it's a wholly different reason. Holy 25 minutes in, and you're sitting there like, yeah, Elder's a call. And remember, when we called Elder last time, it was what, 35, 40 minutes in? Wild stuff. I am loving what we're seeing right now. We're also seeing the largest gold difference, I believe, of the night. Or at least this block, 9K, okay, 8.5. Call me out on that one, will you?
Ooh, Shochi. Maybe gonna try and shrink that, as if he gets found, that will be some gold over to Team A. But yeah, I mean, he has the Chemtech Dragon now, so there's just so much more survivability for a lot of these side laners on the side of Team B. So they see Bio, they know he's on that bot side, they know that if he tries to Grand Starfall in, it'll end just like the Otacon, so they rush down the Baron. I think that this is a beautiful play.
You're gonna look for it, and it's gonna be a call of more. In goes the Grand Starfall, but you're caught alone on the wrong side of the battlefield. Nobody on Team A can help you out. It was a call, it was an attempt, and we appreciate it, but Team B say they'll have none of that as they take the Baron in tow.
Yep, Bio goes down on the Pantheon, and okay, Kizno?
So diabolical that you can still walk away from that at full health. You dove into the enemy like that.
Who let the dogs out?
So real right there. Apparently Kizno and the rest of Team B, because Kizno is off onto La La Land. 13-0-5. I wish we still had the AD stacking necklace, because this would be out of this world work for AD damage. That would be ridiculous. Either way, Kizno is still sending their warmest regards as the inhibitor towers are currently being under fire, and Thrall powers down through top lane 1. Mid will be the next. Bot lane being saved thanks to Hoarder, but you might lose a few more in the back end. Inhibitors just as well. Scout of the Week barely doing any damage, but this is Team B closing out the last few points.
Yeah, all they have to do is clear out this bot side. They've got the Baron empowered minions on the other 2 lanes, and Team A have to clear those before attending to this bot side of the map. Maybe they try to look for some kind of a snap engage. You have to look for some type of a last hurrah here, but you're getting slowly whittled down. We can see Tub is at half HP. Bio is getting chunked down. Bio maybe a little bit more than a chunk.
And there it is. All it had to happen was a single movement, and the dominoes fall so dang quickly. First, it's Bio. Next, it's Asila. Third is going to be Tub, and Kizno leaves no one left unless you're in Fountain. Team B wake up at the very end, slam home some kills, bring mobility out from the base, and Hoarder watches on as his pile falls, and it's GG abound as we close out day 3 of the Combine with Team B's victory.
By far the most dominant victory of this 3-block orbital, and a lot of it contributed to Kizno. We talked about him at the beginning of the Combine. I said, on top of like Tomio and Kryra, probably the best jungler in all of NACL. I would say tied with Kryra, honestly. I would say only Tomio probably ranks above there. But this is a player that I have been saying is tier 1 ready for basically the entire year. I genuinely believe that he can do it all. And he looked good on the Engagers. He looked good on the Wukong, looked good on the Maokai. But then the moment he's, the ball is put in his hands, he delivers a slam dunk. He looks like prime MJ, and he makes everybody look foolish in comparison. 15-0-7, 31,000 damage, the most in this game by a country mile, as you can see the damage graphs down below our portraits. Yeah, where is this guy in tier 1, honestly? It feels like only a matter of time. I'm sorry, but I gotta give the junglers some love. As the jungler myself, I know when a guy is probably ready, in my opinion.
You know what? I don't know because I can't jungle worth anything, so I will follow you, but he showed up, and not just that. The rest of the team understanding, we talk about, when a player is given the spotlight, especially in Combines, how do you facilitate that win con? And the win con was heavily done, so everyone stepping up to mix. I mean, Enthralled cosplaying, Rey Mysterio 619 in there, making sure to help out, and Denethor doing the exact same. Everyone played so well. Not to say Team A didn't give us a fantastic night, but Team B took the absolute cake. So Quacks, I think I already know who you're gonna call out for, but if there's one player of these 10 that impressed you here in this block, who would it be?
Kisno. Yeah. Honestly, I would say Kisno and Mobility were the two that I was really impressed with. If I had to give it to one from each team, I mean, Mobility almost single-handedly clawed his team back from game number 1 with that Ezreal pop-off toward the Baron. So I really liked seeing that. I don't like to give, MVPs and say a player was better than the other, but I do think that, and I do think genuinely everyone had a part to play in this block 3. But yeah, I think that Kisno had a monster performance in this 3-game block. And I also think that Mobility had some really good plays and some really, really tough situations at times. But still, that doesn't necessarily mean I don't think everyone is deserving to be here. Again, as I said at the beginning of the stream, this is a swan song. This is kind of a remembrance, and this is a celebration of the efforts put in by every single person in 2025. Some of the best and most improved players are in this combine. Everyone deserves to be here, and I hope that you guys watching continue to support Saito. I hope that you continue to watch these streams because it, I think, means so much to the players, and it means a lot to just getting eyes on them and getting hype behind some of the future prospects of the North American LCS. I can say LCS now. I'm very happy about that.
Hey, yeah, we can absolutely say that. I won't because I am waiting a little bit longer into this combine to see even more about that. But I love everything that you said there. Also, shout out to the supports behind Tub, and Protoss had some amazing moments of their own. Junglers, Bio, and Kisno. As you said, everyone showing their stuff here. These were hand-picked 37 that get to show their stuff at this combine and hopefully find a home in the future, or more homes, of course, along the line. With that being said, we are done here on the night. Shout out to Blue Honor League for allowing us across these amazing 7 hours. I can say that because we started all the way at 1 p.m. PT. We appreciate y'all for tuning in. My name is Ordo. With me has been Quacks. Of course, shout out to Mazel as well as RMC on the far end in block number 1. And big shout out to our amazing producer here all 7 hours, Warrior Nomad, holding it down throughout both of these blocks.
Emphasis on the Warrior for staying here for 7 hours. Absolutely.
Absolutely. And with that being said, we thank you all for tuning into the Saito GG Path2Pro Combine for League of Legends. Shout out, of course, to Blue Otter League. We'll see you all tomorrow. Same time, same place.